Hey, my name is King, or as some of you might know me better, Israel. I've gotten around, but hopefully you recognize me from my own channel, King Tannic. There's a new show coming to the Burnettwork that I think is pretty exciting. Welcome to the Otaku Experience, hosted by yours truly. There is going to be a weekly series where we dive into the news and the world of anime, manga, and whatever the heck else Japan has to offer us. The show will be pre-recorded and premiere on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific time or 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the Burnettwork YouTube channel.
Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold. The mold of, thank you, of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and, whatever else you want to say. Robert Meyer Burnett, coming at you with Midnight Musings, episode number 40. My God, 40. And you know what, though? Let's face it. You don't just come for me. Because why would you? What you do is you come for, you know her. You love her. You've seen her during the week, but she's never better than she is tonight. We're talking. How are you tonight? How are you?
I am well, Robert. I don't see that red button that I normally see when you add me onto the show. Am I visible?
You are.
Oh, well, hello,
you
everybody.
Are. I would hope you're visible. By God. A red button. It's funny. Somebody else said that. I was doing. I think when I was interviewing, you know what it is. I have to update my software. But I mean, I see you. I mean, I was talking to Terry Metalis and Todd Stashwick last weekend. They're like, Rob, are you really? We're talking about things we shouldn't talk about when we're recording. I'm like, we're not recording. And they're like, are you sure we still see the red button? Now, you don't see the red button, and hopefully.
Well, I think I'm on there. I see it. I can see on my phone. I can see me and you. So
well,
obviously,
thank God.
And Robert, I have to say, it's so exciting seeing these videos you're making with Terry. And I'm just I can't even talk about how excited I am. Seeing your reviews of Picard season 3, talking about it. I can't talk enough about this season. This might be one of the most talked about seasons ever, Robert.
Well, I have to say, what's really interesting, I feel like I've been trudging through a snowy wilderness all by myself. And a couple weeks ago, they sent out the first 6 episodes, not to paid shills, but to reviewers and YouTube channels and people that are Star Trek call them influencers, if you will, if that's such a thing anymore. By God, I can't imagine something more irrelevant than being called a Star Trek influencer, but okay. So the response, especially from the diehards, when I started seeing things coming through, Scott Mantz, I heard that Dave Cullen, I love Dave Cullen's channel. I heard he's somebody who really, really likes it. And Darren Doctorman, the Inglorious Trexperts, have been resoundingly positive about it. I mean, look, it's so funny to me because no one has been as more vociferous of a hater of modern Star Trek than me. Like I call it the great Star Trek hostage crisis that's been happening since 2009. It's really been happening since 2007, since Bad Robot and J.J. Abrams, the entire fraudulent creators that are at Bad Robot. And what I mean is, when I say that, they're a fine company, but when I watch J.J. Abrams go on every talk show and say, well, I was never a Star Trek fan. Oh, great. So Paramount's just giving you their crown jewel franchise that they still own because they don't own Transformers, they don't own Raiders, they don't own Indiana Jones anymore. Star Trek is your franchise, and you hired someone who goes on every show and says, I don't like Star Trek. I only like Star Wars growing up. I'm like, well, it shows because you've dumbed down the franchise in your stupid, dumb movie that didn't make very much money, even though it cost $175 million and another $50 million to market. Which, by the way, he's probably going to direct the next movie because no one will hire him because he's made 5 science fiction films and they're all terrible. Thank God Avatar 2 has trounced finally The Farce Awakens. But anyway, I don't mean to be a hater against J.J. Abrams. Again, I'm sure he's a really nice guy. He's just made 5 science fiction movies that I hate. They're all bad. They're all nonsensical drivel, which makes me annoyed. But anyway, so here's the thing. No one hates modern Star Trek more than me. No one. I hate Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2. And I hate them because, again, the reason I hated those seasons, one, call it murdered Trek, it's terrible science fiction. Here's the joyous, wondrous thing about science fiction. You have authors, you have futurists that have to extrapolate. What is the future going to look like, especially if you're telling a tale of our future? Star Trek is the most documented fictional universe in terms of books, analysis. Rick Berman famously said that he believes the internet came to prominence on 2 things, pornography and people talking about Star Trek. And he was right, because in the early 80s, if you went to AOL chat boards, there was a lot of Star Trek chatter. And Star Trek Picard, I get it. You want to get Patrick Stewart to come back. You want to make it attractive for him to come back, and he wants to tell his story in a Star Trek context, which is fine. I get that. The problem is that isn't Star Trek. That's the Patrick Stewart story. And then couple that with really horrible science fiction writing where people do not understand artificial intelligence or synths or whatever. Really rudimentary and awful. Star Trek Picard, and by the way, I don't begrudge anybody that likes it. I understand. But anybody that's a science fiction aficionado or Star Trek fan, Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2 are really painful to watch. So I understand it. I was one of the biggest haters of all. So I was an insurmountable obstacle in terms of liking Star Trek. I mean, I'm like, I was done, man. And then you have a guy like Terry Matalas, who, by the way, I didn't even know. I mean, I knew who he was, but we didn't know each other.
He's great, Robert. He's fantastic.
Well, I didn't know that. As far as I knew, that he was another douchebag that wrote on Star Trek Picard season 2. Didn't know. And here's the thing. I think he tweeted something. He said something to the effect of, somebody said that Star Trek Picard season 3 was giving the Next Generation cast a great send-off. And I was like, immediately I was red alert. And I'm like, oh, what? All Good Things wasn't good enough? We got 4, and I say 4, Terry loves First Contact, but I would say 4 in varying degrees mediocre Next Generation movies. First Contact is the least mediocre of the 4. And then he wrote back to me on Twitter. He said, "Well, I love free enterprise." Talk about disarming, totally disarmed. And I wrote back to him. I said, "Well, I really like 12 Monkeys," because he was the co-showrunner of the 12 Monkeys series.
Yeah.
And then we started going back and forth. And I had seen Star Trek Picard season 3. I can't say how I saw it, but I saw it. And we were going back and forth. And I convinced him that I had seen it. But we still hadn't met. I first met him in Meat Space at the Hollywood Bowl, at the John Williams concert. I was there with my friend Dave Hargrove, and I was literally going through the turnstile to get in, and he was standing in line with his young son buying merch. And by the way, his young son, delightful kid. And that was the first time we met. And, we become friends, and I told him, I said, Star Trek Picard season 3 I think it will go down in the annals of television history as an interesting case study of how a mismanaged franchise is brought. It's never been done before. I think Star Trek Discovery, I think Prodigy and and Lower Decks are animated, so to me they're an adjunct of the Star Trek universe. I have thoughts about both, but they're not live action, so to me, I don't think of them as canonical or whatever, even though Strange New Worlds or Lower Decks is going to cross over with Strange New Worlds in live action, which to me is everything wrong with Star Trek in a nutshell, but whatever. So when I saw Star Trek Picard season 3, everything about it is different than Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2. Everything. The format of the show, the way it's set up, the opening credit, everything is different. And it feels like when you watch it, it feels like you're watching a 10-hour Star Trek The Next Generation film. Wow. And it's all character. And the principal cast has never been better. They're all really well written. And some might say it might be like Star Trek's greatest hits because they touch on a lot of things and they're variations on themes. Somebody said to me on Twitter, oh my God, I can't believe that like Geordi LaForge's daughter is at the helm on the Titan A. And I'm like, well, in America, there are military families where you have multiple generations of people in the military. It's not like she was assigned to a ship we'd already known. She was on the... And people would be like, well, it's like Demora Sulu in Generations. Sulu had a daughter. And I'm like, whatever. I have no problem with the fact that Geordi has 2 daughters. And one of them happens to be part of the bridge crew. And by the way, not only is that actress beautiful, she's great in the role. Great.
Yeah, and people needed to see that Geordi could have a family and that he's lovable. He deserves to have love and have a family. And that's the normal thing, I think, for Geordi. He was never someone who didn't want love in his life. So I could see any woman seeing such a nice man like that would want to be with somebody like him. So it's not so shocking. And I like that he has a daughter who's kind of gone in passing of the torch, if you will. At least that's what I call it, passing of the torch. And seeing that, history in the family, it's important. I think it's a lovely way and a very nice way to show how he's grown and has gone on with his life, just like everyone else does.
Well, speaking of a father of daughters, Lael Rockwell, the 1/6 scale man. By the way, many people might not know how cool this was, but I watched our own Lael Rockwell with Yost, the impresario of Jazz Inc. I watched a live stream at the beginning. Our man Lael, talk about legitimizing the great work Lael has done building his channel. Lael, first of all, welcome to the 40th episode of Midnight Musings. Lael Rockwell, you had Yost, the man we all love. You had him on your channel.
Yeah.
Live talking about the 6th scale 89 Batmobile. First of all, I'm not worthy. I got to say, from a 1/6 scale perspective, that was a big coup for you. What was it like to have Yost on your channel? How did that come about? Tell us all about it. First of all, explain Yost, and by the way, plug your channel right now.
Oh, yeah. One Six Scale Man YouTube channel, of course. If you haven't already subscribed to it, make sure that you do so. Thank you for having me here tonight. We've been running around pretty much all day. We actually just got back like maybe 15 minutes ago. We just been on the go, but we're
I
here.
just believe, looking at your Facebook page, I just believe that if I was involved with someone like your lady Latoya, that all you do is wander around and take pictures because she's so beautiful that everywhere you go, you must just wander around with a camera and be like, baby, let's just go out and do another fashion shoot. Because man, is she exquisite. And you take some great photos of her.
You would think, though, sometimes she takes photos of herself, but then she'll have me to do it, for her if she wants some touch-ups and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I mean, we actually, what we did? We went out to dinner today. We had it like
nice.
We had our own. We wanted to go out, so we just went out to dinner and had a good time and stuff like that, this time out. But yeah, that's pretty much our day. But no, so Friday was great, bro. Like, what happened was Yost, he hit me up. He had watched a show. He watched a show of ours. We were actually talking about the D89 Batmobile. He watched Say What, an episode of Say What. And he was like,
wow.
Hey, I loved the conversation that you guys had. He was like, I would love to come on the show anytime you want me to. Just let me know. I was like, hey, like whenever you're free, just let me know. I'll get you on the episode of The Corner. We could do a one-on-one discussion and, talk about, the 89 Batmobile, also the future of Jazz Inc., where it's going. He's a real cool dude, bro. Like straight up. Like,
well, dude, I love that guy. I mean, I love what he's done, and I have, I've got his land speeder. I've got half the Millennium Falcon cargo bay. I've got this. Look at that. I mean, come on, that girl, your lady. I mean, come on, she should be part of the Dora Milaje. I mean, she's amazing.
Yeah, man, she's definitely everything. She's probably upstairs asleep right now, but she's definitely everything. I looked up on this one, so I've done something good. The powers that be, the Most High, blessed me with this one, so I'm definitely excited about it. But yeah, man, I mean, it's the interview was great. He talked about the future of Jazz Inc. and what they're doing. He even made a business transaction live on the episode because we talked about how Hot Toys and Arts haven't produced and given us even villains from the Batman. So because he basically now his license has been extended and he's been open to so many different things with Warner Brothers and in DC, that he actually sent in and hit him up and was like, "Look, I would want to tackle as far as because he's actually going to tackle 6-scale figures." So he was like, "I would love to tackle Catwoman, Selena Kyle, from the Batman."
Wow.
He said, "I would love to basically tackle the Penguin. I would love to a stab at doing Commissioner Gordon." Also, pretty much every character, the Riddler, he wanted, and he wanted to basically just play within that wheelhouse. And he just sent the email off while we were talking live because we had the discussion. So hopefully we hear some good things, and that would be great to have it. But it was such a blessing, man, to have him on. Good guy to talk to, and then like I said, he takes pride in the simple fact that he's running a business with his family, his dad, his wife.
Well, how and his kids?
Yeah, his 2 sons. So basically, his wife, she sold off her business, to now be a full-fledged participant and partner within his company. With finances and everything. So yes, like literally. It's a family-owned business and a legacy that will be sustainable.
Dude, I'm a huge, as you know, I'm a huge fan, early supporter. I'd love to buy everything they put out, and I wish I could have gone back and got like their Death Star, the 35-inch flat screen. Maybe they'll do more, but their Batmobile, I have to say, in the John Campea studio, when you walk out the door, next to the doors, there is a table with my Batmobile with my Batman and Robin figures in it, the Hot Toys figures in it. Yeah. Every time I walk out of the studio, I put there's a smile on my face.
Like you're just looking at it, it's right there.
Because it's right there, and I mean, I got the Millennium Falcon cockpit. You know what that's like, plugging that shit in. I've got Luke's what is it, T-65 land speeder.
Mhm.
I've got that, and
Mhm.
I've got the snow speeder coming, and the
Yeah.
Batwing coming, the 89 Batwing
Mhm.
coming,
Mhm.
and I love what they've done, and
Yeah.
the
He's
fact that
done
they
such
went
a
out,
great job, man.
yeah, and he went and got the license. By the way, I did pay my shipping for the InArts Joker.
Yeah, I did too. I did too.
I paid my shipping. I don't know when I'm going to get it. I will say this, having seen it, having held
Mhm.
it in my hand, the cat,
Mhm.
dude, it is. I
Mhm.
mean, the funny thing about here's my thing about InArts, and it's still a 6 scale figure. I mean,
Yeah.
I think people think that InArts, like God himself, is going to shine the light of heaven
Yeah.
down upon you when you open up your InArts figure, because that's the way
Mhm.
it's been
Mhm.
sold to
Mhm.
us. It's
Yeah.
still just a 6 scale figure.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And what's really interesting, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what you get is astonishing.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
the capsules with the head sculpts and the hair, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Everything about their presentation is amazing. But at the end of the day, it's still a 6 scale figure because it has to be. It's a six
Yeah.
scale figure. It's not bigger. It's not quarter
Yeah.
scale. It's not half scale. It's not third scale. And so what's really interesting about it is it's great.
Yeah,
Everything
yeah,
about
yeah.
it's great.
Yeah. He's
But
such a good dude, bro. Definitely a good guy.
but
One of the good ones. And I'm just like I said, I'm looking forward to his success. That's just the main thing. And I told him, like, if I can support as much as I can, you let me know and I'm there for you, bro. Because
oh
he's
yeah.
really, really a solid dude. Definitely is.
Oh well, yeah. For Jazz Inc. Absolutely.
Mhm.
I totally agree with you. I mean, and he makes great stuff. But I was talking about like the InArts thing.
Oh, InArts.
Yeah.
Oh, well, see, here's the thing. So who did you get yours through, bro?
Toys Wonderland.
Okay.
And
Same thing. So I did get mine through them as well.
the
Now,
only
the best
reason I have to say
yeah,
that I paid it off, because they have
yeah,
the partially, and when it was first announced,
yeah,
I ordered it immediately, and
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah,
I paid
yeah,
it off over months, and then it was paid off like what, a year ago,
yeah,
six
yeah, yeah,
months
yeah, yeah,
ago.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't even remember, and then they sent me a shipping notice.
Well, see, that's the thing. The shipping notice that here's the thing, and this is what I was talking to John about briefly by message. I was like, look, we support your product and it's incredible. Like, the stuff that you make is astonishing. And definitely going forward, you have actually solidified your space in a 1/6 scale community. The problem is that across the board, there's been sort of like misrepresentation when it comes to the shipping cost,
Right.
because now you have inaccuracies where some people are paying certain prices that some people aren't, and there's questions about it. And the thing is, going forward, I was like, you know what, I only have a few pieces that I'm actually picking up through Toys Wonderland that I have left,
Right.
because I don't want to go through that same situation again. So I have to find a different outlet to go through to kind of like, make sure that I'm securing my asset. And at the same time, I'm making sure that I don't have to worry about these shipping woes and stuff like that. And everything is even. I got my notification from them. I paid my shipping. They're saying, I guess we're supposed to receive it sometime between, I guess,
March and May.
well, they're saying sometime by the end of February. But
Oh,
this is what they told me. So, I mean, I don't know. At this point, I don't know. We just know that the shipping has actually been paid. So we just have to wait and see. Did they tell you what did they say?
they said after they didn't March, April. I don't even know. I mean,
Yeah.
I got it. I paid it, and here's the thing: I've seen the box.
It's a big ass box, bro.
It's huge, and here's my thing with Toys Wonderland. Like, I paid off the Ecto one. I really wanted it, and I paid it off, and then the shipping cost was $1,500.
Oh my god!
And I paid off. I wanted the 6
And that's
scale
not even $1,500 Hong Kong dollars. That's $1,500
American dollars.
USD.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I
Wow.
couldn't it's funny because I pay off the Ecto one. I'm like, I can't afford that.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
You know?
That's reaching. That's just like way too much. But that's what I'm saying. Like,
But on the other hand, I
Yeah.
did get some X-Men figures, and I got the Boss Man. I got that so. By the way, can we just hold the phone?
Mm-hmm.
Can we all just stop for a minute? So Toys is making prints.
Prince, yeah.
Oh my fucking God! Now
I was gonna send it to you, but I figured you already saw it already.
now, a lot the accessories. I don't know if I'm sold because it's molded hair, and I really like my fuzzy. I like my, but still, like.
You know what? I'm my biggest worry about it is the likeness. That's what I'm looking at. The likeness.
Not my likeness is better.
Yeah, the likeness isn't 100% there, bro. It isn't. And the thing is, I don't expect it to be, but at the same time, we're talking about Prince, bro. You know what I mean?
Prince, my favorite rock musician of all time, a man I saw 30 times live. And I have to say, behind me with my band here, the company they're working with is their Freddie Mercury is bang on. Their Bowie, not so much.
Yeah.
And this is not So Toys, this is Win Studios or whatever.
Yeah.
But when I saw that, I'm like, I have to get it. And if I've got the head sculpt, if I have to change it, but still.
So you're going to get the Prince?
Dude, come on.
You have to do it.
Come on.
You definitely have to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
which was surprising because they said nothing about it. Like there was no hint anywhere. No. They just released it. They just revealed it, and I'm like, okay, all right.
No, I mean, I just wish, I understand Purple Rain's iconic. I just wish, and the thing is, Win Studios does my Freddie Mercury. They sent it was just the head sculpt and the clothing, and I got a Fison body. If there's any figure that could have different outfits, it's Prince. I mean, I would buy Barbie. I would buy 10 Prince figures in different. Give me his bare ass get off outfit. Give me that 23 positions in a one night stand. Give me that. I would buy I would buy the entire Revolution. Dr. Fink. Give me Sheila E. Give me Mavis Staples. Give me. I would buy the entire history of Prince's band. Diamond and Pearl.
What if they made Vanity or
Vanity 6 is so sweet.
Yeah,
it's time to fix your clock. I mean, come on. I would.
More day to time.
Oh my God, Jesse, Nana, Jerome. Yes, I would do it all. I would give me Jungle Love. Oh. I mean, I would the entire Minneapolis. As a matter of fact, if I should get some money, win the lottery, and get the license to do the entire Minneapolis, Prince's entire 30-year span. I would even go back and go to Dirty Mind when he was wearing when he was wearing ladies' stockings and underwear. I would make that figure.
Right.
The entire. I would do everything. Controversy, Dirty Mind, For You. I mean, where he's bare chested, just wearing the black pants. Yeah. I mean, it would be and I would do the Purify Yourself in the Waters of Lake Minnetonka playset.
Yeah,
I would do everything, man. And the Sheila. I need a drummer for my band. Give me Sheila E. Give me Sheila E. percussionist.
Yeah, bro. Now here's the thing: would you want the longer hair of Sheila E. or would you want the shorter hair that we got? Basically from what was it? What film was that? Crush Groove.
Okay. Multiple head sculpts.
Multiple head sculpts.
And with Sheila, I want rooted hair.
Got you.
Crush Groove. If you dig into that, by the way, can we just talk about how the guy who played Bruce Leroy in Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon, we've seen pictures of him on the internet lately. He looks great.
Yeah, he
does. We saw him at New York City Comic Con, right, Lael?
Oh,
yeah, he's at New York Comic Con every year.
Oh my God, does he look handsome? I want to look like that dude when I'm 60.
Yeah.
But hang on, the viewers out there right now are going, what the hell are they talking about? We're so far off
track. Sorry about that.
No, not at all. But no, I brought up the Yoast thing was so cool. What a coup for your channel. Real awesome show.
Appreciate that, bro.
But I was talking about Let's get
Star
back to
Trek.
Picard season 3. What I love is everyone. I just wanted to end it off by saying, here's the thing about Star Trek Picard season 3. I hated Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2. Star Trek Picard season 3 is what they should have done from the beginning. It's what everybody wanted. It's basically, I would have called the season Star Trek Picard, I would have called it Star Trek The Next Generation Requiem. It's basically, and go with me on this, it's Top Gun Maverick. The same way that Maverick comes back 35 years later and they tell people it's that. It's almost like Star Trek's greatest hits. It touches on a lot of different things, and it brings back, even though it has it's not about Amanda Plummer taking revenge against Picard. There's a much bigger story going on. It's fantastic. 6 episodes have been sent to reviewers, and you don't have to believe me. But I'll tell you something, and this is really bothered me. There's people that are like, I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch it because yeah, you are. First of all, like when somebody says I'm not going to watch it because I've been burned in the past, I'm like, burned what? Like did they burn you out of your home? Were you run out of your neighborhood? Like what? How have they burned you? It's a show. You're going to click on it and you're going to watch it and go, oh, this is pretty good. I mean, when people are like, I've been burned. Look, no one has been burned by Star Trek more than I have. I'm like the old school Star. Look at my Instagram. I mean, my dad was in a scene with William Shatner in a movie I directed. No one. By the way, I'll straight out, if you haven't directed a movie that stars William Shatner, that stars a character that plays you in a movie about your Star Trek obsession, shut the fuck up. I have more credibility than you do. And if I like it, I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying you do. But if I say, I'm like the E.F. fucking Hutton of Star Trek. If I like it, at least give it 1 episode. If I like it, I would say, please, I've at least earned a shred of credibility. Working as a paid consultant for Star Trek for Paramount in the mid-90s, working on the Star Trek Experience, part of the team that made it, that was in Vegas, spending 3 years creating documentaries for CBS and Paramount for Star Trek The Next Generation, interviewing, hosting an on-camera, I was the on-camera host for a roundtable discussion. I don't normally do this. I don't normally lay out my bona fides for all of you people. But I'm like, if they can win me over, all I ask of you, you can think I'm the biggest douchebag in the world. And that's fine, because let's face it, kind of am. But I would ask all of you, give Star Trek Picard season 3, give it 1 episode. If you're not down, I promise you, Star Trek Picard season 3 is sci-fi action adventure, allegorical, fun science fiction. It's what Star Trek used to be. And they brought it back. And Terry Matalas, and not just Terry, but everybody that worked on it, they made something special. It will put a smile on your face. You'll dig it. It has a great, sprawling, epic story that touches on a lot of Berman-era Trek history. Don't take my word for it. But I'm tired of people going, I'm not going to watch it. I'm like, why? It's not like your stock portfolio is being diminished if you watch Star Trek Picard season 3. Just give it a gander, because here's the thing. Make Star Trek great again. I want it to be good. I want it to be good. You know, I mean, people are like, I'm not going to watch it. I'm like, okay. Like, what are you doing? Saving kids in Africa from starving to death by not watching Star Trek Picard season 3? Don't think so. You know, you can still donate and watch Star Trek Picard season 3. That's all I'm saying. And people are like coming out like, I don't believe you, Rob. I'm like, okay, I'm not asking you to send me money. All I'm saying is, I just want you guys to have a good time. And what I want out of it is I want more Star Trek like Star Trek Picard season 3. In my old age, as I'm dying slowly on the vine, I want good Star Trek. That's it. That's all I want. And you know what? Terry Matalas and his collaborators and actors like Todd Stashwick, they've done such a good job. More of this, please. There's the end of my pitch.
And we're going to be doing a live watch party right here on the Burnettwork of all the episodes as they come out this season. It's going to be fantastic. I'm so excited for this season. I can't even say how excited I am. I can't wait.
Okay, I have to say that we have a super chat that might just be my favorite super chat I've ever received ever on this channel. And it requires knowledge of what the super chat's about. So Martin Molina says, "Thanks for all y'all do from the bottom of my heart. Rob, I just watched Martyrs with my girlfriend. She wanted to say, thanks for the recommendation. And I had to put some cartoons on after that. Martin, first of all, you have a great girlfriend. Please tell her, send her my best. Okay, for those of you who don't know, Martyrs is a French horror film that might be one of the most, I think it's a masterpiece, but it might be one of the most unpleasant, extreme, holy fuck movies you could ever watch. And Elizabeth, if I even say the word Martyrs in the house, she'll kick me out. She's like, don't ever speak of that movie ever again. So, Martin, the fact that you would say, thanks for all you do from the bottom of my heart, and then the next sentence is about you showing Martyrs to your girlfriend, it means that you, Martin, park your shuttlecraft in the same shuttle bay as I do. God bless you, sir. And please give your girlfriend, my girlfriend doesn't like Martyrs, your girlfriend watched it, now she's watching cartoons. I would offer you this. If you watch Martyrs, do what I do. Watch another French horror film called Inside that will alleviate the tension. Don't watch, by the way, both of those movies have been made or remade in America, and they're hideously bad. Anyway, so thank you, Martin, and thanks for supporting the channel. 200 Watt Studio says, will there be a physical media today? Yes, there will be tomorrow. And then Glenn Mark says, hi, I tried sending an audio file, but it bounced back. Was that an email address you gave me early today? Sorry for the bother.
I will contact you again, Glenn Mark. Yes, it was an email address. So I will get in contact with you and make sure that I can get that recording from you.
Spy Guy in the Sky sends in a tip. If you want to send in a tip, you can look in the description below and send in a tip. Spy Guy in the Sky says, would you like to ride my beautiful balloon? Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? We could float amongst the stars together, you and I, for we can fly up, up and away. My beautiful, beautiful balloon. Spy Guy, that's very funny. I would like to say you're talking about the balloon we shot down over the Atlantic. The Chinese, but you know, it's funny. I mean, have we ever lived in a wackier time than now? It's just weird.
Yes, it is.
Okay, now let's get back on track. Lael, James Gunn. DC Universe. I'm going to ask you about the I know everyone's been talking about it, but here's what I would ask you. Here's I have a theory.
Mm-hmm.
My theory is if you look at the madness, okay, so we're getting Grant Morrison's Batman. We're probably going to get All-Star Superman, Man for All Seasons Superman, which I like. We're getting Paradise Lost, Themyscira, the Game of Thrones. We're also getting the Lanterns, and then we're getting the Authority movie. I think the idea is that the Authority and the Creature Commandos are the amoral, and our heroes are going to come in and bring back truth, justice, and the American way. All that stuff, which is fine. I think it's good. I actually think it's cool. I like the way the Justice League is being formed in a roundabout way. Then we got Swamp Thing coming. James Mangold might direct it. But here's what I want to ask you, both of you. The DC Pantheon, the DC Universe, what they're doing is they're not just making one or two movies. They're actually creating a universe that, and at this, all the projects they announced as part of phase 1 of Gods and Monsters, how do you feel that that encompassing idea is being served? The idea of Gods and Monsters, that's what they're calling it, Gods and Monsters. How do you feel that idea, and how they're not just launching one movie, they're launching a universe, and they've announced how they're going to start it. How do you both feel about that idea of coming out of the gate with an entire universe being created? And I would start with you. What do you think?
I think that it's going to be really difficult to pull all this off, because he kept talking about kind of consistency between the television show, between the movies, between video games, between, everything. I mean, how is he going to be able to do all that? Pretty much, it feels like they're starting from scratch, right? Everything has to be, kind of established, and then they're going to go forward with this. But there's nothing. It doesn't feel like they have a lot to build on. And I am kind of concerned. We've seen these big walls of films, and when I say big walls, like the announcements where they'll have 10 or 12 different things on there, but it just doesn't seem realistic that they can do all this. I'd be very surprised if they could just do the films, let's say, personally, since everything has to be, reestablished in a way. Maybe not everything, but most of the stuff has to be. So, it's just such a huge endeavor. I think that if it's supposed to be, Gods and Monsters, or, the way that they're describing it, are there enough of each in order to fight the battle fairly? I don't know. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do, but honestly, I don't know if it's realistic to have consistency across the board between all the different things, because he wants to do all of them. He wants to do comics, he wants to do television, he wants to do video games. I'm thinking to myself, forget the video games, just concentrate on these movies, because these movies are not going to be the easiest things to necessarily pull off. But that's how I feel about it.
Lael, what do you think?
Here's the thing.
Don't hold back, buddy. Come on,
I'm not.
lay it.
I'm definitely not.
Come in, guns blazing.
I'm definitely not. So I'll say that, and I'm going to be honest. I can only be honest.
That's all we want.
Saying that the slate that was revealed to me, it was okay.
I liked it very much.
It was okay. It wasn't something that I was really, really excited about. And I think that the only show, or the only entry that I see so far, that I was 2 entries, that is, that have really, begged my curiosity, is definitely Lanterns, Swamp Thing, definitely. But I have reservations about Superman Legacy, and
okay, but let me press you on that.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have reservations about Superman Legacy? What is it that gives you pause?
Okay, so I understand that he's not, and understandably so. I know where, when he's talking about the Grant Morrisons, and he's talking about everyone else that's actually involved with these films. And granted, I'm glad you're actually paying homage to the writers and the people who have actually given these. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, because they're diving into the DC comic universe.
Yeah,
they really diving in.
They really diving into it. But the problem is how you're going to bridge the gap between these IPs, number one. Because if you're talking about something like Superman Legacy, but then you're bringing in something like The Authority, that's a heavy subject matter right there.
Yes.
That's an extremely heavy subject matter. If anybody's ever read The Authority and know about that team, there was different iterations of the Authority. It was Team 1, it was Team 2.
I think that they're going for the. It's funny you say that, because I have the Absolute editions of the first. And I, going back, and that first edition with the bleed and all that. That's where I was. That's where I'm at. That's where Because I think
So-
James Gunn read that when it first came out.
Yeah. So here's my thing. Understandably so. There's a couple of different things. Like I said, that with that film or with Superman Legacy, he's talking about, you know, the possibility of going back when Superman was 25 years old in Metropolis.
Yeah.
Okay, a younger version of Superman. I know you're when you're looking at these things, you're looking at growth. You want basically you have a 10-year plan, so of course you want to start with a story that's going to grant that longevity, to have that level of longevity. So when I look at it from that aspect, I'm like, okay, cool. We had our Christopher Reeves, you know, we had our I keep forgetting his name.
Henry Cavill?
Henry Cavill. Well, not Henry Cavill, before Henry Cavill.
Brandon Routh.
Brandon Routh. We had Brandon Routh, we had Henry Cavill. So of course, you have different iterations. And if you're trying to tell a certain story and you want longevity, okay, I understand that you want to start at a certain point. With that basically being said, though, in that particular story, bro, like it was an interesting choice. I'm just saying it's definitely an interesting choice, but I'm just going deeper with that because you have that, then you have the Batman Damian Wayne story, where I understand that people are going to be like, well, for me. And I was mainly the one because I was watching, I'm listening to this announcement, and I watched John Campy and all that. When you're talking about your Jason Todds, bro, when you're talking about, all the ones who've come before, and we're talking about the characters who's come before that, it's an interesting choice to start with Damon Wayne because you wanted to be more edgy. And I guess, you want to bring in the Bat family. So I guess we're saying that Red Hood is already established.
We're deep into Batman. We're not as far as Ben Affleck was in the Snyderverse, but we're not where Jason or where Twilight Boy, where Robert Pattinson is. And
we're deep into
it's somewhere in between. You know,
not year one, not year two.
You're in 35. Batman's 35.
Yeah, and I don't even know this. This is even before Frank Miller. To be quite honest, this is way before Frank Miller. So again, when we're seeing these things and when we see that, it's like, I understand the choice. All right, that's cool. But at the same time, there were interesting stories. And then with Damon Wayne, bro, you cannot, and I don't care. This is just my thing. You cannot play around with that. You cannot skip over certain things because Damon Wayne's story is extremely interesting. And there's reasons behind it. There's reasons behind that character. It's a very tormented side of that character. So they can't skip over things. They have to do it right.
I mean, I think yes.
And here's where I'm going with the Superman Legacy. Now, I know he said that he's writing it, but we all know he's going to direct it, bro. We already know that.
Of course. And by the way, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? If you could direct a Superman movie, why wouldn't you?
I'm hoping, bro, for the life of me, I'm hoping. I don't want to see these jokey joke tropes, bro. I don't want to see that throughout the time. And that's just me. The thing.
Stick. I think he's going to lean into the comedy in terms of like slapstick 40s, 50s. Comedy like that or something along those lines. I think what he's going to lean into is great writing, like His Girl Friday.
And I hope so. I really, really hope so. And I hope he gives for the sake of the simple fact that you are already, literally licking your wounds from the choices that you've already made. And a lot of people are really right now still upset at the choice of not, and especially when you're saying that the door is still open for Gal Gadot, the possibility. Now, look, I'm just going to say this, Rob. I can't rule this out, and I'm saying this live. I hope he's not watching, and I hope he doesn't take offense to this, okay? But I disagree with what John Campy has said. When he said that there's no chance that they would bring Ezra Miller back, we're talking about James Gunn, who's already been through something similar. Not that, but something similar.
Look, you don't. I disagree with him too. I mean,
they can. There is a chance that they will bring this guy back as the Flash. Now, I'm not saying. Look, call it what you will, But if this film makes $1 billion, bro, if that film makes $1 billion, if it does well, because word of mouth goes far, if it makes $1 billion and they do decide to give this person a chance because they feel as though he can further and here's the thing, James Gunn did say certain things are going to change, certain things aren't.
Right. Well, that's why I think that Jason Momoa is going to continue to play Aquaman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, here's what I don't understand. Like, we're all very savvy viewers. We've seen multiverses. When history changes, some things change and some things don't. And if by the way, with Ezra Miller, look, do I condone any of his behavior? No, I don't. Or pardon me, any of their behavior. I have to tell you, one of the very difficult things in the modern age, and I don't mean to disrespect anybody or dead name anybody or anything like that, but when I think about a character an actor is playing, the Flash, he's he. I talk about the Flash, it's him, and Ezra Miller is they, them. And so it's hard when I'm talking about Ezra Miller and then I talk about the Flash. I think of Flash as a him and then Ezra Miller as they. But I just want to be respectful. And then but here's the thing.
I'm sorry, I'm still teetering around this because for me, I'm just trying to get myself familiar with it.
Yeah,
we're talking about things that aren't going to really happen overnight. So yes,
no,
I'll stay day when it comes to.
And I wish people would understand it's difficult. Like for instance, Elliot Page, right? You don't want to dead name somebody, but I have discs of movies, Juno, Inception, starring Ellen Page.
Yeah,
I mean. What I really want to know is how is history like I think we need a new way of thinking about things. Like, what do you do when I have physical media that has somebody's name on it? Yeah. And if I talk about, like, if I want to go, I love Inception. You know, I saw it 8 times in the theater. Yeah. And if I'm going to talk about it, someone said, who's in Inception? And I'm like, well, Tom Hardy, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio, Marion Cotillard, and Ellen Page. Then someone would get mad at me but I'm like,
and they would,
they would totally and say you've dead named somebody. Probably just right now I've dead named somebody there. But the fact is, it's like, look, there was no malicious intent here. It's just I own something that my reality. You can't tell me that my disc does not say. And what I don't understand is, you know, everybody wants how is it we can't, I mean, this is off topic, but why can't we understand we're always in a transitional phase? You know, humanity is always evolving, moving forward. And if some activist decides that, oh, nope, today is the day that you have to say this. Not everyone knows that. And people with good intentions, you know, it's such a weird idea. Like, how is everyone supposed? First of all, if I don't know somebody, how am I supposed to know what they want to be called? I'll call you whatever you want. But even a celebrity, my mother doesn't know fuck all about Ezra Miller. And if Ezra Miller walked into my mom's house, she would say, can I make you some lunch? Yeah. And whatever pronouns, it wouldn't even occur to her. So would my mom get canceled?
Yeah. You know? So, and that's my thing. Like, I mean, it's going to take a while. That's the thing is like, and it's a sad space where we want to be respectful, but you have to understand being respectful means that it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time for us to know the differences and to make sure that we're adhering to those differences and saying, you know, using the proper pronouns and stuff like that. So it's going to take a while. Like, and it takes me a while. And it's not like I'm being disrespectful. It's just that when you get used to one way, sometimes you gotta, you know. Look,
well, and also when you have an actor playing an actor who identifies as non-binary, who's playing a character who is binary. Yeah, you know, it's tough. Yeah. Like when you're thinking about it, it's really on the John Campea show. It's become difficult. Like we get. And by the way. There are people waiting for us to fuck up, and then they want, and that's so weird to me. It's like, gosh, I'm somebody that I've had LGBTQ friends since I was 13 years old. And by the way, nobody is more angry about where we're at now than the LGBTQ community, because man, there are a lot of people pissed off about performance activism in that community. But but that said, I want to go back to the idea of Flash and go back to like, if they're going to do Flashpoint and the world changes, we've seen multiple universes. Jason Momoa, you know, on the John Campy show, we're like, well, maybe. Look, John thinks that he wouldn't be that excited unless something is new. I'm like, no. If you're gonna make a third, if he thought there was not gonna be a third Aquaman movie, and someone's gonna be like, okay, we're gonna make a third Aquaman movie, and they're gonna transition Jason Momoa after Flashpoint, and he's gonna be like, he changes, the world goes. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a post-credit scene where the new DC universe, you see the wave or whatever, and you see Jason Momoa is like, he's in one Aquaman thing, and then you see the whatever it is. By the way, I don't think they're going to use that sound effect, but whatever they're going to do, you see that, and you see Jason Momoa change, and he goes from the Snyder universe to the new universe. That would be dope. I mean, I think that'd be awesome. And you know, and by the way, if they did that, here's what I would do. If I was, I'm not saying they would do this. And let's say you see, like, at the end of Revenge of the Sith or whatever, or end of Jedi, when you go to Coruscant, you see all the celebration. If I was in charge of the DC universe and you had that, you know, at the end of Flashpoint, there's the bring, I would cut to Moscow and I would go shing, and you would see Henry Cavill standing there as fucking Red Sun Superman. And just do all that shit. You could have the ultimate post, because they're getting into Elseworlds. You could show Lady Gaga as fucking Harley Quinn, and just do just in one fell swoop. You could do a whole, and this is at the end of Flash, and do it all. Show Swamp Thing. Just go.
But you know what? Here's what I'm saying, Rob. This is what I'm saying. At this point, I can care less who's playing what role at this point. My thing is, you have to really, really be careful what you say. Because if you say that there's going to be a reset, if you say that you're basically getting rid of certain characters or certain actors, but yet you're giving space to other actors, it gets kind of convoluted.
Dude,
discussion. And that's when it kind of gets really, really, because the thing is, it's like, okay, God knows, everybody knows that I love Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. I love Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, and I do want her to stay. But I also basically know that if you're saying that you're doing a complete reboot, if you're starting from ground zero, if you're starting basically from scratch, then follow that plan. I don't care who's playing what role. Here's the thing. It comes down to execution. And right now, I'm only forced to see the execution. I'm a skeptic right now when it comes to DC. I have always, from right now, I am a skeptic. I can't say that I'm happy about this. But I'm not unhappy about it.
Right.
I'm just in the middle. I'm just watching. So I'm not getting overly excited about anything, because you can tell me, it's like, look, it's like a football team. Yeah, it looks good on paper, but how do you execute?
But
how do you execute that? I want to see that.
Are they going for too much by announcing every area of entertainment? In other words, why not just say we're going to focus on films right now? And then if those go well for each category or whatever we're doing, then we'll start to think about television shows and video games. But I think the idea of making it consistent across the board, I don't think they're going to be able to do all that. No one's been able to do that. So
here's the thing.
Groundbreaking thing ever done in the world, I guess, in entertainment.
What the crazy part about this is, he has to understand that you're bringing in to a lot of people, to a lot of individuals, that aren't really, there's not too many people that are hardcore DC fans and who know the source material.
Right.
When you're bringing in, because a lot of these characters, especially when you're talking about the Authority, they're obscure characters that a lot of people don't know unless they've read. Now, I know that this is the wheelhouse that he plays in because there was a lot of people that didn't know about Guardians of the Galaxy. I get that. But at the same time, Marvel had already established its core characters.
Yes. Yes.
Before they basically chose to go to the Guardians of the Galaxy. And when you let people know that Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are your core focus, that you want to focus on those, but yet you don't do it.
Well, hang on. But they are. I mean, you're going to see Superman and Batman first.
And I thought they said they were going to use the core characters to prop up the other characters that are not as well known. I mean,
yeah, I think they're going to lead, rightfully so. Superman is going to be the first movie out of the gate that James Gunn will write and direct, and they'll establish. Actually, first of all, I do think that they're leaning into this Flash movie. They had reshoots last summer. This Flash film has been they're going to use Flashpoint as, which I think is cool because canonically the Snyderverse will still be there, and Flashpoint is going to be like yesterday's Enterprise. They're going to change the universe, and it's so Zack Snyder's universe is canonical. It's there. It's a different universe.
There, but here's my point is, they haven't, even with Zack Snyder, DC was already in a disarray. It was already in a disarray.
Well, it's always been in disarray.
Yeah,
they've never a DC universe.
You're bringing in all of these other characters. You're bringing in what's your idea of what you think the DC should be, and you want us to be happy about it, but you haven't. You have not fully established the Trinity at all because it's been. They haven't done it because there's been problems. Even in that universe, they haven't gotten a solid Batman representation. They didn't.
No, well,
there's been a struggle with Superman, and on top of that, you had one Wonder Woman film that was successful. The next film, of course, we know there was a problem.
It was god awful.
It was terrible.
The second Wonder Woman movie was Catwoman bad.
It was terrible.
As much as I love Gal Gadot, and by the way,
and I love it. But what I'm saying is they did not. In order for us to move forward and to really understand these other characters that you're bringing in, when people right now think about DC, they're thinking about the Trinity, the core group that when you bring in these other characters and you want people to gravitate to that first, get these three right first. Get them right. I don't care who's playing it. At this point, I don't care who's playing. Get them right. Get a solid story. Get that right first, and then you bring everything else.
They need to have a backup plans too, because this is, I know they bank on a lot of, things when they're doing these productions, and there has to be some kind of backup plan. If they can't go, down, lane A, they can do B or C. It can't be where everything's riding on just one particular, direction. So to maybe broaden that a bit too.
I think you're absolutely right, but here's the thing: you've got. Now, this, I want to be clear. This is a channel that defers to filmmakers. I am a filmmaker myself. I defer to filmmakers. So when I hear that James Mangold is wanting to do Swamp Thing, James Mangold is a filmmaker that, first of all, it really bothers me that fandom is disrespectful to creators who have done nothing but make great stuff.
Yeah.
James Mangold, going back to Copland, his first film, great Stallone performance. If you look at his career, Girl Interrupted, Angelina Jolie, put her on the map. He's done great work with actors, even when he does a genre a feature like Identity, which I enjoy. 310 to Yuma, great remake. Logan, one of the great not only science fiction but superhero movies ever. Ford v Ferrari. James Mangold is a man that deserves respect. He deserves the benefit of the doubt. He's earned it. time and time again. Walk the line. He's earned it. So when he's given the idea of doing an Indiana Jones film, I hate the way that fandom has disrespected him. Because, I understand there are certain people, I get it. Kathleen Kennedy, and by the way, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, fantastic writer. Fleabag is a great show. And she is also a talent that deserves respect. Deserves respect. Now, do I think she's going to replace Indiana Jones? I don't. But James Mangold is a man, and Phoebe Waller-Bridge is a creator that deserves respect. The weird reactionary fandom, I hate it. I really do. I hate when suddenly, depending on what somebody reports, we fans turn on creators that have done nothing but deliver the goods. The man that made Logan, the man that made Walk the Line, the man that made Ford v Ferrari, you don't think that guy's going to deliver an Indiana Jones movie that's fucking great? I'm telling you this. I'll bet you dollars to donuts he's done that. I'll bet you Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny fucking rocks. And I'll say that right now. I have not seen it. I don't know. But you know what? Our default position should be, fuck yeah, I bet it's great. And Kathleen Kennedy, you know what? She had the hardest job in the world. She produced our childhoods for 30 years. I am so tired at working. I've worked in this business for 30 years. All right? And even though albeit at the indie level, I've never had great commercial success, but I've still worked in the business. The idea that fandom, and I understand what happened to Star Wars. I get it, man. I am right there with you. But when people sit there and disrespect Kathleen Kennedy, I fucking hate it. Steven Spielberg has said she's one of the great producers he's ever worked with. People do not understand what a producer does. Kathleen Kennedy was a great producer that was made a studio head. She took the job because she'd worked with George Lucas for the better part of 3 decades. And she has to deal with her Disney minders. I am not a Kathleen Kennedy apologist, but I am tired of fandom pre-hating shit. Look, hate shit that's bad all you want. I fucking hate modern Star Trek, but I hate modern Star Trek after I've seen it. I will never pre-hate anything because I want it all to be good. And I think we are getting some great, great, great stuff. And Kevin Feige was one of us. James Gunn is one of us. These are geeks from way back. And it's so funny. We might not love the Marvel Cinematic Universe in Phase 4. But by God, for 30 movies, what franchise? Jesus Christ, man, if you put on Infinity War or Endgame, I don't care where I am. I could be in a war zone. And if someone's streaming it on their phone, I'm like, oh shit, I got to watch that shit. I love that stuff so much. I love it so much. And it's like, I just don't know where we're at as fans. What has happened to us? Why is our default position hate? Lael, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
When you opened that Captain America figure, how did it make you feel?
Great. I felt great about it. Here's the thing, bro. Like I don't look there's in
engineering, the toyetic. I mean,
it was incredible. It was an incredible piece. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I mean, you open it. We're getting representation. Definitely, there's something that we wanted, and I think it was an amazing piece. Like, it's going to be my number one figure of this year. So it's, for me, it is.
But
like,
I ask you not just about the representation of the figure, which is great, because we all know the Hot Toys is racist, but when you get a figure like that, the fact that we get that as collectors, as toy fans, when you get something that's that beautifully mounted. I mean, people will bitch and moan and complain, but you can't. They did everything they could to make that thing the best figure it could be.
I think I think you make an interesting point, and it is interesting that there is this hateful, unfortunately, situation seems to be somewhat prolific. But I think that the default feeling is doubt rather than hope, because when I see something advertised for the first time, I'm always hoping it's going to be amazing.
Right.
And but I think that unfortunately there are some people who immediately are like, oh no, I doubt that that's going to be what it is, and
Well,
I think that's what's happening.
But I think that if people look, and I hate to say this, I mean, I talked about this before, but a very high-ranking person in Hollywood, the highest, I mean, admiral level geek that's also one of the most powerful people in the business. He even told me, or they say they, I don't want to say, well, okay, I can't say, I already said it. When he coined the phrase fraudulent creators, and he said, he's at the very highest level, he said, I am tired of dealing with fraudulent creators. He said the worst part of this business, and I would say that, and this person is also an admiral level geek. And he has to deal with making somebody wins an Academy Award, everyone wants to work with them, even though they don't want to work on a project. They have to cut a check for 7 figures to this person because they have the bona fides or Academy Award or whatever, and they have to deal with them. And I think that like if we have creators that, in the case of James Mangold, you've got Kathleen Kennedy that everyone's mad at, and you have James Mangold. I always defer to the director. You know, nothing could be worse than Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. That is the nadir of that franchise. It's so bad, it can't get worse.
Yeah.
So, shouldn't we give James Mangold the benefit of the doubt? Shouldn't fandom at least? And also, here's what I find interesting. Terry Matalas for Star Trek Picard Season 3. He still has to deal with what came before. And everyone's like, Rob, is Picard still a dead robot? No one hates what they did with Picard more than me. But in my mind, I'm like, okay, this is what we've been given. And I've pointed out that in the original Star Trek series, TOS, the first early episodes, what are little girls made of? They've dealt with androids and human beings putting their essence in those bodies. So I'll go with it. I will. And you have to deal with what you have to deal with. Just like Aquaman. If they want to keep Aquaman the Lost Kingdom, the first Aquaman is the only movie in the DC universe that made $1 billion. Joker did too, but it's Elseworlds. Aquaman was $1 billion grossing movie. No business, especially Hollywood, would ever want to dispense with Jason Momoa as Aquaman if he's $1 billion grosser. So how do you guys feel if they keep him, if they retain him as Aquaman? Is that a bad thing after Flashpoint?
Great thing. I love Jason Momoa. I think they should keep him as long as they can, either just playing Aquaman or something else. I think that he needs to reappear in as many times for them because he looks fantastic. He knows what to do to perform, for the role. I think he's just win-win all the way, no matter what. I think they should just make sure they keep him on retainer forever.
What do you think, Lael?
I mean, I know everybody basically is, again, the consensus has been, Lobo, and, everybody has said he was born to basically play that role.
Agreed. But
I mean, and that's completely understandable. But at this point, I mean, we got to logistically, we have to speak. We got to really understand. And that's what I've been saying. Like, for us, adults, people who basically know films, the in and out of films, that we know that sometimes transitions will happen. That one character that you see a character here. Here's the thing: a Gemma Chan is totally different from a Jason Momoa. What we saw from Gemma Chan when she basically played the character in.
Oh my God! Dude,
exactly. But
come on
here's the thing: what we got from her and her making that transition to Cersei, in the Eternals, that was welcome. It was cool because nobody. I mean, she's dope and she's popular, but we heard to Jason Momoa. There's a difference. Whereas people
Oh yeah,
Jason
there is.
Momoa.
I want to
Yeah.
get cuddly with Gemma Chan. I don't want to get cuddly with Jason Momoa.
But what I'm
Although
saying,
maybe both could be fun. Who am I to say no?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Jason Momoa has played Aquaman now. Will be playing Aquaman now for like what I would say 4 films at least, if you count, his film, both iterations of the Justice League.
And but he top-lined. I mean, the fact is that the first Aquaman movie made over $1 billion.
Yeah, but this is what
Man
I'm
of
saying.
Steel
So
didn't. Man of Steel did not earn out.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, here's where he's at. So recognizing that, for him to make that switch to Lobo, a lot of people aren't going to understand it. A lot of people won't.
No, by the way, I don't.
Confusing to some.
I think he's going to still. Here's the thing. Here's what I would also ask of fandom. I would say that decisions in Hollywood, if you're a fan, you have to look at the business of Hollywood. And the DC universe has been not just given to James Gunn, it was also given to Peter Safran. And Peter Safran, the producer, produced Aquaman and Aquaman The Lost Kingdom. He is the man that worked with James Wan and was the producer of James Wan's the Conjuring universe, meaning The Conjuring, Nun, Curse of La Llorona, Annabelle, Creation, Annabelle, all that stuff. So he's a producer that the studio is comfortable with because he's made money for the studio. Peter Safran and James Gunn, I knew them both 20 years ago when I was a producer on a movie that James Gunn wrote called The Specials that Craig Mazin, Last of Us Craig Mazin, directed. And James Gunn was in it, and he played Minute Man. The Specials is a very low-budget horror film, superhero movie. Check it out if you like it. It's about the world's 8th greatest superhero team. But so you've got these people, and the fact is Jason Momoa as Aquaman had $1 billion grossing movie. Mm-hmm. Why would you get rid of him as Aquaman? And at the end of this year, the DC, you've got, as I said earlier, Lael, before you were here, they've got Blue Beetle, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, Flash, which is now Flashpoint, that's leading into the new universe, and Aquaman. Now, if these films, even if the Flash made $1 billion, do you think they're going to get rid of Ezra Miller? Fuck no.
No, I don't.
And they're not going to get rid of Jason Momoa is $1 billion Aquaman. That's why they're not replacing him. The reason that we don't know, unfortunately, I love Henry Cavill. I love him. But none of his movies earned out.
Yeah.
They didn't make the money that they were supposed to by no fault of his own. Mm-hmm. And people need to understand, I wish fandom, especially today, would take into consideration the business of Hollywood in their opinions. It's so frustrating to watch people scream and yell, bring back the Snyderverse. They can't. It didn't make money.
Yeah.
And for all these people that don't understand, it didn't earn money. The fact that we got Zack Snyder's Justice League is the most miraculous fan event in the history of fandom. And I wish people would understand it and take it as a win when I restore the Snyderverse or whatever. It was restored. They did it. It didn't make any money. But we got it. That was an epic fucking win. They made hot toys from that.
But you know what though? Rob, I think people can get over the Snyderverse. I don't think that's what's really, I mean, yes, it's bugging a lot of people, but not many. I think the biggest thing was the walk back with Henry Cavill.
Dude, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Henry Cavill is a beloved. The guy can build computers. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
But look, I also have to say that was the old regime, even James Gunn. What happened to Henry Cavill's bullshit.
Yeah.
And by the way, Warner Brothers, and I mean, I worked there. That was my first regular job. Worked in feature production at Warner Brothers. I love that studio. I always have. That was, 3 decades ago, whatever. The way that they have been run, that studio, and having gone through AT&T and now Discovery and Kevin Tsujihara wanting to fuck hot chicks. I mean, my God, that studio, the aughts, terrible.
Yeah.
Really bad. And they fucked up so much. Toby Emmerich. Toby, you had the world. You had the world in your hands. You have 100 producing credits to your name, including like Lord of the Rings and all that. You wrote Frequency. Toby Emmerich. Not good.
Yeah.
It's bad.
It's and that's the thing, bro. Like, that's where the sore tooth is bugged at that point. People are thinking about that. They're thinking about the simple fact that this guy hasn't really been given a fair go. We got the first
Dude, I think you're with me. Isn't Man of Steel a great movie?
It is. It's
a
I
great
think
movie.
It's a great film. It may not be great to a lot, but it's a great film. Now, knowing it wasn't successful, we get that.
Well, here's the thing.
I get that.
It's not. Let's be clear. I mean, it's not that it wasn't. Here's what people need to understand. That movie cost $225 million to make. It needs to make 3 or 4 times its production budget to earn out. Why? Because what people forget is when someone says, "Oh, it made $1 billion," that means the studio gets $500 million. Now, they have to pay marketing. They also have to pay their overhead. The studio itself, their operating costs, the entire studio, every single movie that gets made is a business unto itself. And the studio charges its year-long overhead. That means everyone that works in the mailroom, all of that gets charged against the film that gets made. So a movie like Superman or Man of Steel that cost $225 million, it needed to make $675 million just to break even, because the studio gets half of that box office. So Man of Steel didn't make any money. I mean, it might have made 25 million, 50 million in profit. Not a whole lot. Not by any stretch of the imagination. You can say that the problem that I have with, and I love Zack Snyder's call it the Justice League trilogy. The problem is, and I've watched them a lot. I watched Batman v Superman. When I watched it for the very first time, I'm like, wow, there is not one moment where you can smile in this movie. That movie is the most downbeat. You're watching a Superman film with Batman v Superman.
Yeah.
It is so, it's like a funeral dirge. There is no joy in that movie at all. The only time I ever feel joy as I watch Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice is hearing the Wonder Woman theme when she first shows up. That's it. That movie is so fucking downbeat. It's a Batman Superman movie. I mean, you have a jar of fucking piss on a table that Holly Hunter is supposed to maybe drink. That film is so downbeat. Yeah. And I don't say this. I mean, I actually kind of like it, but my God, the reason that movie did not make $1 billion is because here's Zack Snyder's problem. There is no joy in any of it. There's not a smile. It is not fun. Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice might be the most unfun superhero movie ever, and yet I love it. But my God, I can recognize it as, I want to fucking blow my brains out after watching that movie. A movie about Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman? Kill me now. That film is so downbeat. It is so unpleasant to watch. It's not, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Again, again, like I said, I'm just right now, even with the level of skepticism that I have, I'm just going to sit back and watch, and I hope that it's executed well. I can only hope for the best. I can. You know what they always say? Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. You know what I mean? Just it again. That's just where I'm at right now, and until I see it, and I guess, and the thing is, us as fans, a lot of us as fans, we sort of have a right to feel that way because it's been like, just like a lot of people have a right to feel the way they do about phase 4
Sure.
of, Marvel, because again, there were levels, there was inconsistencies, there was up and down. We got one film that was good, next film was bad. One film was okay, next film was bad. It was like, it wasn't, you know, put it this way. Me, myself, for what you gave me with Thor and Love and Thunder, I have a right to feel the way I do. And I'm hoping that that ship is right going forward. Plain and simple. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let me ask you this. What do you think? Are we wrong? Am I wrong? Am I stupid or what?
No, I think that this, I think we get a lot of speculation and he's been over communicating with the fandom. I think he's
Yeah, he
maybe
has.
communicating too much. And the reason why I say this is because the majority, he's getting, see, there was this, on Ladies of the PGS, I kind of had said something that, where Gunn had said, well, Titans and Doom Patrol getting canceled, don't blame me, was the article, I think, in one of the trades. And I had said, I kind of asked around, I said, is Gunn becoming like the new KK? Because people want to blame him for things. And, I think that there's this like movement where people feel we have to blame someone for this. Someone has to be to blame. And I'm almost thinking to myself, well, he's almost on the defensive now, where he's constantly having to come forward and clear things up and clear the air and make sure people know he didn't have anything to do with this. And I thought to myself, what a position for a creative to be in. It's not a position I'd want to be in,
No.
where every week I'd have to keep answering questions when people are doubting what I'm doing and thinking that I'm not doing anything at all. It's almost as if he had to make this announcement to show that, prove that he was working on things, to prove that he actually did have a plan. Planning out something for 8 to 10 years forward, it's a pretty big spreadsheet. And I assure you, everybody out there thinking of everything that can happen if he's adding on all those things, the only person I know who's done it successfully, and a lot of people might argue about this, is J.K. Rowling. As far as I'm concerned, she's the one who could plan out something of that magnitude of what he's talking about. And not only was she successful in her books, but she's successful in the movies, and she's successful in the video games, and successful at the parks, and successful in, selling toys and accessories. She's got all this stuff covered. There's musicals about it now.
Well, if I want, I might point out there's a lot of people that would say your support of J.K. Rowling is a bad thing.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, success-wise,
Right.
she's the only person who seems to have been able to make what he's talking about happen.
Oh,
And I sure hope he's looking at it from her point of view. There's going to be bumps on the road for him, but I don't know whether everything, she has everything much more concise, like what Lael was saying, what you both were saying. The strongest characters don't seem to be the focus of what should be the focus.
but here's the thing. I do think we're leading with Superman, Batman. The Authority is the villains. They got to set up the villains. Let's remember what they're really leading with: the animated Creature Commandos series. Which, what? I mean, James Gunn. It's like, wow, okay. Basically Creature Commandos is Universal monsters in the DC universe fighting Nazis, which I actually love. I think it's so James Gunn.
But see, that's the thing. All right, Rob. So you just now said it. That's the thing, right? So when you're saying that is so James Gunn, right?
Yeah.
So we come to expect that these IPs and these particular things, obscurity is where he's going to gravitate to. But it's just like this, right? I'm not going to write a song, right? If I want people to love this song, I can't say, you know what, I'm going to write this shit for me. Fuck what
Right.
everybody else has to say. Fuck what everybody else. I don't give a fuck. I'm writing this song for me. I love it. I don't give a fuck if you love it or not. I love this shit. I'm going to do it.
Yeah,
right?
but the people that are paying for your studio time expect a hit, Lael.
This is why you get your own studio.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, like, you know what I mean? But they're giving him the keys and he's basically coming up with the idea. And they basically said, all right, give us the idea. So even though they're paying for it, the idea came from him. And what is his name? What's the producer? Mainly from Gunn.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely. So,
well,
but
I mean,
look.
look.
Here's what I'm saying, though. This is what I'm saying. When you say that, okay, yeah, it's just basically, but Gunn has to also understand that there's been, my thing is, look, I see both sides. I see that Gunn wants to write good stories. And this is what we all want. He wants to write good stories. He wants to wipe away the blemishes that DC has actually been affected with for the long time. I get that. But at the same time, when you're doing this, remember, they always talking about dollar signs. I get that. But it's us who support these films.
Yes.
And you have to and for DC right now, they're in a space where they really have to regain, just like Star Wars, they really have to gain fans' trust. Because right now it's in disarray. And if you can't regain a fan's trust and you're just throwing out these IPs that people don't know about yet, the statement was that, you know, Zaslav, the statement was, we're going to focus on the Trinity because they are the important pieces. Now, mind you, and the reason why I say this is because you're giving us Paradise Lost. The statement that he made, and this is what I didn't agree with.
Hot
this is
lesbian action.
I don't like when people make this comparison. I'm tired of people saying this, that we're going to make a Game of Thrones type of show.
Oh, dude, I'm with you 100%.
Away from that. It's already being done. It's already being done. Give us something different. Don't rely on somebody else's IP.
Well, okay.
Or just say, you know what, we're going to go down that lane. And that's the thing, is you're doing that for that show that has nothing. You're saying, okay, it's the Paradise, the Mascara, but Wonder Woman's not there.
Okay, hey, let me just. I feel you. I totally.
Yeah.
Or as they say on Pandora, I see you. Here's the thing. I agree with you 100%. The only reason they say it's a Game of Thrones series is because all the Hollywood needs that shorthand. They need to know the people that, like, again, I rail against this. It's been the same way for the last 30 years. The people in the rooms that you go into, that you have to pitch your properties to, they don't know fuck all what you're talking about. The only way they can understand you is if you equate it to something else. I would ask everyone to watch a movie called The Big Picture, starring Kevin Bacon. That movie, there's a couple of movies that I've now been telling people to watch to understand how Hollywood works. The Big Picture is one. Please, everybody, all of you, seek out a movie called What Just Happened, which is a version of producer Art Linson's book of the same name. Please watch both The Big Picture and What Just Happened. That's Hollywood, although it's worse. So here's the thing. The only reason they say it's like Game of Thrones, they're trying to convey, we want to do a superhero movie about a movie based on Wonder Woman with political intrigue. The only way they can sell it. And James Gunn knows this, by the way, because he's been in many rooms for the last 3 decades trying to pitch his projects. The people that he's pitching to have not made movies. They haven't read comics. Hell, they haven't read genre fiction. They don't know fuck all. And yet they're the gatekeepers because they are Ivy League educated business people, which I understand. I'm not going to begrudge why they've been hired, but they don't know fuck all and they're scared to lose their jobs. So when you go in, their disposition is they don't even want to see you. They don't want to meet with you. The people at Hollywood, they do not even want to take a meeting with you, but they have to because that's their job. Can you imagine being in a job where every day, every decision you make can be blamed on you? The whole studio's disposition can be blamed on you. It's all fear-based. I have always maintained that, because I have never earned the right, nor do I have the pedigree, but I'm like, give me 2 years at a studio. I'll fucking make you $10 billion. I mean, I guess I need 4 years because of what I put into, but because I've been there. I've seen it. I've watched it. So James Gunn's a guy that he knows. So here's why I would give him, and Peter Safran knows too, and they've been friends and work colleagues for 20 years. These guys, they know what they're going to do. Now, when they come out and they say, like, we as fans are like, I would say, and I wish we could do this, put our fandom aside and ask ourselves, okay, we're going to get, we know that they have to reinvent Superman. Because Henry Cavill's Superman movies, regardless he was a great Superman, they underperformed. All of them. They underperformed. They didn't make enough money. Now, they didn't make enough money because there was no joy in them. I like them, but there was no happiness. An 8-year-old kid's not going to watch Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice and walk out of it with a smile on his face like, oh my God, Mom, I love Henry Cavill's Superman so much, I want to buy a Superman figure. No, he's going to say Congress got blown up while Superman came to speak, and piss got all over Holly Hunter's corpse. That film has no joy in it. It has no 4-quadrant appeal. It certainly doesn't appeal to kids. As much as I like what Zack Snyder did, he made a Superman movie, 3 Superman movies, that will not put a smile on your face. What he did was he made Superman, he gave us the importance of those figures, but he didn't give us joy and fun. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, you watch Civil War, the battle at the airport, it's fun. There is no joy at the end of Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice when they're fighting Doomsday. There is no fun to be had. It is a downbeat. It makes you feel bad. And then Superman dies. That's why those movies don't work. That's why the Snyderverse, people are like, restore the Snyderverse. I would ask, why? Why? Why do people want to restore the Snyderverse? I like those movies. I like Zack Snyder. I do. But you know what? Those movies make me want to fucking kill myself. They're superhero movies that now have no joy in them at all. That's why they didn't make the money they needed to make, and that's why they had to pivot.
You know what? At this point, look, I got the Justice League that I wanted. I happen to be the one who really loved Zack Snyder's Justice League. What he did.
By the way, dude, me too.
I loved it. And I loved it because it was what I wanted to see from Cyborg, what I wanted to see from Batman, what I wanted to see from Superman, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman, Jason Momoa's Aquaman. I wanted to, and to finally get a chance to see Darkseid on screen. I thought it was great. The thing is,
so did I. I want to be clear. I loved it.
Us getting to see that is this now. What you've done is you've opened a book to a new chapter that we will never see. You feel me? A lot of people, when they saw that ending scene, and when they saw the credits, when they saw the ending scene, they saw the possibility. So of course the light bulbs are going off everywhere. This, that, and the third. You have a lot of people talking. You have an entire community's like, yo, what will we see next? What can we get to next? My thing is, okay, understanding logistics, and I may not understand it as well as you, Rob, because definitely, like I said, this is your arena.
No, but you're talking story.
But Ian, I'm talking story. But when I think about this, like, I'm like, yo, there is a movement out there. Now, as much as I know we're not going to see this, but there is a movement out there, and there's a lot of people who did like that film. There's a lot of people that want to see what's going to happen with these characters. There's a lot of people who were like, you have my attention, especially when they saw that nightmare scene. A lot of people are like, okay, we would love to see what actually happens next. That would be interesting. The problem is we're never going to see that version. We're never going to actually see that. It's not going to happen. The thing is, I don't understand. And understand. Granted, they let him do this, but why in the first place? If you know, because I'm thinking you gotta have foresight. You have to see things before it happens. That third eye lets you see things before it happens. You know that there's gonna be a lot of people out there gonna say, "Yo, that was dope," or "Yo, I want to see that. I want to see what's gonna happen next. I want to see this Wonder Woman die. I want to see this Aquaman." How are they gonna get themselves out of something that's already foretold that can happen? That Cyborg actually seeing the future of what can happen, that the Flash himself came back to warn Bruce Wayne about what's going to actually happen. When you think about that, the possibility of these things, you're sparking interest, and of course people want to see that. But when you wipe that away, it's just like, okay, well, why did we make this film in the first place?
Well,
that's what I'm saying. You know what
first
I mean?
of all, before I answer that, I know you said you only had 2 hours.
Yeah, it's true. I have to get going, but yeah, it's a good question that you're asking, Lael, and this is why I was saying that what James Gunn is doing, he needs to have a plan A, B, C, and D, because going forward, you don't want him to kind of create these pathways and then not be able to finish. I see that he has a lot of branches to go down, but it doesn't feel as if I just don't want it to be a repeat situation of what we saw, where things are unfinished that way, and then things just have to come to a complete halt or stop. I think that might be one of the worst things that could happen for him. And I think maybe he is saying, "Oh, well, if I can get consistency across all these different things, then maybe if we have to stop a film, then we can go towards the television version, or if we have to stop, a TV show, we can go towards, something else." I don't know whether that's what he's thinking, but maybe that's why he feels he has to kind of rely on, saying that all of those things have to be consistent, when we know that's incredibly hard to do. So,
Yeah.
it makes me wonder as well.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. I'm okay with the simple fact that, look, we're moving on to a new regime, and I'm okay with the restart. I'm completely fine with that. Now, again, I may have a level of skepticism, rightfully so, because I want to see execution. Again, it looks good on paper, but I want to see how are you committed to making this cohesive and making it work. Now, James Gunn has proven that he's been able to do certain things like that, but we're talking DC now, and on top of that, to me, it's just like you're pulling the obscurity out of there. Your obscure characters in this. I want to see how you're going to make that stick and make it work. And don't. Me, myself, bro, look, if you're bringing in like all these actors and people that you've worked with it's a smack, to me, it's like almost a smack in the face. But I don't know. I just have to see. I have to see how it's going to be executed. And I'm just waiting. That's where I'm at with this whole thing, is that I'm not overly excited, but I'm not disappointed. I'm just in the middle, just waiting to see.
Okay, on that note, I would ask, should I let you go?
Yes, and about the last thing that I am going to say is I love the thought of picking new actors for roles, but right now I would not want to be the casting agents for a lot of these
Fuck no.
movies, just personally. I think that this is maybe one of the hardest jobs ever. God bless him for coming up with 50 to 100 per person, maybe per role of options.
Oh man, I can't even imagine.
And it doesn't feel like there's a lot to choose from right now. I mean, I could be wrong, but it feels that way. It's some very odd situation. They're going to earn their money on these choices, and there's going to be so much criticism about who gets picked. But but yes, I have to go. What a great show tonight, Robert and Lael. Always a pleasure.
Oh, we're not done. I'm not done with Lael yet.
Oh, okay, well, I will be seeing you guys, I guess, later.
First of all, please tell the folks at home on the Burnettwork what you have done this week and what's going on.
Yes, of course, everybody. Well, I had my Ladies of the PGS show on Monday at 6 p.m., which is a regularly scheduled live show here on the Burnettwork every week. On Mondays, you can find me and Lorraine Creole hosting that 1 hour show where we talk about...
By the way, a terrific show.
Oh, thank you so much. Of course, on the show, we talk about, the different things that interest us, and of course, the PGS. And on Monday, we're going to be talking about Hogwarts Legacy, maybe one of the biggest games this year as
Or
well.
ever. I
Yeah, it's
mean,
going to be a huge game. So we're going to have a lot to talk about that game, Quantumania, of course, and other films that are coming up. But certainly, we're going to be talking about Hogwarts Legacy like crazy. So if you guys are Harry Potter fans or like gaming, do check out the show on Monday. We had a great show last week as well. On Friday, I also had my other PGS show called PGS Moving Image. And on that show, what we do is we concentrate on an IP, specifically the cinematic legacy of an IP. The next one that we're going to be doing is going to be the Conjuring IP. One of the
oh, wow.
highest
Okay.
grossing
Nice.
horror film IPs, I think, ever, right, Robert?
Peter
It's made,
Safran, architect of the new DC universe.
exactly. It's made more money from what I've seen. I could be wrong. Maybe you guys both know. I don't know the exact figures, but the IP has made more money than any other horror film from what I've seen.
Based on cost to earnings. Absolutely.
And they have a film coming out this year, from what I understand. I can't remember the name of it, but it is going to be a great show. I don't think it's going to be this Friday, but it'll be in 2 weeks for PGS Moving Image, the Conjuring IP. So that is coming up. It airs usually on Fridays at 5 p.m. So do check that out. The last one we did on Friday was the Planet of the Apes cinematic IP. So please do check that out. I had Cameron Pasha, the writer and producer, on the show, along with Lorena Krill and Retro Nerd Girl. So we had a great discussion. And
By the way, I love her. I
Yeah.
love Retro Nerd Girl. Her deep dive, she's picking out some great classic stuff. It's such a privilege to have Carmen and Retro Nerd Girl on the channel.
It is a privilege to have them. I've been enjoying working with them. Certainly, we're going to do more videos with them as well. And I hope to bring other people from other channels as well onto PGS Moving Image. There's a few more shows down the pike, everybody. And one of the biggest things I want to talk about is the upcoming watch party that we're going to be doing for, Israel King's movie, his documentary. It's the documentary watch party is going to be on Saturday right here on the PGS, just so you guys know. So please do check that out. I haven't put up the placard for it or anything, or the thumbnail.
For those of you who don't know, Israel is the latest addition to this channel. He's a 20-year-old creator out of Texas, and he did his first episode, The Otaku Experience, which is fantastic. If you love anime, he did a wonderful job. It's an hour-long show, pre-recorded. It's fantastic. It's a deep dive into the week's worth of anime news. He leans into the fact that Netflix finally released the first poster artwork for their One Piece live-action show. And this channel was always supposed to be a network of people. And to have Israel to do a show, I'm very proud of what Mmmm and Israel are doing. It's fantastic. So
thank you so much, Robert. And I do want to mention, guys, that on Saturday, next week, we're going to have the live watch party right here on the Burnettwork. The movie is called Voices of Central. So we're going to be watching it here on the Burnettwork. So I do hope everybody can kind of join the watch party so that we can enjoy this fantastic documentary that he has made. And I believe Israel will be joining us as well. But certainly, guys, you do want to check that out. It's going to be fantastic to see right here on the Burnettwork. And of course, we're going to be talking to Israel about his movie and so much more. So please do check that out.
well, I will let you go. Thanks for being here. And Lael and I will soldier on. But thank you so much. The 40th episode of Midnight Musings.
Good night, gentlemen. And bye, everybody in the chat. And we are all
Good
good
night.
people. Tom Jr. Jackson. Bye.
So,
Good night.
Lael, it's just us. We are back now. I loved hearing what you had to say. A very passionate response. And, first of all, we have some super chats I'd love to rifle through.
Yeah.
Jermaine King says, here's a fun fact. Rob is so great because he and Elizabeth traveled to Minnesota, and Rob purified his body in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. Like, look, man, let me tell you how much I love Purple Rain. Purple Rain changed my life. I went and saw that movie like 5 times in the theater. I saw the Purple Rain tour. And by the way, let me tell you something about that. So I was dating, a smoking hot blonde goddess. And when I took her to see the Purple Rain tour, she said she was like, he improv too much. I mean, why didn't he play the songs the same way they were on the album? I'm like,
this is Prince.
Dude, that was it. I'm like,
this is Prince.
I mean, and here's the thing. I'm like, I know, Lael, we have not talked about fucking. We haven't. But I'm going to bring it in right now because here's the thing about Prince. Prince, as an artist, understood the dichotomy between art and fucking. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
When you're with somebody that you love, and they know where to put their one finger, can put that one special place or whatever on your body. Like, we are creatures when it comes down to the fucking. It's a crazy thing. But when you have somebody you're with that you can hold on to, and just their electricity of being next to their body creates. Prince was the one man that understood the difference or the connection between spirituality and the physical. And what happened was he became a Jehovah's Witness, and he didn't the language and I totally respect him for that. I have no problem with Prince changing lyrics of DMSR. I have no problem with that because the man believed. He believed in his, and Prince is my favorite musician of all time. I love Prince, but his whole raison d'etre was all about the spirituality and the flesh, and how do you reconcile that? And how do you, as a man of God? I mean, he was a heathen, and then he found it was Larry Graham from Graham Central Station that brought him into being a Jehovah's Witness, and God bless him for that.
Completely changed his whole perspective on everything.
About everything. But even before that, he understood the dichotomy between the spiritual and the physical, and even after Larry Graham, he became a Jehovah's Witness. His artistry never changed.
Yeah,
the man. I mean, he might have been. If you go back to Sign of the Times, The Cross, Black Day, Lonely Night, no love, no hope in sight. Don't cry, for he's coming. Don't die without knowing the cross. And then when you hear his guitar, I mean, the man. I am not a Christian, but I respect my biological sister's born again. She walks with the Lord. I respect where she's coming from, but my God, if you don't think that Prince had divine power coming through him, and he spent his life in that dichotomy, and when he passed away, he was at peace with his creator. If you don't respect that, and I do, because I love Prince so much, I don't have to believe what he believed, but I respect what he believed, and I respect what he brought to the world. And he went through a transition and brought that into his art.
Yeah.
And I don't need him to talk about, I love DMSR. I love 1999. I think the second, if you love that album, if you know that album, it's a double album.
Yep.
The second album, there's DMSR and there's Let's Pretend We're Married and DMSR.
Yeah.
Side 2 of 1999 might be my favorite second side of an album of all time. Let's pretend we're married. Go all night. Come on.
Yeah.
But by God.
The thing about Rogers Nelson himself, Prince, artist formerly known as whoever you want to actually, whatever you want to call him. I just simply know him as genius, like literally a genius. The most musically gifted individual probably I have ever seen. I've been to I went to 5 Prince concerts, bro. I've been to 5, 5 of them. And what you get, and anybody who's actually been to a Prince concert, you have to know that, if you've ever been to one,
my God,
you're not going to see the same thing twice.
Ever.
Because this is what he believes. He believes in giving you something different that no one will actually ever see a repeated performance. You know what I mean? You're not going to see a repeated, and it's not, even if it's something that they've practiced, rehearsed, he's going to find a way to change it. The material's there, but he's going to change it in a way you're like, wait a minute, I didn't hear that the last time. Or wait a minute, I didn't know that was there. Or wait a minute, he didn't do that the last time. And that was the sheer genius of the simple fact that it was music written, produced by him, and he knows the ins and out on how to do. I tell people like this he did an acoustic version on stage. Live. Where was I at? In Chicago at that time. He did it in an acoustic version of Raspberry Beret on stage. An acoustic version of this album. Of this song. I have never heard anything like that before in my life.
Off Around the World in the Day. That was his follow-up to Purple Rain.
Bro, because it was my favorite song. It will go down in history. Raspberry Beret will go down in history as one of my favorite songs of all time. When he played it acoustically, bro, I felt like it was an emotion that I have never felt before, that I was in tears the entire times, bro.
Okay.
Because that's the genius of this dude, bro.
So I have to ask you, did you ever have a boss named Mr. McGee?
No.
Okay. I'm just asking. I was working part-time at a 5 and Dime. I'm just saying. Right? I'm just asking.
Exactly, right? I had a 5 and Dime right around the corner from my house.
Oh yeah, so But no, exactly, I mean, and here's the thing. I mean, here's what I loved about. For all the craziness, I mean, I love watching the Charlie Murphy Real Story and Jimmy Fallon going to play ping pong with Prince. I mean, I love my favorite experience with Prince was here. I want to say it wasn't the Rainbow. I think it was the Roxy, and in LA, I don't remember, it was so long ago, but they announced a Prince concert here in LA. Yeah. And you had to come between like 2 and 4 to get the tickets. Yeah. And it was like 2,500 tickets. Mm-hmm. And I want to say it was the Roxy. In my mind, it's the Roxy. And I got tickets. I went and got a ticket. I got in, and it was like 2,000 people. 25. Prince shredded in. He walked into the crowd, and I actually touched Prince. I don't know if that's a weird thing to say. I actually touched. He walked in, shredding. I laid my hands on Prince. He was shredding, dude, shredding. Going into the crowd, just. I mean, if you actually saw Prince play, man. I don't even think you can. For all of you, go to YouTube and go to punch in Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. My Guitar Gently Weeps, and go to 3 minutes and 22 seconds, because you have all these people, and that's when Prince starts his solo. I have watched this. If I'm having a bad day, I watch this video, 3 minutes and 22 seconds into it, where he shreds, and George Harrison's son is there. Watch all the greatest guitarists in the world. They all turn and look at Prince. Yeah. and they're all playing My Guitar and Gently Weeps. And then Prince shows up. I mean, if you want to see true joy, if you want to see what true art is, 3 minutes and 22 seconds when Prince rolls out and shreds. It's so incredible you can't even believe it. I mean,
Yeah.
It's amazing. The guy, the work.
Genius, bro.
He was a genius, and he lived his life in his own way. And I think in my lifetime, one of the great losses for me, and I understand. I mean, you know, the way he danced, Painkillers. I'm sure that he was in tremendous pain because he put his body through horrible shit on the stage. But my God, that man. And I will sit at a table on your college campus with a sign that says, Prince Rogers Nelson is the greatest rock and roll musician of all time. Changed my mind. And you know what? You'll never change my mind. Never, ever, ever. You will never.
You can't.
You will
Because
not.
he's too much of a genius, bro. And this man spans all genres. I mean, come on, man. When you give me Under the Cherry Moon, when you basically give me, you give me Purple Rain. You're giving me so many things, so many albums.
Under the Cherry Moon, that album, Honey, we've been together, honey, for too long. It's so good. That album is so good.
Really good,
Mountains. Bro. I mean, that album is so. And by the way, can I just say, I love the movie Under the Cherry Moon. I don't care.
Bro.
You can tell me whatever you want.
Yeah,
I
bro.
love that movie.
It was really creative, bro.
Love it.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. It was extremely creative.
I have it on Blu-ray. Dude, I have 2 box sets of Under the Cherry Moon. The Japanese box set, the Australian box set. I mean, Sign of the Times, sorry. But I mean, I have a box set that has Under the Cherry Moon in it.
Yeah.
Love it. Now, Lael, since I have you, Jermaine King says, here's a fun fact. Rob is so great because he and Elizabeth traveled. Oh, I already said that. So, okay, Jermaine King. Kenneth Crayley Jr. says, hey, Rob and friends, hope you are doing well.
Hello.
I'm excited for the new DCU slate, especially a new Superman and Supergirl film. Love my super cousins. Hope that Metropolis is more of a character in these stories.
Now that I am excited about, Supergirl. That I am excited about. To finally see a Supergirl on screen. I am super excited about that. And hopefully, like I said, her interactions with, Kal-El,
Well,
Clark.
and Tom King run of I've delved into it. It's really, first of all, it's hardcore. It's like the Conan the Barbarian of the Superman universe. I mean, I love that they're doing that.
Yeah, I love that version of it. You know what it's going to come down to, Rob, honestly, bro, is right now casting is just going, it's casting.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what it's
of
gonna
course.
come down to casting, because here's the thing. I literally, the one thing that I can say that I want is I want a Superman who's sustainable, that we can see for years.
Yeah.
And say that I'm glad.
That, you know what,
we'll have
dude?
this
That's
character
really
for years.
interesting. I want to see you just summed it up. I want to see a Superman that's sustainable. That's the ticket. You're right.
Yeah.
You're
That's
absolutely
what I
right.
want to see. I don't want to see him bouncing around because, you know what I mean? Like, getting, Brandon Routh, we're going from, Christopher Reeve, Brandon Routh, then to Henry Cavill. You know what I mean? Then we get the versions that we see, on the small screen. It's like, I just want a Superman who's sustainable, that we can say that we've been with this person, just like we got with Christopher Reeves. He gave us Superman 1, 2, 3, even though I know it was kind of divisive, but I mean, still, we had that. And this is what I basically want now. I want to see a sustainable, that these characters will have a certain level of longevity that will stand the test of time, that we can see basically this person say, okay, cool. If we're riding with this Superman, once we finally get Kingdom Come, we can say, okay, cool. It makes sense now. You know what I mean? So
I very, very interesting. I'm with you 100%. Tom Jr. Jackson says, Rob, bring back whining about movies. We will. For those of you who are new to the channel, by the way, Lael,
Yeah.
I am within striking distance. Hang on, let me just see right now.
Yeah.
Of 50,000 subscribers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like. Hang on, let me tell you where I'm at right now. According to my YouTube analytics, I'm at 49,972.
You are almost at.
I am 28 subscribers away
Away.
from 50,000.
If you are, let me talk real quick. If you are out there and you are not already subscribed to the Burnettwork, if Robert Meyer Burnett, or this channel, if you are not already subscribed, doing it, all we need is 28 to get to where we need to be. If you haven't already done that, come on, man. And while you're there, while you're doing that, I am trying to get the 4,000 subscribers.
Okay.
So if you haven't already, get us there. Let's go. Tonight.
Well, here's the thing. I love that. How, Lael, how far are you away from 4,000 subscribers?
Okay, where am I at right now, Rob? I will tell you. I am currently at, let's see, where we at? I am currently at 3.3. Let me see here. I think I'm at 3,339 right now.
Okay, and what is your YouTube channel?
My YouTube channel is the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. That is the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. So definitely make sure.
I have to tell you, between YouTube demonetizing or taking away subscribers in the last year, my channel is growing. In the last year, I don't know why the analytics have not. The analytics have not been in my favor for all of you Hungry Games fans. I have not had 1,000 subscribers in a year.
Yeah,
it's really weird, and I don't know why.
There, bro. 28. You said you're 28 away from it right now.
Right. Well, yeah. Yep.
Hit reset and see where you are right now.
Well, well, here's the thing. I'm looking at that. Oh, something's not right. I'm gonna refresh. Let me look. I'm looking right now. Right now, I'm at 49,973 subscribers. So I am 27 subscribers away from 50,000 subscribers. It's a very weird. I mean, and by the way, in the last couple of days, doing YouTube Shorts and things, I've got more subscribers than I've had in and then they've taken away. They giveth and they taketh away. It's weird.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Come on, let's go.
Tom Jr. Jackson, we're gonna bring back whining about movies. Mark Spector's Avatar says Henry Cavill was my Superman. Guns DC can burn in hell. Just kidding, but not really. Well, I mean, I look, I feel that way, but here's the thing. I love Henry Cavill. I love his Superman. The problem is his Superman movies didn't make money. And before you all send me box office, they didn't make money. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, I heard it cost $450 million. It did not make $1 billion. It lost money. And I wish it didn't, but it did. Yeah. And I wish people would understand remember, it's not show friends, it's show business. So we as fans might want shit. The reason we don't get it is because it didn't make money. That's it. That's the only reason. So everyone's like, I love when people are going, no, it did. They're trying to show me. Do you think you know more than the studio that made the movie? Yeah. You don't. You don't. You guys, I mean, I love everybody. I do. But you do not understand the economics of how movies are made. And even if you're looking at Box Office Mojo, if you come at me, because people always do this, they always want to throw box office at me. I'm like, you've never worked on a film. You don't understand that a studio.
Mm-hmm.
The studio itself, it's not part of a studio like Warner Brothers itself it is an actual place that sits on a huge piece of real estate. And it is a functioning concern. It has sound stages. It's shooting shows every day. Warner Brothers itself takes a chunk of a budget. So when Warner Brothers makes a movie, if they finance it, so beyond the box office, I never see this. The studio itself takes a chunk. It might be $100 million. It's a huge chunk. And that's why when they say, there was a Coming to America lawsuit where the person who wrote the original story that the movie is based on made no money, and everyone wanted to know why. The fact is, what people don't understand is when it comes to box office, the studio itself, the operating costs, they also take a chunk, a huge chunk.
Yeah.
And people don't get that. And it's frustrating to talk to these people. Well, Rob, it made money. Look, here's the thing. Whenever you think looking at Box Office Mojo that a movie made money, they're not. They didn't make money. They're lying. And you don't know. And Rob, the Star Trek movies made money. No, they didn't. They didn't. And
that voice.
wait, what?
That voice.
Listen, Lael. Listen. Just let me say, come on, man. Rob, the Star Trek movies made money. Lael, you know what? I mean, Yost is making money. He didn't have to pay anything to ever. Anyway, but
I get it. Here's the thing: is like as much as we want it, and I get that. Like we want it. Like because the thing is, just like a character. What we see potential in characters. Again, I was just happy. My sign of happiness is when he did say that it's still an open door for Gal Gadot, because I love Gal Gadot.
Dude, here's the thing. I think she'll come back as Wonder Woman, because here's the problem. It is so hard to cast. Everyone thinks like, well, it's really hard to cast Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. It's not like people can walk in off the street and you can get somebody. They don't just have to be a great Wonder Woman. They have to be a great movie star. And the thing is, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman is great. She's great.
Yeah, she's great.
The problem is they made a really shitty second movie.
They did.
That film destroyed a franchise.
Yeah.
And you know what? I mean, Patty Jenkins, God bless you, sister. But you know what? You inherited the first Wonder Woman. You did none of the creative. You inherited that, and you directed the hell out of it, but you didn't do the creative. Your take on Wonder Woman was horribly awry. And that's why Wonder Woman 84 is just a terrible. It's a terrible film. It's so bad. And here's the thing. You know, I'm not saying anything. I'm not telling a tale out of school. Everyone knows it's a horrifically bad film.
Yeah.
About wishes and things, and by the way, squandered Maxwell Lord, one of my favorite Justice League International characters, destroyed him. Yeah. Pedro Pascal, done dirty. Thank God you have the Mandalorian and The Last of Us, because by God, wow, that film. And you know what? I'm sorry, Patty Jenkins. Now your horrible take on Wonder Woman has destroyed Rogue Squadron. The reason we're not getting Rogue Squadron is because you were at the top of the world. You made, and this is how, by the way, all of you out there who want to have insight into how Hollywood works, here it is. It ain't show friends, it's show business.
Show business, yeah.
And when you've made something that's fucking terrible, you're done. You're out. You're ostracized. In this day and age, if you are a tentpole director, Patty Jenkins was because of Wonder Woman, even though she inherited the creative. Her crucible was Wonder Woman 84. It was god awful. She's done. Patty Jenkins has been cast out, rightly or wrongly. She's done. She's finished. She will never, ever, ever make a Hollywood tentpole movie unless she comes back and makes an incredible indie film that gets someone like our favorite Charlize Theron an Oscar nomination.
Yeah.
She's done. That's why. Where's the Rogue Squadron movie? Disney cannot bank on her. She can't get insurance. And Patty Jenkins, I really appreciate you. I really do. But unfortunately, Wonder Woman 84, there are 20 people on the planet Earth that get to direct studio movies. 20 people. And if you're one of them and you direct a studio movie that fails, you're gone. They send you out and they bring the next person. They bring the Daniel. Right now, the hottest directing team in Hollywood is the Daniels, who directed Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yeah. I am sure they're getting offered everything in the world. But they're smart enough to know that, like, you know what? What they should do is what Daniel or Krieger did, Zach Krieger, who did Barbarian.
Yeah.
He made a $4.5 million movie that made $40 million movie. His next movie, he made $38 million a deal. He's getting $10 million to write and direct. The next Weapons, his new movie. He's a smart motherfucker because he's like, I don't want to direct a $150 million movie because if I did that and I fuck up, my career's over. I'm gonna write and direct. I'll be paid $10 million to do a movie that costs $50 million, and we'll see what happens. He's very smart, and Roy Lee, very smart.
Yes, indeed.
Michael Nemo says, hang on. I think we can actively pre-hate something we hear that Kurtzman is making. Look, I mean, Alex Kurtzman, my whole thing is this. Why hate anything? Pre-hate? Why fill your soul with hatred? Never do that. Save your hatred for shit that's terrible. If it's already made, but if it hasn't been made yet, look at it. Even if Kurtzman is making it, give it the benefit of the doubt. Fill your soul. I hate to be like Tony Robbins, but fill your soul with joy. Right? I mean, we live in a time where we're getting the best of everything. Want it to be great. Don't ever want to pre-hate anything because why would anybody want to do that? Why fill your soul with hate? Fill it with joy. Right? Jason Soto says, I love your rants, Rob. Keep them going. Well, okay, but my rants are filled with joy. Go with the joy first. Blue and Gold Throg, the man who kept me in toilet paper during the pandemic. Throg says, the unrated cut of the Wolverine with the restored ninja fight scene towards the end of the film is one of the greatest comic book scenes put to film that not everyone has seen. James Mangold gave us that and Fox took it out. Okay. Throg is right. That scene, I think it's on the disc, the Blu-ray. That fight scene in Wolverine, The Wolverine, James Mangold's first The Wolverine movie, is dope. It's really great. It's hideously violent. They had to cut it out because they still believe that, okay, we're going to make a PG movie.
Yeah. You know what? The thing is, I love the Wolverine. I just didn't like the end.
I didn't
like the end. I didn't like the Silver Samurai, bro.
No one does. It wasn't good.
Yeah, I didn't like that end. Yeah,
the rest of the movie is great, though. It's so good. And RTNZ says, the DC slate sounds wrong. The Authority and the Justice League simply can't coexist. Well, I don't think they're going to. I think the Authority is going to end giving birth to the Justice League. Green Lantern solving crimes on Earth. The point of Green Lantern is exploring the universe. Get back to basics, gun, do a fun Trinity film. What do you think, Lael?
I mean, I'm excited about the Lanterns. I am. I'm definitely excited about that.
I am too.
We get Hal Jordan, we get John Stewart. So I'm definitely excited about it. But and I can't wait to see that. I mean, again, but I just again, I love the Trinity, bro. I love Wonder Woman. I love Batman. I love Superman.
Me too.
And I just don't want them to waste time on, because the thing is, it's like, I know you want to write stories that would lead up, but
Look at that,
yeah,
Scott. Come on,
definitely.
that's hot.
You want to write stories that would basically lead up to it. But again, the only thing, again, it's just puzzling me why they selected, Paradise Lost. That's the only thing. But again, if execution is good, I may enjoy the show.
Right.
But there's questionable things about the slate. I love Supergirl. I want to see Superman.
Well, that Tom King run's really interesting too.
Yeah. And I said Tom King is a really good writer. So that's what I'm saying. Like I definitely want to see it. But again, it's you have to get people used to especially a level of obscurity, bro. You have to get them used to it. And James Gunn can say, like, we say that it's a James Gunn thing, but I'm hoping he has the right formula to gain the interest. That's all I'm saying. And it's because here's the thing. I know, and that The Authority is an incredible run. It is an incredible take on here because they are.
Well, especially I it's funny you said, because today I went back and I have the absolute editions of the slipcase. I hadn't cracked those open in years. I cracked open the first one and I was reading it today. I'm like, this is really fucking good.
And
like,
here's the thing: it's going to be interesting. It is really going, especially in the level of fandom that we have right now. It is going to be interesting.
Yes.
On how Apollo is received.
Well, I mean,
and you know what I mean? So
yep.
It's going to be interesting to see how these two characters are received without giving too much away. But I just want to see, because the thing is, like, again, like, we understand it and we feel it, but again, we, without really knowing, Rob, we know what's going to happen. We know what we're going to hear.
Yeah. And what's interesting, though, is that the Authority was already established, 30 years ago or 25 years ago, whenever it came out. It's not like, and here's the funny thing. Nowadays, everyone's talking about agenda. I mean, the Authority, this was baked into that concept decades ago. And I'm sure people are going to be like, it's a very weird thing to me about how we live in a world now where everybody wants themselves acknowledged. Like, when I was growing up, I never thought that the world at large or anybody I met would give me the time of day.
Yeah.
I knew that wherever I was at, I was an island unto myself. Like, there was no, there was no tribe out there, even as a geek. Like, I didn't have any friends that loved sci-fi, fantasy, and horror. And Seattle had a great Star Trek club called the PSST, the Puget Sound Star Trekkers. Yeah. And that's, Puget Sound is an inlet from the ocean. By Seattle. And I would go to all their events, as a 12-year-old kid. And they would embrace me. I was the youngest kid there, and I knew all the episodes of Star Trek, and I had so much fun, and all the events were amazing. But it was because I knew my shit. And I think now James Gunn knows his shit. He does. Yeah. And I think here's the thing about James Gunn. He's us. He's one of us. He is us. And while, like, he made Guardians of the Galaxy work, and people are like, well, Rob, the Suicide Squad didn't make money. I'm like, okay, first of all, during the pandemic, James Gunn made Starro a character. The Justice League, never in my life would I have ever, if you asked me if it was on my 50-year-old plus bingo card, if I would ever see a live action version of Starro, I would have said, no. No. No one's going to, there's going to be, no. What? And if someone said, would you ever see members of the Justice League or superheroes with starfish on their faces the way they're on the cover? I'd be like, no. No, I wouldn't. James Gunn made both of those things real. And I know now people are like, well, whatever. I'm like, okay, 40, 50 years ago when I was a young whippersnapper, the idea, because Starro was an ongoing threat, and how many covers were starfish creatures on the, which, by the way, Star Trek itself delved into this at the end of the first season in an episode called Operation Annihilate, when they had flying, weird things, neural parasites. My God. James Gunn, he knows what's up. He does. And I hope he gives us greatness. I really do. I do.
That's my thing. Is like, I'm just hoping, if he has a plan, I'm hoping that he can see this plan through, and that it is really. Now, here's the thing. Here's the sad thing that I'm hearing. This is the sad part that I'm hearing, and this is because you guys touched on this the other day, and I was listening, and then when I heard that, it was good timing.
I love that you watch the show, by the way.
Well, of course I do.
You're the only person I know that says they watch the John Campea show that I know. Yeah. Nobody I know watches it. They never tell me.
I watch it every single day when I'm at the gym. It's playing in the background. I'm listening to it. I'm looking, listen to your viewpoints. I love Aaron. I love Chris. I love Chris Carr. She is amazing, bro.
Dude, and she knows. I mean this with all great respect.
Yeah.
Chris Carr, you cannot know her she's amazing. To love her.
She's amazing. Ray, I love them all. Like I definitely love them all, man.
Such a great team.
So, and what you guys, the explanation on review bombing. Well, Rob, there's already conversation out there that people are planning on review bombing Guardians of the Galaxy because they can't stand what he has done to the DC universe, and that's bad. I hope they don't do that, bro.
Well, first of all, I mean, okay. Here's the thing. I know John goes off on rants, on the show.
Yeah.
I would say this. I mean, all of you people that are doing review bombings or whatever, imagine there's thousands of people that worked on that film. Thousands.
Yeah.
And they all worked their hardest to make sure that Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was the best movie it could be. And to go on and review bomb a movie, to me is so the people that do it are really worthless pieces of shit. Or John might say cousin humping whatever in the basement. The fact that you would review bomb a film where thousands, because no one understands. They're like, well, James Gunn did not conjure up the movie Guardians of the Galaxy. He had hundreds of people on that set, and all of those people, by the way, their livelihoods, their lives are made better if the films they make are well liked and people go see them. Mm-hmm. So for you to review bomb something, I know sitting in your home thinking, but there are real people's lives. I know it seems strange.
You're affecting people that have worked on this film, the writers, the producers, even for the
grips, the electricians, the costume designers, the makeup effects people, everybody,
bro.
And you, I mean, it's hard. I know it's hard to explain because everyone thinks that people who work in Hollywood are rich, privileged. It's not that way. Most of Hollywood, the people that work on films, it is a very blue collar job. Yeah, bro. And it's such a privilege when you get to do it. I mean, I've produced films. I was very lucky to do so. But I'll tell you something. There is no better place to work than a movie set because the people that are on that set know their jobs. They know what they're doing, and it's like watching clockwork. It's amazing. And when everyone's like on the internet, I don't like this. Oh my God, the DC universe. Like, when did James Gunn become hated? I mean, he's us. He scored a huge victory. The guy that made the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, do you not like them? Who didn't like Guardians of the Galaxy? And now one of us is running a studio. That's the biggest fucking nerd victory of all time. And yet we're going to go review bomb him?
Yeah.
Look, the guy, no one, I mean, think about it. He's sticking his neck out. Now, forget what you think of James Gunn or his films or anything what he's doing. He has a multi-billion-dollar corporation looking to him to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
If he fucks up, it's going to be one of the biggest fuck-ups in the history of the entertainment business.
Yeah.
He'll never work again. He'll walk away, and I would say, why wouldn't we? A man who brought us Slither, Super, Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2, Peacemaker, the Guardians of the why would we not want him to succeed? He's one of us. He's one of us. The guy's out there on the edge of creation. The man is and by the way, no one who is watching this show could be where James Gunn is right now, even me. I'm on the show, and I'd say that none of you understand what it's like to be him. We should support him. Why wouldn't you? Like he's in a position. He's one of us. He's a freak like all of us. That's from the movie Freaks. One of us, and he has that opportunity. Why shouldn't we support him? My God, I'll support him. I've met him. I've worked with him. I like him.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if he wins. Imagine if he wins. Do you think James Gunn?
What we need. We need a win.
A win.
That's what we need. A win. We need for him to win. We need DC to win. That's the thing.
And here's the thing. Don't we all want? Here's Lael. You and I both know. When I asked you about that Captain America figure, Hot Toys killing it.
Yeah.
You know, we want cool stuff.
Yes, we do.
We don't want anything to be bad.
Yeah.
It's so funny that people, I tell people I'm the most vociferous hater of modern Trek. And when I tell people Star Trek Picard Season 3 is great, all anyone writes me back is, well, Seasons 1 and 2 are terrible. I'm like, okay, what does that have to do with Season 3?
Yeah.
I'm like, every day is a new day. Are you going to say, I've had the shittiest month. I'm going to make sure February sucks too.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why?
What's the point? What do you win?
Why would you want January sucked? I get it. Why do you want February to suck as well? I mean, here's the thing about life, dude.
Yeah.
All we know is we are one moment away from joy.
Mm-hmm.
One moment away from joy.
Yeah.
Our lives are finite and but we are one moment away from elation and one moment away from awesomeness. And you and I, and I've tried to explain this to people are like, what is it with you and action figures? I'm like, okay, here's what I would say.
You got to understand it. Something where a lot of people will not understand unless they get submerged in it, man. It's just
when you unbox, let me ask you.
Yeah.
When you unboxed Sam Wilson as Captain America from the end of Falcon and Winter Soldier, when you unboxed that figure and put it together, how did it make you feel?
Bro, a feeling that I can't really explain, man, because again, bro, like when Hot Toys gets things right, they get things right, and it just blows your mind. And it's exactly what they did.
Again, I got to ask you. I mean, I know it's probably something most people don't notice, but you're black.
Exactly.
You get a $300 action figure of a beautiful sculpt of Anthony Mackie, strong black man, worked hard in Hollywood. He's now Captain fucking America.
Yes.
Now it is February. It's Black History Month.
History Month. Yes,
When you get a figure like that, what does that mean to you? Does it beyond the fact that it's Captain America, Falcon, whatever? When you get a strong black man, and you get a $300 figure that the world is buying during Black History Month.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that like? Do you look at that and go, my young self, is this validation?
It's definitely validation for me. Because again, and not to, I mean, it's not to kind of, get off track. It's important because for me, you're looking at a lot of us out there who we haven't seen an interpretation or representation of us on screen as heroes.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of misrepresentation of us, of the culture itself.
Or it's $350 toys.
Exactly. Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on.
To see that for this month is promising. To see that from this particular company, it's promising. You know what I mean? It's definitely promising because they're delivering on something that we've wanted them to deliver on. Which is give us not only just great characters, but give us great characters of representation, inclusion, and make sure that it's done right. And I think that they've done that. They've accomplished something that was far beyond my expectations. Like they have exceeded my expectation with this piece. Rob, are you getting it are you getting it?
It's coming.
Bro, I can only tell you.
I have to say, I pre-ordered that right away. I can't. I mean, and here's the thing. Like here's something funny. It never occurred to me about race when it comes to toys.
No, I don't.
I never thought about it, and I have a lot of different race figures, and even when I was a kid. So there were GI Joe figures, GI Joe in the not 3 3/4, but 12-inch GI Joe figures in the 70s. Yeah. There was a black GI Joe. And he had kung fu grips.
Yeah.
And what was funny to me was I had to have all the G.I. Joes. And and maybe it was because I love Star Trek. Race was not a thing for me. But I remember my mother saying, and by the way, my parents never said a bad word about anyone ever. My mother actually said to me once, she actually said, hey, you, because the adventure team had like 4 different, and one of them was black, and she thought, she was like, where'd you get that black action figure or black G.I. Joe? And she was because she, a kid, 40s, 50s, 60s, and I go, well, I ordered, you guys gave it to me for Christmas or Hanukkah time because we had Christmas early on, then Hanukkah, and she was like, we did? I go, yeah, I was on my list, and you ordered. Like my mom doesn't know. She went to the Sears catalog and ordered whatever shit whatever. And so I had this 12-inch figure of a black dude, and my mom was like, she just found it interesting. She's like, because she was like, where did it come from? And I'm like, but I'm like, but the funny thing was like, Mom, you bought it for me. Santa didn't bring it. I get it. It was Santa brings me because the Sears catalog, you could buy all these G.I. Joe things like the airboat that you couldn't get anywhere else. Yeah. And it was so funny because it never occurred to me, but I had a 12-inch action figure of a black dude that was part of the adventure team. Now, in my mind, I needed multiple different figures to go on adventures. In my head, I needed people that were, it wasn't about race, it was about technology and what did you know. But it was so funny because I also had a Mego action figure of Lieutenant Uhura, and it was funny because my mother, like, all she knew is I wanted a G.I. Joe figure, whatever, and my parents would give me what I would get, And it was my mom. And now I'm thinking, because my mom's 83, she doesn't care what I buy or what I have. But if I told her that I'd buy a $400 action figure, of Sam Wilson, my mom would know. She's like, oh, that's great. But does he have accurate accessories? Because that's all what you bitched about when you were a kid.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, Mom, they're more accurate now than ever before. But the idea is that, can you imagine being a kid 40, 50 years ago, what you had and now what you get? You get Sam, that figure, dude. That figure. My God. I mean, we talk about representation, but oh my God, how great is that?
That's the thing, bro. Like, it's like we're getting figures that we never thought we would get
during Black History Month. By the way, can you still give me the Dora Milaje? Come on, Hot Toys. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
I mean, racist fucks.
But look at this here. But check this out, though, because and with that basically being said, now, we know that they have lifted the ban on Marvel films over there.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
They are going to show Wakanda forever there. And I'm hoping that would be more inspiring, and it would push, a level of innovation, whereas they can say, okay, now let's introduce these characters now. We have this here. Let's open the floodgates and, give them these characters. Like something like that would be interesting. I would love for them to do so. I hope they do so.
Totally. And by the way, that figure, between the Don Cheadle likeness for the Endgame Iron Patriot, that likeness is unbelievable. It is so good. Incredible. And I thought the original Sam Wilson Falcon figure, the military figure,
because we got one from Winter Soldier, and then we got one from
Civil War. The Winter Soldier one's the one I have. The Civil War was when they went to the white and red. Yeah, the Falcon colors.
Yeah.
But the likeness. The Anthony Mackie likeness. I mean, those likenesses are spot on. They're so good.
Spot on, bro. Yep.
Well, listen, I know it's past 3:00 your time.
Yes, it is.
And I want to let you go. I want to say, but my God, to get that figure, that Captain America figure, it's so good. And by the way, I want to say,
bro,
it's so beautiful. This is a random thing to say, but it is Black History Month.
Yes, it is.
And Alexandre Dumas, who wrote The Count of Monte Cristo, if you guys want to read an amazing story of a movie that should be made about an interesting Black historical figure, read the tale of Alexandre Dumas' brother. Oh my God. And I'm like, you know what? There's a movie that I want to see.
Okay.
Look into it. Check it out. Come back to me. It's not just about America. It's about the whole world. And my God, there are so many stories to tell.
Definitely.
And look into that. But Lael, first of all, tell the folks, where can they find you?
You can find me once again on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Definitely. You can find me there. You can find me on Instagram, same name. And also you can find me on Twitter at the same name. Tomorrow we actually have, let's see here, Collectors Lounge International. Well, we are actually going to have the DC discussion. We're going to talk about how does it affect not just the entertainment community, but also the collecting community going forward. So we'll definitely talk about that. Then you can actually visit us at Comic Book Talk with Friends on Monday, where we're going to deep dive into these IPs and give you more of an idea of who these characters the characters that they've chosen, such as the Authority. Give you a bit of history on that, and just to kind of bring you up to speed. So check that out as well. Say What Wednesday, of course, we talk about figures, collecting, and then there's also Figure Flex Friday. And then back from Midnight Musing that day as well. So yeah, full circle. Couple videos coming up. Thank you for being here. Remember, 1/6 Scale Man YouTube YouTube channel. We are on our way to 4,000 subscribers. We are trying to get there, so definitely subscribe if you haven't already.
Well, 1/6 Scale YouTube man, let me ask you something. I would like to ask a favor.
Yes.
when we both get the InArts Joker,
Yeah.
I would love to do, whether it's I'm on a stream with 10 other
Live
people, live unboxing,
Let's go.
our thoughts. I
Let's
would
go.
love, I don't know when it's going to be, when
Yeah.
we're going to get it.
Let's
And
go.
by the way, if you get it in hand, if I don't get it within the same like 2 days, go ahead. But
Well, here's the thing, Rob. You got to understand that when I get it, I'm still getting through that pile of boxes that are right there. I'm still doing videos. I just started my Bo-Katan and Axe Wolves today.
wow.
But yeah, I'm still getting through all these boxes, so it's gonna take me a while. So, but I'll get it. So it's chances are I won't get to it until you get through. So
All right.
listen.
Well, I don't know because I paid the shipping. I'm waiting. Who knows?
We
But
just have to see. With them, we just have to see how it works, man.
it would be really great to do. I would love. I think that it would be great to do a gangbang. Sorry for the term. A gangbang unboxing where we could get like 10 people on like a live Zoom stream if we all wait and we do it at the same time. And
That's
it
gonna be
might
incredible.
Be
Yeah,
very
why not?
interesting.
Let's go.
I
Let's
don't-
go.
We should. Well, listen, sir. Thank you for coming. Midnight Musings, episode 40. I'll see you next week. And Lael, you're killing it. Your shows are great.
Appreciate that, man. Thanks.
It's great to be here with you, and thank you so much.
All right, brother. See you later. See everybody later on. Good night or good morning, wherever you.
I want to thank everyone, Lael and Mmmm. Now I still am going to rifle through. I'm sorry. You only get me now. And by the way, I'll bring on some randos. You all know you want them. For those of you who don't know, on this channel, when it gets late at night, like past 12 o'clock, I'll bring on you, imagination connoisseurs, you members of this, the Post-Geek Singularity. Who knows who will come on? But before that, I am going to go through the super chats that are here. Jason Soto asks, are you a Moscato or a Merlot guy? Laugh out loud. Well, to be honest, all wine. I like the only wine I am not a fan of. I love both Moscato and Merlot. I'm drawing a blank. It's a white wine, New Zealand, not Chardonnay. You know what I'm saying. That's not my favorite wine. Parth Trevidi, who's been a member for 2 months, is here. Mario Lopez, all the way from Portugal, been a member for 22 months. Mario, say hi to your mom. Al Renshaw says, confused as to why no big screen Star Wars. What are the chances they could be setting up a movie after all the Disney Plus shows with the characters? Okay. Great question, Al. Here's what I would say about Star Wars. And here's the problem. At the studio level, imagine if you were, like, I'll give you an example. Real estate. Let's say you want to invest in a building. Real estate. You want to like in a real estate transaction. They're going to make a building, and they're going to build a building on this street corner in this neighborhood. You know, before the building is built, how much do you get for every square foot? And you understand if it's a mixed-use building, you have retail in the bottom, and then people live on the top or whatever. You understand the building you're going to make based on the blueprints or whatever, exactly how much you can expect to get every month. So a real estate company, a development company that's going to build this building and own it, you get it. You understand, you can do projections, and it's all there. Here's the problem. I would say the problem with Star Wars and Disney and corporations and all that. None of the people, and this is the entire problem with the entertainment business in a nutshell. No one who works in Hollywood is a fucking fan. No one goes, fuck yeah, dude, that would be fucking awesome. Let's fucking do that shit. I would say this, that Evan Goldberg and Seth Rogen kind of are. I mean, Preacher, Invincible, The Boys. They're guys that are like, fuck yeah, dude, let's make that shit. And they've succeeded. No one at the big studios, no one, is a fan, has enthusiasm. I mean, there is not a more soul-crushing business than Hollywood. No one thinks anything is cool. And if you are, they're suspect. Look at me. I'll use me as an example. All I've ever wanted is my favorite franchise, Star Trek, to be great. Since 2009, I've seen fucking posers and fraudulent creators control the franchise because it's business. It's business. They don't particularly love Star Trek, but it's a franchise. It doesn't matter what it could have been Golden Girls. I mean, J.J. Abrams could have made the Golden Girls movie and recast it. And then he would have gone on talk shows and said, you know, I never liked the Golden Girls, but, you know, I made the movie. Whatever. Here's the thing. The people that control, it's ironic. It's ironic because no other business works this way, but Hollywood is full of people, again, Ivy League educated, very smart people that have degrees that don't love movies or don't love the IPs they work on. They don't love horror. They don't love science fiction. They don't love fantasy. You know, if you said to them, "Hey, Paco Rabanne died this week," and Paco Rabanne designed Jane Fonda's costumes for Barbarella, they'd look at you and go, "Who's Paco Rabanne?" They wouldn't know who Barbarella was. Barbarella, quite Contrella. They wouldn't understand that the band Duran Duran took their name from Barbarella. Duran Duran, Dr. Duran. They wouldn't know any of that. They still don't. So you have to understand the people in Hollywood that are making the decisions about your franchises, they don't know shit about them. They do not know. Don't know. And it's problematic. And what's funny is these people are trying to figure out IPs. And they're all like, they're even though they're Ivy League educated, they're the most unqualified people. And that's the dichotomy of Hollywood. That's what we have to deal with. You know, if I were to pick this up and go, "Hey, this is a super deformed," look at that. Look at that. Look at what look at the reflection. This is a super deformed. If I were to say to 90, I would imagine if I said, "Hey man, here's a super deformed figure from a very famous movie." And if I walked into the halls of power of every major studio, the only person that I would guarantee that would know exactly what this was when I walked in, even before I showed it to them, Steve Asbell, the president of 20th Century Studios. Steve Asbell is the only studio executive that would know what this is within 1 second of me walking into his office. Now, the funny thing about that is, how would I ever get into his office? Probably not. But Steve Asbell, the president of 20th Century Studios, he would know what this is in 1 second. I don't know what point I'm trying to make is, but that's just the truth. Al Renshaw says, "I'm confused as to why no big screen star." Oh, I already said that. You know what? I didn't even answer that question, Al. Do you know why there's no big screen Star Wars movies? Because there's nobody at Disney that knows what the fuck to do. There's nobody there. Everyone's terrified. You know what? We'll just make TV shows. The reason things don't get made in Hollywood is because the executives, the people in charge, don't know, don't care, don't understand, and will not risk themselves. The idea, even the god-awful The Rise of Skywalker, which might be one of the worst big-budget science fiction films ever in history. And if I was J.J. Abrams, I would leave North America after making that movie. I would change my name and go to Spain and live in Marbella or whatever. But really, really bad. But anyway, the why is there no Star Wars movies? Because the people at Disney don't really understand. No one at the studios understand anything. They don't get it. Because they're looking at analytics that aren't. Here's the thing about movies. Movies are a passion product. The people that make them, the people that want to get behind them, you have to be passionate. You have to be, and the studio heads, the days of yore, they love. Let's make this movie. They love the stories. Right now, unless somebody has the analytics, and no one will ever make a decision. The idea that there's no Star Wars movies right now is insane. It's insane. Even me, if someone said, Rob, I'll tell you something. If someone gave me the opportunity to make a Star Trek movie, a Star Wars movie, a Fast and the Furious movie, I'd greenlight it. I'd know it was good. There's nobody at Disney. They're terrified. The executives at Disney right now cannot, you know why they can't make a Star Wars movie? They have to see what happens with Indiana Jones first. They're terrified. They're terrified. Because if they make a Star Wars movie that's bad, and by the way, there's nowhere to go. Like, they can't. They're terrified. They're scared to death. Scared to death. That's why we don't have a Star Wars movie, because no one knows. And by the way, nobody in Hollywood wants to make a Star Wars movie. No one. No. Why would you? You know, Chris McQuarrie said it best. Chris McQuarrie, by the way, admire the fuck out of that guy. Chris McQuarrie, smart dude, wins an Academy Award writing his second screenplay, Usual Suspects, goes on, reteams with Tom Cruise over Valkyrie, which he wrote. Him and Brian talked about that. They grew up together, write it. Chris McQuarrie making, Rogue Nation, Fallout, Dead Reckoning 1 and 2. Chris McQuarrie, who's got his own franchise, even he said, why would I want to make a Star Wars movie when everybody wants they would crucify me? It's so sad. The only reason we're not getting a Star Wars movie right now, I'm convinced, is because there is nobody on planet Earth. Now, you have to understand, you can't say some indie director. This is a $200 million movie. There are 20 people on the planet Earth that a studio will hire to make a Star Wars movie. None of them want to make a Star Wars movie. None of them. There is no one on the planet Earth right now that's qualified that wants to make a Star Wars movie, and that's why we're not getting one. If there was somebody who did, they'd make it. Right now, Disney, I am sure at the highest levels of Disney, they're like, we have to make a Star Wars movie. And people are saying, really? Who would you get to write it and direct it? There is no one right now on planet Earth that wants to make a Star Wars movie. Not one person. Because there's no upside. You'll do TV shows are fine because it's a whole different business model. Everyone that would be qualified to make a Star Wars movie, no one will take that job. The thing is, it's not a premium job. It's not like if Disney said, we'll give you $100 million to direct. Even that's not enough. Because if you make if you make a Star Wars movie now, that's the end of your career. Because of us. We fans, we have made the world a place where no filmmaker can make a Star Wars feature film. Enjoy it. That's what we've done as fans. They can't make one because of us. They can't. It's sad, but whatever. So Al Renshaw, that's why. That's why they can't make a Star Wars film, because we fans have made it impossible. I mean, Jesus Christ himself, the second coming could happen. And Christ himself, if he went up to Disney and said, Bob, I know I'm here. The second coming has happened, and I'd like to direct a Star Wars movie. Bob Iger would tell Jesus Christ, no, you can't. Divine intervention would not help you make a great Star Wars movie. It wouldn't happen. It just wouldn't. Wouldn't happen. Norwegian Kryptonian, who's been a member for 24 months, thank you, sir, says, I feel like Warner Brothers has been soft rebooting since Batman v Superman. It hasn't worked for them. And now they're continuing with some of the same writers and actors. No logic. Well, here's the thing. What they have now is they have a creative team in place that actually has a direction where they're saying, it's not just one movie. Here's the entire franchise. Here's what we are going to do. And to be fair, at the studio level, nobody could have ever said that. The reason that they're able to do that at Warner Brothers is because they, one, have a producer who has produced movies. He's produced superhero movies and horror films in the James Wan, The Conjuring franchise. And they have a tentpole director from Disney. And people will be like, well, Rob, what about The Suicide Squad? The thing about The Suicide Squad, it's a good movie. It should have made a ton of money. It was a casualty of AT&T, and they know that. So, Evan says, Rob, I'm sorry, I have to ask. Did you pick up the Lucas Moody Son Arrow video collection? I didn't. That's a physical media collection question, but I did not. Only because I don't know those films. I haven't seen them, but I have to read the... Look, I love exploitation cinema, and I have to find out about them, and I did not pick them up. But a great question, Evan. Thank you. A Mind of Inception says, what DC animated movie could you see as a live-action adaptation? Well, I would say, first of all, I love the Wonder Woman, the first Wonder Woman film. By the way, I feel Lael's passion towards the Snyder Cut and the DC Universe in general. I hope James Gunn can pull a James Cameron and prove the doubters wrong. Well, okay. I loved Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy. I love Man of Steel. I really love the version of the long version, the Batman v Superman, and I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. But here's the thing. I love them, but as far as the general audience, they don't work. I mean, I'll say it. As much as I love Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy, they don't work. They're not. Those films have no joy. They're not fun. You know, they're very apocalyptic. Which I get, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that they're not 4-quadrant movies. You know what those movies are? They're punk rock. Zack Snyder's Man of Steel trilogy is a punk rock. They're goth. They're goth. You know, and not everyone loves goth, but they're the goth version of the DC superheroes, and that's why they don't have mass appeal, and that's why it has to end. As much as I love them, they have no mass appeal. They're goth. They're the goth versions of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. So, S-Beam, our friend S-Beam. I didn't wear my jacket, S-Beam, I'm sorry. S-Beam says, Lael and R&B, I miss work kicked my ass today. Why is it, do you think, that Gunn chose to start with Damian Wayne as Robin? I find it a bit odd. Hopefully it turns out good. #figure flex Friday for the win. Well, S-Beam, obviously, I mean, I think here's the problem with the DC universe. People don't know Marvel. My mom knows Batman and Robin. My mom doesn't know Damian Wayne or any of that shit. Has no idea. But knows Batman and Robin. And I think ultimately that the reason they went with the Grant Morrison, that whole run, is because they look at that and they go, okay, here's a story, the Batman family. How many times are we going to see Batman fight a villain? The reason, in my mind, the reason they went with Grant Morrison's Batman take is because it's new and different. It's not Batman fighting the one thing. I mean, it's Batman being a father, which becomes an interesting story point for a character like Batman. That's why I think they went with it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I need to go drain the main vein, and I hope that you would give me a moment. Give me 90 seconds or 2 minutes, and I am going to go touch myself and feel water coursing through my urethra. I know, people might be like, wait, what? It has to happen, because I'm going to explode. Like one of those, remember those rockets you'd pump water into, and that's where I'm at right now. So please, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh my God. In a world where one man has a late night YouTube show. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I was just dreaming. So, those of you who have come to this show many times know that sometimes I open this up to random people. You imagination connoisseurs, you members of this, the Post-Geek Singularity community. Don't you think tonight is one of those times? Isn't it time that you, I, and everyone hears from our sponsors, members, whomever? I mean, we talked about S-Beam. Now, let me just, I'm gonna rifle through some, because there's a lot of super chats, and I really appreciate the, although, you know what? It's kind of interesting. So S-Beam, Paul Mammer, he says the first 6 DC Universe movies averaged $816 million per movie. What do you think the first DCU movies will average? Well, it's hard to say. I have no idea. And by the way, I've not looked at that. That's interesting, but remember, are you including Joker in that? I don't know. But I can't say. I mean, but you bring up a great point. They have to make money. They have to be great. They have to make money. And Paul, that's a very astute observation, and we'll see. Matt, the N Pod, has been a member for 10 months. Thanks. Justin Walsh has also been a member. Eli Gray says, Rob, is there a way I can get the Midnight Musings crew to cover all of Terry's 12 Monkeys after Picard Season 3? Still need a Free Enterprise poster. Well, Eli, first of all, you know what? I have become friendly with Terry Metalis. I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting to do a watch along. Here's the thing. I like, again, I did not know Terry Metalis 6 months ago. And Terry Metalis is a guy who's lived in the TV world. I don't know fuck all about TV. The only experience I've had in television was I directed and edited 5 episodes of Femme Fatales, which is a late night Skinamax movie, and I had to be approved by HBO as a director. And because of Free Enterprise, they approved me. And we shot those episodes in 3 days. And it was insane. And I have to say, I'm really proud. I am proud, even though it was a late night Skinamax show, and they wouldn't let me do rim jobs or anything like that. I'm proud of the work. You know, it was very funny. Basically, what they really wanted, they're like, "Wow, I was hired. Rob, you got to do some extreme sexuality," and I was like, "Okay." They told me I couldn't do that, and I was like, "Fine." And so that's my experience, and I am very proud of 4 of the episodes. They wanted to turn one of the episodes I directed into a backdoor pilot, and I'm like, called Libra, but I did 5. I'm proud of the work I did, but no one's gonna hire me to be on a TV show based on that. So anyway, Free Enterprise poster. I have a few left, very few, but I have a few. Hopefully, this month is 25 years since we shot it. More than half my life ago, to be honest. And I put a picture up on Instagram. I found a picture of my dad, who passed away in 2008, on my Instagram feed. If you want to subscribe to me or follow me on Instagram, it's RM Burnett. And if you look, the picture of the old guy in the sweater, that's my dad and me. He was cracking me up on the set of Free Enterprise. So check that out. Al Renshaw said, "How excited are you guys for Cocaine Bear?" I'm not going to lie, Al. That movie looks great. It looks so much fun. I can't wait to see it. It cracks me up every time I see that trailer. I think it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Paul Mammer says, James Gunn hired Sasha Grey. He's cool in my book. Hey, I was going to hire Sasha Grey. Sasha Grey was going to be a character in Free Enterprise, The Wrath of Shatner, that we were days away from shooting it in 2010, and we lost our financing. And Jeffrey Coughlin, our producer, introduced me to Sasha Grey, and at the time her husband, and we hung out with her. She was delightful. I really liked her. Very smart girl, hot as fuck. And this was 10 years, actually not 10 years, 12 years ago. all 12 and a half years ago, and I was a fan. I really liked her. Blue and Gold Throg, our friend Throg. Rob, I've sent you my script about sentient toilet paper during the pandemic. Your skid-marked underwear is not safe from demon wipes. First of all, Throg, for those of you who don't know, honest to God, when the pandemic hit, there were fans of this channel that saved my life. And Throg might be, laugh all you want, but when our shelves were bare of toilet paper, I lived in a house with 3 women. It was rough, man. It was rough, the lack of toilet paper. Throg stepped in. He would ship us giant boxes of toilet paper. On my deathbed, when my life is flashing before my eyes, Throg will have a special place in my soul because he made sure that my bunghole, and people say, well, get a bidet, but not during the pandemic. Thank you, Throg. You made sure that me and the 3 ladies I live with, we had the hygiene we needed and loved. So thank you. Thank you, Throg. Thank you. Al Renshaw says, Omega is too pure-hearted for her own good. She is starting to piss me off as she is going to get the Bad Batch killed by trying to help everyone. Okay. I can't speak to the Bad Batch and Omega. Man, it's so divisive. It's so divisive. Omega's like, I want to appreciate your support, but I can't weigh in on the Omega thing because I'm with you, bro. I'm like, Bad Batch. Here's the thing. I'm conflicted because the Bad Batch hot toys are dope as fuck. They're so good. So good. So what do? I don't know. Al. Blue and Gold Throg, our friend Throg, comes back and says, think sequels. The demon wipes again. Listen, man. Look, Throg. Love you and love your family, but to be honest, I don't want a sequel. I have flashbacks of wiping my ass with a corn cob in an outhouse. I don't want to do that. I'm one of those people, like, I shave my ass crack. I'm just saying. Manscaping. I want toilet paper, please, and a bidet. I do. So demon wipes again, not good. Dialandino says, hey Rob, I love your stuff. Been watching since Collider Heroes. Well, thank you. I hope this can pitch in towards the next hot toy. Laugh out loud. Always. Although I have to tell you, to be honest, I can't buy shit. We got there's so much, like Elizabeth's. I'm getting parts from models and Partworks and stuff, and it's true. Like, I was just sent a Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop 2, a figure. I ordered it like 3 years ago because of the pandemic, and it was sent to our old address. And I came clean. I said, "Oh, baby, She said, "God damn it! The new tenants, they're gonna tell the landlord. They're gonna call you. You have to go back." And they hate it because I've had like 3 or 4 things. I forget what I ordered. It's been so long. But, yeah. But anyway, I want to thank you just for supporting the channel. By the way, I'm really excited about all, like King Tannic, and what Mmmm is doing, and Roberto and Alex Montano, the Que Pasa BGS. If you got a show, we're really turning into a network, and I'm very excited because of you guys. Seriously, honestly. So thank you, Dialandino. I really appreciate the support, and thank you. Do you know, in April will be 8 years that I've been on YouTube. My first day I was on AMC Heroes that later became Collider Heroes. I was on the 6th episode of AMC Heroes. That's when I met John Campia, and John Schnepp I had known for years. He brought me on, and it was amazing. Wow. Hokulawa says or asks, what are your top 3 most watched or favorite movies? Much love. Wow. Okay, well that's really tough because for me personally, even the movies I watch over and over again are not necessarily my favorite movies, but the movies that I love to watch, that I can never turn off. The Godfather Part 2. The untitled version of Almost Famous. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and also Star Trek the Motion Picture are right up there. The Exorcist. I know. What can I say? And Tootsie. And add Tootsie Arthur. Add that. Makes no sense. I know, but those are right off the top of my head. I want to answer your question. There you go. Warren L. says, love you, buddy, but your obsession with Picard Season 3 is questionable. Okay, you're right. It is. I admit it's questionable. Only because I love Star Trek so much. I'm steeped in it. And to be honest, for those of you who don't know, I spent 3 years of my life documenting the making of Star Trek The Next Generation. Between 2012, 13, 14, Roger Lay Jr. and myself, we did 7 seasons of TNG, 4 seasons of Enterprise, and 5 separate discs of TNG two-parters turned into movies. We had 3 feature film events where my work, was shown in theaters. It was a big deal. And for me, it meant everything in the world to me. It was one of the highlights of my career. And to see Star Trek Picard Season 3 honor that. You know, as somebody, I worked for CBS and Paramount on Star Trek for 3 years, making documentaries that I'm very proud of. Hosting a roundtable conversation for Season 2 about the 25th anniversary. I love Star Trek. And I had such a wonderful time working with people like, even though he doesn't like me anymore, but John Van Citters, a man who deserves all the credit in the world for keeping the Star Trek publishing empire alive. Marion Cordry. Great. It was so great. And everybody at CBS. Oh my God, it was a dream come true. So the reason I love Star Trek 3, or Star Trek Picard Season 3, is because it's great. And it restores Star Trek to its former glory. And it's written by people that love Star Trek, as opposed to the drivel we've been given for the last 14 years. It's so great to see. And by the way, don't take my word for it. The great thing is on February 16th, you can find out for yourselves. Don't listen to me. Dad Pool on YouTube has been a member of the channel for 3 months. Thank you, Dad Pool. I appreciate that. And by the way, you can also, if you want to send in a tip, if you don't want to do super chats, the tip link is down below. Nothing new, but you know what time it is right now? The time is, I'm ready. I'm going to send you the link. So any of you here right now in the live chat, what I'm going to do, and there's 350 people. By the way, I will ask you, I'm like 40 people away from 50,000 subscribers. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe, because I would love to get over 50,000 tonight, because how cool would that be? I think it'd be cool. So disconnect. I'm okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look. I'm going to see where we're at right now. We'll see. Where I don't know. My phone is, wow. I just wish it was connected to my phone, and whatever. Okay, I'm at 4. I need 22 subscribers to get to 50,000. Just subscribe. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring on you. If you're a fan, if you want to talk to me, if you want to talk to the crew. Right now, there's 350 people watching this channel right now. If you have a great camera and a great light or a great microphone, I'm going to put in the live chat the link to come into this show. And you can come in. Hopefully you have something to say, something. And by the way, you know what? You better be good. But anyway, here it is. It's in the live chat. Here's the link. If you want to come on this show and you have something to say, you can now come on. The link is in the live chat. And I would love to hear from you. And by the way, super chats and if you want to send a super chat, the tip function is open. It's in the description below. Like, subscribe. I'll bring you on. Oh, someone's here already. Yisrael is here, and so is Paul. All right, I've got two gentlemen that I'm going to bring on the show. I've got King Tannic is here, and Paul is here. I recognize both of these gentlemen. And hang on, gentlemen, will you wait a moment? And all of you watching, as I put them in the show. Hang on. And I'm going to put you guys in. Just give me a minute. And just wait. Wow. Israel, you are very moody tonight. Oh, my God. Well, it's okay. Hang on. I mean, I'm going to grill you about your show, just so you know. Oh, yeah, no. You look sexy as hell. You look like you're in an 80s erotic thriller. I don't know if that's a good thing. Whatever. I mean, you're 20. I shouldn't even say that. What do you know about eroticism? Nothing. And if you do, I don't want to hear about it. Come on, man. Yeah, you're welcome, because you're too young. Stop that shit. Stop it. Stop it now. So we have Paul and Israel coming on the show right now. Gentlemen, Paul is on the right of your screen. He has a Camp Crystal Lake shirt. Why is he here? He should be dead, because all the campers at Crystal Lake should be dead. And Israel, King Tannic himself, the man who brought the new show, The Otaku Experience. By the way, if you don't know that show, allow me to elucidate. Hang on. Just so you know, that's the show. And link to it. And by the way, hang on a second.
King. Or as some of you might know me better, Israel. I've gotten around, but hopefully you recognize me from my own channel, King Tannic. There's a new show coming to the Burnettwork that I think is pretty exciting. Welcome to the Otaku Experience, hosted by yours truly. There is going to be a weekly series where we dive into the news and the world of anime, manga, and whatever the heck else Japan has to offer us. The show will be pre-recorded and premiere on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific time or 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the Burnettwork YouTube channel.
Come on, man. And by the way, shout out to you, sir. I asked you to do some things. You went above and beyond. I have to say, I was very impressed. You gave me faith in the youth of the world. And if you haven't watched the Otaku Experience, the first episode is amazing. Israel, you did a great job.
Thank you, Rob.
And you know what? I asked you to do something. You asked me to do a show. You made me proud. Really great. And you've gone a long way to getting us almost 50,000 subscribers. I don't know if we passed that yet. I hope we did, but the last year has been bleak. So, gentlemen, let me before Israel, I've already given you enough play here. I'm gonna go to you, Paul.
Sure.
How you doing? First of all, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, pretty good. How are you?
Tell the folks at home where you're from.
Saskatoon, Canada.
And by the way, the only reason I know that is because John Campion never lets any of us forget He is from Saskatoon. Well, he went to Saskatoon working for an effects company. What is Saskatoon, Canada like? Are you dealing with horrible cold? Are you freezing to death?
Yeah, pretty cold. Roads are pretty icy. I actually got in an accident a couple days ago, so destroyed the work van. So,
Oh, man.
icy roads. Yeah, warming up now, but a couple days ago it's got down to like minus 35 Celsius. So I don't know what that is in
Holy
Fahrenheit, but
God. Wow.
I think it's
Well-
close to. I think minus 40 is minus 40 or something, but I'm not sure.
It is. But you seem to be warm where you are.
Well, yeah, I'm inside. Yeah.
So that's good. No, Israel, or I like to say Yisrael, but Israel, you're in Texas, right?
I am.
So tell us what the Fahrenheit level is there, like 80?
Okay, so it's been weird. So this week we had snow. It was in the
What?
it was in the low 30s, high 20s all week, snow and ice. Friday hit, and you wouldn't have even been able to tell. It went up to like 50. And then today, what is the weather right now? The weather right now is, I don't know if you can see that, it's 44 degrees. And then the high is 67. So, Texas.
Well, hey, you know what? I learned this on the first movie I ever worked on, which was Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Don't mess with Texas. So let me ask you, Israel. I have to ask you, we launched your new show, The Otaku Experience, which I'm very impressed with the work you did. Now, let me ask you, you're some young whippersnapper that came to me with a good idea. You did the work. You did some amazing work. Very professional, I have to say. What you did was very professional. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Now, I ask you, what can we expect? I mean, I expect great things. What can we expect from you with the Otaku Experience moving forward?
Definitely a better show. The first time, like I said in the first episode, I had no idea what the heck was going on because I had never done anything like that before.
Yeah, but it was pretty good.
It was my first time doing something in the style like that, and so I just tried to mimic what you do, what John does, what Christian does on his channel, the best I could.
Yep.
At least until I kind of find my own groove with it.
But it was pre-recorded, and you had set topics, and you hit them.
I did. I missed one actually. I went back and I edited it to add in some music because I don't like dead silence. It's awkward. But I looked at some of my topics and I missed one of the topics, but it was a small topic that no one would have really cared about. So it worked out fine. But I was like, oh, I missed it. Yeah, I streamlined it. It made it better. I'm thinking in the future I might, because I was like, maybe 10 topics. Maybe I should do 10 topics each time. I'm thinking I'll probably limit that because there were topics that I was not really knowledgeable in.
Well,
And
here's what I loved about your show. Like I gave you some basic parameters, but you went above and beyond, and you did very professional work. Like your description with all the timestamps and all that. You put that in. YouTube, the analytics, as you know, gave me amazing. And I would give in the last 2 days we've got like 250 subscribers or whatever. Really well done. I really like your show. I thought it was really interesting. I mean, obviously my audience skews older, so they're not into anime. But I think that the anime crowd will find the show on the channel, which is great.
that's the goal.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I do stuff like that on my channel. Everything besides the format of the video is stuff I do over on my channel. I add in those timestamps. I add in everything in the description, the tags, the.
I mean, I forget because I'm an old fuck, so I don't know. Now, Paul, let me ask you. I'm curious in Saskatoon. What are you watching? Like, where is your entertainment? Are you streaming movies and shows? Do you watch YouTube? Do you watch TikTok, video games? What is your primary go-to, or not even primary, but give us a sense of where do you go for your entertainment?
Well, I've got satellite TV and NVIDIA Shield, so Netflix, Prime. We don't have HBO Max here, so we have Crave, which is HBO Max in Canada. They have a licensing thing with HBO.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah.
But what do you like?
watching
Like if you're gonna sit
I got a
down.
big TV. You're on the big TV right now.
Nice. Oh my God! If I'm on a big TV,
Yeah.
no, but I mean, but in terms of entertainment, like what is your primary? I mean, my focus is understanding. Like I love movies. I love the 90-minute to 2-hour construct of films. I'm working on a film right now called The White Devils that we're preparing for release. You know, I got Tango Shalom is debuting in Germany. It's going to debut at the Berlin Jewish Film Festival and then open up wide theatrically in Germany. But in my mind, the 2-hour, the motion picture does not mean what it meant when I was growing up, 40 years ago.
Yeah, I'm a big movie theater guy, so I've got the movie pass. It's like the landmark extras up here in Canada, so I get a free movie every month. I love going to the movie theater. I used to run a movie theater.
Oh, you
so,
did? Okay.
Yeah, I actually have Charlie's Angels. Well, this is just a trailer.
Yeah, but that's
Charlie's Angels
a
2.
Wow. Is that a 35 millimeter trailer?
Yeah.
Yep. Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So yeah, we used to just throw them out at the movie theaters. So I was like, I'm gonna take one home and take it as a keepsake. So
Yeah. Well, in 100 years, people are gonna. Yeah. That's
apparently
cool.
they're pretty flammable though. Here I hear. So
Well, nitrate's flammable. I mean, cellular like that, it's not so much. But it's still flammable.
yeah. Yeah, so no, I love going to the movie theaters. I think the next one I go to will be I think I'm gonna go try and watch Knock at the Cabin.
Yeah, well, as John would say, the Shamhammer's new movie. I read the book. The book's called The Cabin at the End of the World, by Paul Tremblay, I think. I'm looking at my bookshelf. It's somewhere here. I have to see. I have lots of books. I don't know where it is, but Paul. It's somewhere here. I have it. I'm looking. I'm like, oh my God. They are alphabetized by author.
Author.
Yes. I alphabetize all my movies by title, but I alphabetize my books by author.
I know you were talking about this earlier here.
Yep. Look at that.
Nice.
There you go.
I only have religious and philosophical books. So.
Well, I mean, some of my horror novels are philosophical, but no, I mean that's interesting. I mean, I actually have a great Bible. That's under G. I do. I swear to God, it's right up there. And as a matter of fact, I have an open study Bible. It's like $100 Bible, and my Bible means a great deal to me. It has a leather. It has my name embossed in it. It was given to me when I worked at Warner Brothers in feature production. Underneath Bill Young, there were 3 executive production managers, and one of them was a woman named Penelope Foster. And Penelope Foster she was born again. She walked with the Lord, and I used to go to church with her. I went to Pastor Jack Hayford's Church on the Way in Van Nuys, and on Sundays, obviously. And I as a Jew, I really loved Pastor Jack Hayford's sermons, and we became friends. And it was nothing untoward or anything like that. And Penelope and I would go to church on Sunday, and for years, I went to church with her, and she got me an open study Bible and had it had my name embossed.
Open study Bible versus a regular one.
Well, because the open study Bible have maps. As a matter of fact, hang on.
Here's my study Bible. I have.
So it has maps.
It has commentary. It has sources. Like they'll referencing at the bottom, like, hey, this is a callback to something that happened earlier. Just so you know,
wait, hang on a second.
Statue,
Oh, that's epic.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay, as you saw in the background, here is my open study Bible. And it is and by the way, this is Penelope Foster, who's passed away. This is what she wrote to me. She wrote, presented to Robert Burnett on this day of November 1990. My prayer for you, 1 Corinthians 13. My hope for you, John 3:3. My belief in you, Philippians 1:6. By in friendship, Penelope Foster. Now, I'm a Jew, but I believe in exploring religion, and I loved Pastor Jack Hayford's sermons. And going to, it's funny because this was 33 years ago. You've been alive for 20 years, Israel. Yeah. But I would say that for me, this Bible is a cherished possession because Penelope Foster meant a lot to me. And when I was 22 years old working at Warner Brothers, she was an executive production manager, and I worked for her, and she took me under her wing and showed me a lot about the production of motion pictures and television. And she gave me this, and I still have it. And, my name is on the bottom of it. So as somebody who is not I do not walk with the Lord, but I would say this. I certainly am open to other people's viewpoints. And, this Bible is something I've read it. And the reason it's an open study Bible, by the way, is because it has maps. It has all kinds of stuff in it, which is pretty
it's like
cool.
The Absolute Edition.
It is totally the Absolute Edition. I mean, it's got everything in it. And by the way, it's funny you say that. Earlier tonight, I cracked open my Absolute Edition of The Authority.
Yeah.
And I hadn't read it in 20 years, 10 years, 15 years. I don't even know. I'm looking at it now. I went and got it. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to read it. It's fucking great.
Yeah, I've never read The Authority. I'm a pretty big DC fan. I've got a little over 5,000 comics, but not The Authority. It's
great.
I just downloaded Comixology today, and I bookmarked all the comics that James Gunn referenced that he said he's
for
the DCU.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, I can't believe here I am showing my Bible. People are like tuning out. I don't mean to be. I mean, the point I was saying that here's something that I would like to say. If you are a fan of storytelling of any kind, if you don't know your Bible, the entire Western civilization, all of our stories are based in this document. If you are a fan of storytelling, it doesn't matter whether you believe or not. You have to understand the underpinnings of Western culture, and the Bible is where it all begins.
Yeah, I actually saw a comment online. Someone was asking about superhero fatigue and when are people finally going to get sick of superheroes? And I kind of said, well, I mean, people still talk about like Hercules and Zeus and Aphrodite and Hera, and those stories have been going on for 3,000 years.
Oh yeah, or
so,
Gilgamesh,
still got some time
and it's very interesting to me about all of this because, storytelling is storytelling. Great stories are had everywhere, and the very premise of this channel is that every single person has a story to tell, even though they don't even know it. I've often told people, like, I've taught classes and things before, and I've been in classes where I've said that very thing, and I'm like, I say, do you know stories? And no one now no one will raise their hand. They're all sheepish. And I'm like, all of you have a story to tell, and I hate to say that it's a ploy, but when no one raises their hand, I'm like, all of you have a story to tell. You don't believe me? And they don't say anything. and I'm like, tell me the story of when your first pet died. I know it's a cheap shot, but all of them have that story.
Yep.
All of them. They just don't know it.
Yeah.
And when you engage somebody, or I mean, if at the college level,
Yeah.
now the question is, tell me about your first kiss.
I mean, I've been to university classes, and I think a lot of people just aren't raising their hands. They just don't want the spotlight on them, you know? They just want to get their head down and get their mark.
Right, but the thing is, if I was a college professor, I don't give anyone marks if they don't participate.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I went to before I went to USC, I went to the Evergreen State College, and when I was at Evergreen, it was an alternative hippy dippy college. And the whole point was you had 15 students in a class with a professor, and you would seminar. So you would sit in a class for 4 hours, and you were given a book to read. And if you didn't fucking read that book, you were fucked, because you had to discuss the book for 4 hours.
Yeah, with only 15 people.
Yeah, with 15 people. And that's why I loved it. I loved Evergreen. Here's the thing about college. What I loved about college was, to me, it was a confluence of ideas. You know, what do people think? Now, it's amazing that what people think. The idea that somebody thought something wrong, like you shouldn't think that, is, I can't believe it. It's astonishing to me, because college was a place where you went to combat. It was all about sharing ideas. I saw people in those 4-hour seminars jump up on tables. They were so angry, and scream in the face of other people.
Yeah, definitely not like that anymore. I mean,
no,
yeah.
and that's why I think we've been infantilized. You know, we are a very dumb culture now.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of it too is the economics of it. I mean, a lot of people aren't going to spend. I don't know about it in the States, but I keep hearing, you know, like college about $50,000 a year, but no one's going to pay $50,000 a year to just sit up on a table and talk bullshit anymore. You know, like that's just not going to happen anymore.
No, well, look, here's the thing, Israel. One of the great things I thought, and not just to shill, I mean, it's on our channel. For those of you who are wondering, the Otaku Experience. Go see episode 1 if you love anime. What I loved about your show was you're passionate about the subject, and it comes across in the work you did. And the whole thing is that what I loved about it was you brought a verve and an effervescence and a point of view and a passion that I would like to think I bring forward on every episode of Robservations, but you did it on the Otaku Experience, and I'm like, and the vast difference of our ages doesn't matter. The fact is, you have a passion about anime, which has been something in my life for a long time. That's why I'm building a model of the space battleship Andromeda, which I fell in love with in the 70s. And, you did a great job. And so the question I have for you is, how is it that you have kept that passion alive for anime? How do you keep that going? And does other people's opinions matter to you?
Of course they do. In a way that, let me give an example. When we're talking about religion, so I'll stay in that. Just as an example, I'm not trying to derail or go on a tangent.
You can say whatever you want, man.
Well, I don't want you to, because last time you asked us a question, then you were like, Israel, you're derailing, like when you were like...
Oh, was I? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, because I did derail, but you were right, but I don't want to do that again. Okay.
No, so, please. I give you the floor, sir.
So, as an example, as some of y'all know, Rob knows, I am a Christian. I have multiple Bibles. I love the Bible. I think it's cool.
My Bible's badass, just so you know.
It is. No, I have what's called the Evidence Bible.
Yeah.
And so what it is it has it's the Bible, but throughout there's questions and objections towards Christianity, and like how you can like think about those questions and like responses you can have, and just like verses to kind of go to like kind of shape how, in case people like ask, and then you can defend your faith. But I think so. My example is when I go to young adults. I still go to young adults on Tuesdays at my church, and I meet with people around my age.
Yep.
My ballpark, and a lot of them are there because they grew up in the church, and I'm there because sure, I grew up in the church, but I fell away from Christianity in like 2020. I was like, it's kind of goofy. I'm not into it. And then in 2021, 2022, I kind of went on this like odyssey of like searching out the truth. Do I believe in a God? Do I not? I ultimately came to the conclusion that I believe in a God. So I checked throughout different religions, and I didn't want to hear people's stories about them. I wanted to see evidence. Like, what is your evidence that this is true? And I personally found that the evidence for particularly Jesus's resurrection was very strong. And so me personally, I'm now a Christian. And ever since then, I've been enthralled with it. I love learning about it. And when I talk to people at my young adults, I'd like to talk about what their viewpoints are on certain things, and like what they think about the Bible, how they're interpreting it. And a lot of them don't really haven't really thought about it. They kind of just accept what the pastor says as like cold fact.
Let me ask you this. I mean, the way I see it is no one's read about it. They haven't read the text. I mean, the funny thing about, to me, the Bible is it's a fascinating text, the Old and the New Testament. I think for me, I was adopted into a Jewish family. And so I went to Sunday school, and I went to Tuesday school. I was bar mitzvahed. I had to learn Hebrew, all that. And what I found very interesting about religion is that ultimately it is a exploration into the meaning of our existence. Like all religions, couch it as you want, and it really comes down to, what does life mean? And everyone's the quest for meaning. And what's interesting is our lives are so finite compared to the heavens above. And I think that quest, and what is storytelling? But storytelling is a way to codify or try to make sense of our lives. And we're never going to know. We'll never know. And like my sister walks with the Lord. She's a born-again Christian. My biological sister that I found when I was 20, or she found me. And she's a great mother and has a great son. And, we differ. But she's worried about my eternal soul. And I would say to her that I believe, my personal belief as a melange of different religious doctrines, is that I personally believe that to recognize your own existence and to understand it and honor it is something that is amazing. It's hard for me to believe that there is a hell. It's hard for me to believe like what is that? A place that like after a couple of days you'll realize, well, this sucks, but you'll get used to it. The eternal damnation of hellfire. At the end of the day, you'll be like, well, this is how it's going to feel every day for the rest of eternity. So, okay. So, and to me, that doesn't seem what if there is a hell, to me, hell is not a place. Like I've said to her, even heaven and hell, even in her mind, she's like, well, heaven's a place. Is it? a place. I don't think it's a place. I think it's, if there is a heaven, if God exists and heaven exists and all that, there's no condos there. Like if I go there, there's no grass. There's no like fields that I'm going to run around. I'm non-corporeal. Like there's no, you're a spirit, you're a soul.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we even can comprehend what that means.
I love that you brought this up. Like, let me unpack this for like 2 minutes.
Sure.
Let me just say, I know you're not a Christian, but I am 100%, like 98% in alignment with you on this.
Well, here's the thing. When I say that, I respect Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
I respect Islam. I respect
Right.
Judaism, Hinduism, because all of it is the human exploration of existence. We're trying to figure out like why do we exist? How do we make sense of our lives? And so I love all of it. I love the exploration of religion. That said, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So, you guys know C.S. Lewis, the author.
Yeah, and look, I've read Mere Christianity. I've read the Screw Tape Letters and all of the Chronicles of Narnia.
Yeah, I tend to follow him in his view on hell, in the sense that hell is it a place? Possibly not. Can you really tell in eternity when you're a soul? I don't really know. But the question is it a place of fire? Odds are, I would say probably not. Now, I know that's up for debate, but if you think about it, the way, I was going to grab my Bible and go to verses, but we don't have time for that. The way Jesus talks about it to his disciples and to his followers, and if you believe in Christianity, Jesus is kind of like, whatever he says, that's it.
By the
So
way,
that's
can I
gonna be
just
your
say,
first place to go.
this is
Yeah.
the most amazing conversation I've had on the show at 1:30 in the morning. So thank you, Israel.
This is my favorite conversation I've ever had with you. Jesus talks about it. When he talks about hell, he talks about it in his biggest example of talking about hell is in a parable, which is how Jesus spoke a lot about these things. And he talks about it as this man who, and the man is nameless, which is very important. The man is nameless, and he's like, he describes him beneath the earth. And then a hole opens up and you see the man. And so someone comes, and it's his old servant, right? And the servant sees him, and the guy's like, "Hey, you." And the servant has a name. I'm just blanking on it. The servant has a name, and Jesus is like, "Yo," or not Jesus. The guy in the pit is like, "Yo, hey, bring me something." Da 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 da.
That's exactly what he said. He's like, "Yo."
This is the Israel King translation. I need to write my own Bible. Yo, give me some, bro. But the thing to point out is no one ever talks about this except a few scholars and C.S. Lewis. Why wasn't that man screaming and begging to get out? How was he able to have any form of cognitive thoughts where he could speak?
Like Rob said, you just get used to it.
Yeah, I mean,
and so the idea is that hell is not a literal fire. One, because souls are immaterial and fire can't burn something that's immaterial.
Right.
And then also the fire would be sort of a spiritual fire, in the sense that in throughout it's talking about at the end of time, God will hand people over to what they desire. And if they desire God, they'll be with God. If they don't, he'll hand them over to whatever it is that they desire. So the idea of hell is that humans are constantly in this state of wanting fulfillment. And the Bible states that, or the Bible's view on this is that we only get fulfillment from God, because we're in his image. That's how we get fulfillment, is being with him, being like him. And that's sort of what heaven is sort of spreading on that God message and being like God. It's creating little pockets of heaven in this earth that we've unleashed hell upon. And so when God hands us over to our desires, he hands us over to things that we think we want in the moment, that we're trying to make us feel a certain way. And so when we try to the best way I can word it is C.S. Lewis said, my career could be my dream. It could be the greatest thing I have, but it could be hell in a million years, in the sense that what we're striving for, God just gives us over. He's like, you don't want me, I'll just give you what you want. I can't force you to love me because love isn't forced. Love is freely given.
Okay. I'm a huge, because I worked on Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the movie. We were there for 14 months in New Zealand. And I read so much, and I was a huge fan of Mere Christianity and the Screwtape Letters. Here's my thing about religion.
Sure.
Our perception and in all of Scripture, whether it's the Quran, whether it's the Bible, none of it takes into account the rest of the universe. It's all like heaven, and it stops there. And my whole thing about whether it's true or not, it always stops at the heavens, because the infinitude of the universe is so unbelievably vast.
Mm-hmm.
And our technology, our understanding of DNA and not addressed in Scripture. None of that is addressed. None of the sciences that what we've discovered. And by the way, some people would say that if you were a disciple of the design theory,
Mm-hmm.
There is an argument to be made that I can buy into that says the design of the universe, from the submicroscopic level all the way to the galactic, the construction of not just galaxies but all of the galaxies. If you look at there's even a design there with gravity and all that. And if you talk about Scripture giving us that, they only gave us the parts that we could understand at the time. You know, we couldn't understand biology or technology or gravity because we didn't know fuck all about that at the time when Scripture was given to us. But that's where I fall down. For me, I would love the fact that there is a supreme being. I want like Fox Mulder. I want to believe. The problem is I can't because as a thinking being, as somebody, and my sister hates me for saying this. You know, I'm always like, and it's not to, I do this not to denigrate her belief. Her walk with the Lord is strong, and I would never want to take away anything from her, from that. But for me, as somebody who is a scientific mind and who understands the infinitude of the universe, my God, if you there's a video on YouTube, it's 30 minutes long, about the history of the universe. I don't know what it's called. I've watched it twice, and once I watched it with Elizabeth, and when it was over, she's like, "Why did you show this to me? I am now in the midst of an existential crisis. Why did you play this for me?" And it goes to the like in the future, 100 trillion years, and all the stars are dead, and what's going to happen? I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing, and for me, I find it uplifting. I find it uplifting because let's just say God exists and He created the universe. It's eternal. I mean, it's trillions of trillions of trillions of. We want to believe that our lives are unicorns and gladiators or whatever the fuck we want to believe, but existence is not that. I mean, on a universal scale, we don't have any conception. We can't even comprehend the speed of light. If you say to somebody, you know, the light from the sun when it hits the earth is 8 minutes old. People are like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah. The light from the sun, the light you see when you watch the sunset is 8 minutes old. Because it took light 186,000 miles a second. It took it 8 minutes to get to the earth.
Yeah.
And when you start talking in those terms, people fucking tune out, man. They don't even, and I'm like, okay, if you're religious and you believe that God created the earth and the heavens, everything is God's will. So God created the speed of light. The speed of light could have been 287,000 miles per second, but it's not. The speed of light is 180,000 miles or 189,000 miles per second.
Mm-hmm.
It's a universal constant. That was not something that was random. It was created, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
What? Why couldn't it be random? I mean, the speed
Well,
of light is going to be something.
well, yeah, but here's the funny thing. I'm all open to this. 186,000 miles per second.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with you on.
But
once
why
again,
that?
about
Why
everything.
not? Why 186,000 miles? Why not 190? Why not 200,000 miles per second?
I mean, it's just what I mean.
It,
Have you ever watched the Veritasium YouTube video on how we don't actually know the speed of light?
Yes.
We only know the speed of light in two directions. But
Well, I mean, that's we can't even see all the spectrum of light.
yeah,
So
yeah,
the idea that all we know is the speed of light of one spectrum of light.
yeah, but I mean, with your question as to like why that number, I mean, it's got to be something, you know, like and that's just what we measured. You know, on your head of hair right now, there is a number of hairs. You know, you just can't. You know, who knows what the number is, but there is a number.
No, I know. By the way, I'm with you 100%. And that's what I find so crazy about existence. You know, why like you said, why 186,000 miles per second? And why is that measurable? And people say the speed of light, and then it becomes a measurement of time. Like, okay, so this universe or this solar system, this galaxy is this many light years away. Why did light years become a measurement of time? Why not another different? Well, because light years, can you imagine if you traveled 186,000 miles per second? Per second. I mean, if you think about it, we have mostly human beings have no concept of this.
Yeah.
186,000 miles per second.
The vast emptiness of space.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
And light traveling, how many seconds are in a minute? 60. and if something is 60 light years away at 186,000 miles per second, we're never going to get there. Never.
I mean, you brought up when you started that monologue, you brought up how none of that is in the scriptures, right?
It is not.
And I would say you're correct, but I would also ask, does it have to be though? What's your view on that?
Oh, okay. Since I love this, does it have to be? Here's the thing. And I hate to bring up Douglas Adams, you know, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Far out in the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded yellow sun. Orbiting this at a distance of roughly 90 million miles is an utterly insignificant little blue-green planet whose inhabitants are so amazingly primitive that they still think that digital watches are a pretty neat idea. This planet has, or had, a problem, which was this. Most of the people, anyway, I could go on, but it talks about how Jesus was nailed to a tree for being nice to people. Here's the thing. Nothing in our existence convinces me to believe that our cosmology at all takes into consideration the actual vast, infinite universe. If you look at how infinite our universe is, it is so far, even now, even right now, even I'm thinking about it, I can't even begin to fathom how infinite our universe actually is. And my problem with faith, here's my problem, is that all of our faith is humanocentric. It's asking us to believe that our existence, human existence, ourselves become the end-all be-all of God's creation. Now, I'll tell you something, a conversion I had. I grew up in a household of cats. My mom loved cats. You know, nothing else, never knew what it was like to have a cat. I mean, I all I had was cat. And I had a cat for 16 years. Loved my cat. And I was it was tough because being a bachelor and having a cat, and my wife who I'd married, she had a cat too. That's not important. What's important is now I have dogs. I've had a dog for 5 years. Now,
Are you worried there's no movie called All Cats Go to Heaven?
no, but here's the thing. I now live in a place where I've had a dog for 5 years, and now we have 3 dogs. One's pregnant. I know, because of my experience, that my oldest dog, Gilbert, who is a Bernedoodle mix, he's 25% Bernese Mountain Dog and 75% Poodle. I know that dog has a sense of his own existence. He knows. I can never communicate with him existentially or ideologically. And he knows when he comes up to me, he's learned to understand to not bark loud when he wants to go outside. He'll walk up to me and he'll go, woof. And he'll put his paw up. He communicates as much as he can. He's a smart motherfucker. That dog is really smart. And yet, he doesn't know that there's a universe above him. He doesn't know that there's an infinite solar system, gravity. He doesn't have any understanding of that. What he does know is he knows I love him, and he knows when he's hungry or whatever, I feed him, and he also knows that we're friends. He understands that because the way he doesn't just come to me when he wants something. Sometimes he comes to me and he puts his paw on me and he just wants to have his paw on me. So I know that dog, who there's no way we can talk philosophy or religion or whatever, will never do that, because he as a being only understands certain things. But having lived with him for 5 years, he still can communicate with me. And while it's not verbal, because he can't speak, I do understand he does do things like when he puts his paw on me and the way he barks. He's figured out a way. He can't go woof, but if he comes up to me and goes, woof, I know this alien being is communicating with me. That's pretty amazing. I don't know what that means as far as God is concerned.
I was wondering where this is going.
I was so excited.
No, but what I'm saying is that God created this creature.
Yeah.
And the fact is, it is very frustrating to me that I have this dog that I sleep with, that follows me around, that I talk to all the time, an intellectual being that I can never actually say, bro, did you like Avatar 2, The Way of Water? I can't do it. But I know that this being is smart and has intellect. But we can never converse ideologically. And it's so frustrating.
So what do you? I guess you could. Like, I'm not religious at all, but I'll play the role of Israel here and defend this a little bit. You could also make that same argument that a higher being could not communicate with us being the dogs in this situation. And maybe there is, it's like the flatworm situation where it's like a 2D being can't see 3 dimensions, and us being 3D beings can't see 4 dimensions or 5
Boom.
dimensions.
Boom.
But that's what, if I was Israel, that's what I would have said right there.
Check. You said exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Check.
You're both right. I mean, I absolutely.
But I wouldn't put the dog in. I get what you're trying to say, and I get how you got there, but I don't know if I would equate like us being in a lower dimension, like from God, as like us compared to dogs.
Well,
I think
just the fact that like maybe there is, some people believe in ghosts and stuff. Maybe there's like, a level of communication that we just can't pass. That higher dimensions and
so
stuff.
you think
like
there's
that.
like
My problem is this. I know that Gilbert, he knows, he has an understanding of the universe, and I have an understanding of the universe, and he looks at me and he likes me to scritch his back, and it feels good, but I know for a fact that he is frustrated that I do not understand what he wants or needs.
Mhm.
And what that means is he has cognitive reasoning. So he's just a dog. He doesn't have language, and all we can do is communicate on a very small level.
Sure. I mean, there's people like that too. I mean, there's people on the autism scale like that.
Yeah.
There's people with disabilities like that. I mean, there's
and what for me, what I love about all animals is we human beings have convinced ourselves that animals don't feel or think. Because that's because if we're slaughtering cows or chickens or whatever to eat, we have to believe that they don't have cognitive reasoning.
I don't think that's true. I think a lot of people realize that their pets are smart. I think a lot of people realize that lots of animals are smart. I don't think there's hardly anybody that believes that all animals aren't smart.
Okay, well, hang on. How about factory farming?
Right.
I mean,
you can still do cruel things to sentient beings.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay, I think you're right. I should have
it's getting good.
I should have been more here's what I would say. You're absolutely right. But here's the thing. Then how can we slaughter intellectual creatures for our own edification or our own well-being or our own food supply?
Sure. I mean, easy question is we don't. We get other people to do it for us.
Well, no. But we have other human beings do it for us.
That's right. If people had to go out and literally like kill an animal to eat, there might be more vegetarians. That's for sure.
But there that used to be up until like for thousands of years. That was exactly what human beings had to do.
Right, because that was what they were forced to do to survive. Other animals do it to other animals as well.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, but here's the thing. My question is this. Let's take it one step further. We believe that animals have no sense of self, no sense of their own souls, for instance. I know for a fact that my dog, my 5-year-old Bernese Doodle, he's 25% Bernese Mountain Dog, 75% Poodle. I know for a fact that my dog, my Bernese Mountain Dog, my Bernese Bernedoodle, is smart. I know that he has a sense of his own existence. Not just that he's hungry or whatever. He knows that when I come home, he's at the door and he wants me to interact with him. I know that.
Sure.
No.
Sure.
Here's the thing. knowing that, and Elizabeth, my girlfriend, my partner, she's like, she always says to me, why do you love these dogs so much? Why do you take so much joy in interaction between them? And I say to her, because as a Star Trek fan, I am never going to meet an alien species. But our dogs are the aliens that I fantasize about meeting as a Star Trek fan. And I can communicate because these dogs are smart as fuck. I just have to figure out on what level can I communicate with them. It's not just food based, and it's not just scritch my neck. These dogs want to be engaged. They want me to, if I talk to them, they look at me and they listen and they're like,
Yeah, they can understand it.
They don't know exactly they don't understand, but they understand the feeling of it all.
I mean,
and that said, it's like these are creatures that have no understanding of existentialism. They have no understanding of their own existence, but they do understand they want to communicate with us. And I'm fucking fascinated by that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, where I would draw the line, though, is just because something knows of its own existence doesn't mean it has a soul. You know, like that. There's lots of things that can recognize itself and not have a soul.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that dogs don't have souls?
Once again, I'm not religious at all.
No,
I'm saying that if I was religious, I would say yes, dogs have souls. I would say if I was religious, I'd say every living thing would have a soul.
but I will tell you 100% as a non-religious person, as a raised Jew, a guy who never had dogs until 5 years ago, dogs absolutely have a soul. They absolutely do. And I am not, I have interacted with them and they are thinking, they have cognition, they think, and I'll tell you this. Dogs contemplate their own existence. Why do I say that? Because I've seen it. I've watched dogs do it. I've seen dogs. They think, therefore they are. They don't know scripture. They'll never know scripture. But you know what dogs know? They know they have faith. They have faith in their owners. They have faith in existence. And maybe they have faith in God because they know something we don't know. But I do know this. And I would never have said this 5 years ago, said I'd never owned a dog. Now I have 3 dogs. Dogs, to me, might be proof of the existence of God.
That's interesting. Someone in the chat was saying God is dog backwards, so maybe there's a...
No, it is. It is. People say it's true, but...
if you've watched Preacher, you know that.
Ooh. It was there the whole time!
But here's the thing. Honestly, I do believe, I love my dogs. I am fascinated by their cognitive reasoning.
Right. Yeah. You look at, once again, I can point to, a Tesla can realize its own surroundings and its own existence. And Tesla does not have a soul. You can look at, a whole bunch of leaps in AI right now where they can recognize themselves. They can recognize themselves in a mirror. They can talk to people.
Yeah, but it's different. The difference between an AI or a dog can long for its owner. A dog and a dog has a dog is aware of its own existence.
Right. I'm just making the point that because something is aware of existence doesn't mean it has a soul.
Well, no, I think you're right. And what is a soul? That's a religious concept that. But I have to say, I only say that because I didn't have dogs growing up. My mom was a crazy cat person, and she still is.
Yep.
But I have been astonished over the last 5 years owning now 3 dogs that have way different personalities.
Yeah, the level of intelligence from a cat to a dog is insane.
Well, I would say cats have, again, cats
Don't go there. Don't go there.
We're about to restart the whole conversation, but with cats.
Cats just have a different. They have a different experience of the world, and here's the thing. I think that human beings, like cats and dogs, have different experiences of the world, and they're looking for different things. And you know, the idea of Christianity is that there's something bigger and better than us. Other religions would say that we are the end all be all, and the whole point is to make sure that we are the best people we can be.
Yeah, I mean,
I think my problem with all religions is they're very humano-earth centric. They don't take into account the vast infinitude of the universe. So that's just me.
well, but they in the book of Job, I know you love that book.
I
God
do
kind
love
of goes
Job.
into that when God makes his case to Job about, like, Job's like, why did you do this to me? And then God's like, hey, look at this. You see how awesome this is? And that's kind of like his defense.
Yeah,
But he goes into that.
But he does. But okay, the reason that I love that book and God's okay, pardon me, but that's a bullshit response.
Okay.
The whole point of Job, the whole point of that book, at least for me, is that Job's faith is unassailable. You know, he has faith in the good times and the worst times. He stands up. He's like, nobody can shake my faith, and he's right. They couldn't, and he's rewarded. But for me, at least for me, what I love about Job is his belief. It doesn't matter whether it's in his God or whatever, his art, the fact that he believed and he was right. He stood by his convictions. And it wasn't like he was saying, I know he wanted to have well, if I believe hard enough, maybe I'll get this. I know that's part of the story. But for me, the great thing about Job is he fought the good fight. He believed no matter what horrible, and by the way, a lot of horrible shit, his entire family, everything he knew was wiped out. He was destroyed. And yet he still believed. Because he knew at the end of the day he was right. Now, do I think that everybody should think that? No. But in the biblical story of Job, the fact that he stood in front of the storm, you know, and everyone said Job was fucked. And he still believed. And his belief got him through. And I love that. I love that idea.
Yeah. Look, I'm one of those Christians. This is one of those things that I get into debates about a lot. I don't believe that Job really happened. I think it's a fable in the Bible
What?
It's more about,
God
like,
damn it, it's real. What are you talking about?
No. Sorry. But
just kidding.
But no, I bring that up. I brought that up because it's probably the biggest example of the Bible even bringing up the infinitude of the cosmos, as you would say, or space, because God does that for, like, 2-3 pages where he's like, look at the vastness and the size of everything that I made, and he's like, can you even fathom what it's like to run all this? Do you know what goes into everything doing this? Could you do this for a day? And then Job kind of realizes, I'm so tiny and so insignificant that my complaining is basically pointless.
Wow, you've recontextualized Job in a very interesting way. And I would say this is why I love having your show on this channel.
Hey, Israel, I got a question. What made you stop believing in 2020?
I didn't like some of the stances that Christianity has on certain issues, and I still don't like. I don't agree with the stance on homosexuality in the Bible. I still wrestle with that, and I still look in evidence on that because I don't agree with that. That was one of the biggest things because I had so many growing up in fine arts and things like that. I had so many LGBTQ friends.
Yeah, me too.
Who I loved and I knew who were great people. And I still struggle with that today.
So,
I'm looking
but
for.
I guess like my question is like, what about like obviously, like you had those friends for a while. Like what happened in 2020, or would you just like finally come to grips, or like what happened in 2020? Was there like an event or
good question, Paul? Good question.
That was
man.
the year that I graduated, and that my parents stopped forcing me to go to church because I was no longer a minor.
Okay. So more, I guess more free will is given to
so,
you.
yeah, once I was on my own, it was kind of like, now I don't have to go to church if I don't want to.
Right.
And then I started, that's when I started kind of going on YouTube, becoming an adult. Like we talked about last week, I started getting more into politics, and I kind of started to look into different worldviews, and I realized I didn't like Christianity. And so I didn't.
Wow.
I stopped believing in it. And that still holds true. When I went back and sort of did my research, I didn't want Christianity to be true when I was looking into evidence for different religions. I wanted more accepting, I guess, religions to be true. But the thing that, like I said before, the thing that brought me to it was Jesus's resurrection. And Paul talks about that in 1 Corinthians 15, where he says, if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, our faith is in vain, in which we are the most to be pitied. In the sense that if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, we're idiots, and everybody should just make fun of us because we're believing in something that's just absolutely not true. And the way he talks about it so passionately, it's like, okay, this must be not maybe provable, but evidence for this fact. And so I started looking for evidence, and the evidence doesn't work for everybody. There are scholars who study Christianity who don't believe that it's true, and then there are scholars that do. And I fell on the side that the evidence was pretty convincing. And even though I don't agree with a lot of the stances in the Bible, the core principle of Christianity, that Jesus rose from the grave, proving that he was God and that his teachings were true, that I believe in that. But there's still a lot of things that I'm still wrestling with. I'm still a relatively new Christian, but that's kind of the way I got into it. And so I have a lot of arguments and debates with people because my view on hell, my view on Job, my view on Genesis is totally different. I don't think the earth was created in 6 days. I believe in natural evolution. And people get mad at me about that. And then
let me just say, I mean, this might be one of the most interesting conversations I've had late night on this channel. And Paul and Israel, I mean, this is why I love YouTube, that we can have this conversation and to be respectful and honest and open is amazing. So I want to thank both of you for this. And by the way, I'm not going to turn this off. It's so great. But Paul, I would ask you, I mean, obviously,
I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, but I'm going to give the floor to Paul.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you thinking what Israel said, you didn't buy any of it.
No, I'm not religious, but I don't want to especially because you were already kind of debating him. I didn't want to gang up.
No. Here's the thing. I don't believe that stating your opinion is ganging up. And I look at you and we've talked, I think we've talked before, and I respect you as an intellect, as a person. I'm very curious. I love Israel. I do. He's great. He's smart. He's young. He has a lot to offer. However, a counterpoint is never a bad thing. So I'd be curious, I mean, after what he said, because I don't agree with him.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not religious at all. I mean, I'm kind of on your side where it seems like the science, the amount of time, especially the amount of billions and billions of years of nothing happening in the universe and then humans happen. It's like a weird thing for God to design it that way, So.
Israel, we're debunking everything you said, just so you know.
I thought I walked away and and Rob was like, "How stupid was that?"
No. But here's the thing. As I am a fan, and I am a huge, in terms of religion, and human experience, I'm a huge fan of it all. And what's really interesting to me is that our existence to me is miraculous. It's miraculous. I mean, it's the fact that we even exist at all is insane. And to me, I guess, and that's why I was talking about dogs earlier. What is fascinating to me is that we can even communicate, whether it's emotionally or visually, or it's amazing to me.
Yeah, the probabilities are astronomical.
Yeah, that we live on we are looking for extraterrestrial life. We're looking for a microbe on this planet, from the submicroscopic level up to the highest level. This planet is astonishing. It's astonishing in the universe. It's astonishing. And I understand why we want to think that, like, we're not even in the middle of our own galaxy. There are billions of galaxies. There's hundreds of and it's so insane. But the fact is, like I have 3 dogs, and they all have different personalities that I know. And when they converse with me, and they do, they're asking for specific things. Like, I understand, like, one dog's like Gilbert, our oldest dog. He loves to sleep with us on our bed, but he doesn't want to disturb anyone. He's understood that if he jumps on Elizabeth, she gets upset. If he jumps on me, I move around. And so when at late night, in the middle, 4 o'clock in the morning, if he's not situated, I wake up because I hear his pitter patter on the wood floor. I'm like, ch, 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 ch. And I wake up, and all he wants, because he's a smart dog, he's like, there are other dogs on the bed. Where can I be? And I'm like, I put up the light. I show him where he can jump up. He jumps up. He and mostly drapes himself over me. But here's what I love about it. Like, this is an unbelievably intellectual engagement. Like, I know what he wants. I know he wants to come up and sleep on our bed, mostly on me, because it's warm. And he also understands that if he jumps on Elizabeth, who hates all that, she'll yell. And then he also knows he's a big dog. He's 70 pounds. He only has a certain amount of space that he can jump up on. So all of these things has gone through his mind. And it's the middle of the night, and he'll walk up to me, and at 4:30 in the morning, he'll walk up and go, woof. He won't go, woof. He'll go, woof. And he knows that just the woof. He's understood he can measure his own barks. And when he wakes me up, he doesn't know what to say, but I know what he's like. He's like, bro, I just want to fucking sleep next to you, and it's fucking cold here. And I know what he's saying. And I have to light up my phone and show, here's where you have to jump up and come here. It'll be fine.
I mean,
that's cognitive reasoning.
Hate to burst your bubble here, Rob, but there's lots of animals that are even smarter than dogs, you know?
I'm just saying. I mean,
my...
that Gilbert is he wants a specific thing. He has cognitive reasoning.
My dogs, I have a Chihuahua that's about to be 10 this year. And then I have, it's a Australian German Shepherd mix. And she's going to turn 1 in July. And both of them are incredibly smart. The Chihuahua is very spoiled, but, and so she's stuck in her ways. We're trying to teach her new things, but she doesn't like it. But the new dog is very receptive to learning new things. And she's learned that our small dog, she just sits by the back door when she needs to go outside. She'll just sit there and wait for somebody to notice her. And she can sit there for like 15 minutes if no one comes out of like their room or no one's walking by or whatever. But the big dog, the newer dog, she's noticed that there's a bell on that door. And so she'll ring it and it makes a sound. Yeah. Someone knows to come out and then open that door. I guess maybe it's because the small dog also can't reach it, but she doesn't even try.
But here's the thing. What I love about your story is there's cognitive reasoning.
Yeah.
They've figured it out. And for me, you know, if we found a if we go to Europa or Enceladus or whatever, you know, moons of Jupiter, moons of
Yeah, Europa's
Saturn.
probably a good bet.
If we go there and we find one submicroscopic or microscopic life form, our entire cosmology will be changed. And by the way, we'll find, whether it's Io, whatever internal ocean, we will find life there. And
Yeah,
we will have to deal with the fact that our cosmology has to change. It's gonna be tough.
I think
agree.
like I'm of the opinion that life has probably already existed elsewhere already, you know? Like it's kind of almost arrogant of us to assume that we're just the first. It's
Right.
more than likely life has existed elsewhere far enough away that maybe they've already blown themselves up like we may do, or maybe they never ever got to the point where they're a spacefaring civilization, which is great possibility, or else the fact that they maybe are a spacefaring civilization but too far away to reach us, you know, the vastness of the universe. There's all kinds of different barriers to
Well,
reaching
also, the biological life might give way to digital life, which we
like
don't
we've
know.
sent out how many probes? Like we sent out that one with the record playing on it, that gold record that has a bunch of data. It has a bunch of, I forget. It has like some like prime numbers
Voyager
on the side. Yeah, Voyager. Yeah. But yeah, we've sent out lots of probes. We send out, like, right now, even this YouTube video is being sent out over the airwaves.
Right. Well. Also, unfortunately, we as human beings are stuck in our lifespan.
Right.
You know, we at the latest, let's call the human lifespan is 80 years.
Yeah.
What's unfortunate about that is the galaxy, the universe. 80 years is not any kind of constant for the universe. It's the universe is based on a 10 million year lifespan. And
Longer than that.
our 80 years, we don't even register a blink of an eye as far
That's
as if the universe was a person.
Yeah.
You know, we wouldn't even get a blink of an eye. And what's frustrating to me as a science fiction fan and all that, I'm like, God damn. You know, I've read all these books about, like, Vernor Vinge's. Oh, man. I wish I could have one experience with an extraterrestrial or something.
Yeah, I really liked that movie Arrival. I thought that was really good on.
Oh, my God. And by the way,
the
the original script is even better.
Yeah.
But yeah, a great film. You know, a great film.
Aliens could have sent us a huge signal 300 years ago, and we would have no way to.
Well, that's
as
that's the
early
problem.
As 300 years ago, and we wouldn't have had any way to do.
That's the big problem. I mean, you just codified what people say. Like, we could have the most advanced, technologically advanced alien group ever sent us the biggest broadcast ever, and it showed up 400 years ago where we didn't have the technology to read it. And that's the entire, you know, that's it. Like what the only reason we're not talking to aliens is because they tried to contact us 400 years ago and we didn't have the technology to hear it.
Yeah,
And they just thought, oh, no one's there.
Yeah, exactly. And then, like, yeah, I mean, it all comes down to how the dots of light. You have to be at the exact right moment at the exact right time, having the exact right equipment to hear it, and it's just unlikely. But the fact that it's out there is very likely.
Yeah,
You know,
of course, and that's why, you know, people talk about why the Great Silence or all the books you read about SETI and all this, and they all say the same thing. Like we've only existed in a very small microscopic moment in the universe where we can even broadcast something to someone else.
Right, and that has to line up with the same small existence for some other culture.
Yeah, which probably will never happen.
You know,
Probably not.
I think I cracked hearing this. I think I cracked the code as to why Rob loves the Avatar movie so much. It's because
Uh-oh.
Jake Sully is living Rob's dream life. Not only did he meet an alien species, but he became an alien and got with a hot alien woman.
That's right.
Well, and chowing her box, her alien box, yes. I'm a cunning linguist. No, but okay, you're not wrong. I mean, all kidding aside, my entire life, being a Star Trek fan or whatever, it's late night, I'll admit this. I have dreamt and desired and thought about and fantasized about meeting another species, an alien species, and having the opportunity to somehow communicate. I mean, that honestly, that's my dream in life. I mean, to meet an extraterrestrial species. And by the way, that are not killing us, that are not destroying our entire biosphere to take our.
That's how Gilbert feels about you. He's
Well,
like, I'm just waiting my entire life for Rob to learn how to bark.
Well, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, I think. By the way, I think that's a very astute thing. It is, and here's the thing. I mean, Gilbert. I love Gilbert. He's so smart, and you're right. And my only understanding of him is he's hungry or he's not.
Yep.
But the question that I have to ask is, if I were to ask Gilbert, and in a way where he would understand my words, if I were to ask Gilbert, when you get up in the morning, what is it you think is important in your life? That's what I would ask him. And you know what he would say to me? I can only imagine if the translation device worked both ways. He would look at me and he would say, my life doesn't matter. All that matters is that we understand that we're here. And that's all. That's what I think about Gilbert. If he could talk to me, because he would have no understanding of anything other than existence, and in his mind, he wouldn't say, "I want you to pet me." He would just be like, "I'm happy to be here."
Yep.
That's what he would say. I love being here. Because he would never know what anything other existence would be like. He knows that we love him. He knows that he can go places. He knows that if we're in the media room and he wants to come up and jump on my lap, he can do that, and I will never ever say no. He knows that. But here's the funny thing. He has intellect. In his own remote understanding, he does still get it. He still understands. He's still out there going, and he doesn't have the words, but he knows he can direct us. I mean, that dog is an intellect. I mean, when I interact with him, he can't speak. He doesn't know how to speak English, but he does convey. He's like, those crunchies that you have there. I know I had my food tonight, but I'd really like some of those crunchies. Now, he'll never say that, but he knows that I know what he knows. He knows it. He walks up and he's like, yeah. And there's the kibble. There's the wet food that he gets every night, the very expensive food, and then there's kibble, which sometimes I give them. And he walks up and he's like, and he knows what the kibble is, and it's so crazy.
Sure. Hey, I've been trying to pitch you my Reeves versus Mr. Freeze for a while. This is the first time I've got on here. Do you want to hear it?
Oh.
Lay it on us, man. Tell
All right.
us.
All right. So, like, obviously, Mr. Freeze can't have a freeze gun in the Reeves verse. So, in order to freeze people, he does it Dexter style with a paralytic agent on a needle. So basically, he's going around with a syringe, and you can still have his same backstory where he's doing it to save his wife Nora.
I agree with you. It's
So
great.
basically, and then you could do it in like almost like a horror way. I know you're a big Stephen King fan there, Rob.
Yep.
Have you ever read that one where some dude he wakes up on an autopsy table? He was bitten by a snake, but he can't scream, he can't move.
Yep. Yeah.
and they're gonna start-
I don't know. Yeah. I forget the name. It's such a good story, though.
Right. So basically, you could do a bit of a horror element to this Reeves verse, kind of like the first Batman was very like Seven, right? It's kind of like that horror element to it.
Yep.
You could do it so that freezes the person, and in order to get the drug that Nora needs, they need to be in a state of fear. So you could have him like body, like, you know, like the guy's frozen and he's like getting cut open and he gets like needs to get like the adrenaline gland or whatever, right? And so
I think what you're saying is great. I love that.
So bit of a horror aspect there. And then also, like, if you want to bring in other people, you could say that he got the idea from Dr. Jonathan Crane. So that would set up like another thing, you know, something else there.
So let me ask you this: Did you like the Batman?
Oh yeah, I loved it. Yeah, so loved it. Thought it was really good. Maybe a little bit too long. Like everybody has the gripes with it. No, Israel. Yeah, no.
It's still my favorite movie of 2022. I'm surprised it didn't get like any like of the pristine Oscar nominations.
Well, it can't because it's a superhero movie. They'll never give it.
Let me ask you this, Rob. Which do you think is, based on what you've seen at the Oscars, would you say is, because I remember your debate you had with John like the other week about this very topic. What movie do you think is more Best Picture worthy? If only one of these movies could get nominated for Best Picture, regardless if it would win or not, do you think they would have given it to Black Panther: Wakanda Forever or The Batman, and why?
They would never give either one of those movies.
Hypothetically, though.
I would say The Batman.
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
And here's the thing, because okay.
I'm gonna jump in here, Rob, and say you've used the word showy a few times. I would say the Batman is less showy.
Well, here's what the here's what Oscars want. What they want to do is honor films that have a universal human message to them.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at all of the Oscar winners, and there's some that are anomalies, but what they want to award is a film that best encapsulates the human experience. Now, I would say that lately, because the entire world is trying to overcompensate for all the bullshit, as much as I saw Moonlight in a theater, I liked Moonlight a lot. Is it a Best Picture? Don't think so. But do I think that La La Land is a Best Picture? No, I don't either. To me, a Best Picture is a film, a piece of art that accentuates or illuminates the human experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we live in a world now, and here's the thing. I am all about marginalized people being recognized. And we were on that path. What has happened is that performance activism has turned the world into a bunch of like snitches. Like really, we live in a world of a horrible place where people will snitch on their neighbors or whatever. They won't talk. I mean, my God, we are intellectually bereft of real meaning or whatever, and I hate it. I hate it. And I think that I don't know. Anyway, guys, it pisses me off.
My rebut is that I think even though The Batman is my favorite film of 2022, I think that if they were to nominate one of the two, it would have been Black Panther. Because, and I'm right with you, a Best Picture is one, while it might not be my favorite film of the year, it's one that it studies what you would say is the human experience, right?
Yeah.
As you refer to it. And I think that the way Black Panther deals with grief and loss.
No doubt. I mean, by the way, I think that Black Panther Wakanda Forever is an extraordinary film.
I think it's better than the first. I'm in the minority on that, but
well, here's the thing. Like John points out, it doesn't have his main character. But what it does do, I wish people, it's so frustrating to be a fan. When you look at something like Black Panther Wakanda Forever, what a horrible place to be in to make that movie.
Yeah.
But Ryan Coogler and his co-writer, they wrote a film that is beautiful, it's emotional, it's politically charged. I mean, they did so many things that it makes it a fantastic film in my mind. And what sucks is that the general population, the people that love, I don't want to take it away from them, but my God, Wakanda Forever has so many issues and so many ideological positions it deals with in such a beautiful way. And everyone's like, man, dude, I just want to see Black Panther kick ass and, Chad Boseman's dead, whatever. I mean, my God, does that movie stand head and shoulders above every fantasy film that was made and make a statement. Have something to say. My God, it does. What a great movie that is.
That film, because I know John always says that like Shuri is a top 5 MCU character to him, and he didn't really enjoy what they did with Shuri and Wakanda Forever. To me, this made Shuri a top 5 character to me. I loved the journey she went on.
Dude, John says that because he's simple-minded and he doesn't. No, I'll say it. Like, you know what? I am so fortunate to be on John's show. I am, but we definitely have differing points of view. And one of those things, I mean, I'm not going to get into it. I'm not like, who's going to be Black Panther? And John was adamantly opposed to Shuri being Black Panther. And I'm like, well, if the story's good, tell me the story. What is it? And, for me, I disagreed with what John said, vehemently disagreed. And it's his show. I'm a guest. And I'm not going to be like, fuck you, dude, you're wrong.
Yeah,
but
I think he was coming at it from a logical point of view. Which,
exactly.
Like
yeah, of course. That's why. And he's not wrong.
Right. Very few things, though, in comic book movies are logical. There's very few things are logical, Like, Superman just can't fly. There's just no logical reason for that. But he does.
But I think it makes, and I've listened to a spoiler discussion, and every time I listen to him talk about it, and I'm not going to, say, oh, John, you missed it. You don't understand. Like, to me, I don't, I guess it all comes down to the subjectivity of it. To me, it was so apparent that Shuri was making the wrong decision. She was doing it out of rage, out of vengeance.
Yeah.
And it was almost like the film was looking down on it, and she doesn't earn it at all until she tries to make peace with Namor at the end.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Look, here's the thing. On the John Campea show, we are movie pundits.
Yep.
We're talking about films. We're not college professors. We're not delving into the greater meanings of, even though I think we should. I do.
It's not like college professors would be any more elevated opinions. They have no more right than anybody else does.
No, you're out, Paul. You're absolutely right. Totally right. I've spent my life in service or honor or even exploratory, whatever. Since I was a little kid, loved movies. I've loved everything about movies. I've spent my entire life probing, and my life in the last 20 years, I've made great documentaries about the making of films that I will stand by, whether it's Usual Suspects or Chronicles of Narnia or the making of Tron or this, my God, I got to make Star Trek, The Next Generation documentaries. I mean, where it was me and the cast of The Next Generation talking for hours. I mean, so for me, if my life ended right now, I would die a happy man. I think it's amazing. What I don't like about our modern age is there is a de facto position of anger and hatred that everybody is starting from. And I'm like, man, our lives are better than anyone's in the entire history of humanity. And my whole thing is like, isn't that great? Oh no, man, it's not apparently great.
Right. I mean, in the YouTube bubble that we are currently in, the hate gets the clicks, right? So it's.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong. No, but here's the thing. I'm like, but hate doesn't endure. And I'm like, I don't hate anything. I think to myself, I'm like, even the YouTube channels, and there's a lot of people. Man, I got skewered the other day. I'm a big fan of the Critical Drinker. I love his channel. I love his analysis of story. Yeah. And we've done a 4-hour deep dive into Star Trek the Motion Picture. And I love the Critical Drinker. I really do.
Yeah, I watched that episode where you went on right after that happened. And you know what it made me think of? It made me think of Bill Maher. Because Bill Maher has been kind of in the same situation recently where he brings on a lot of Republicans, like the other side or whatever. And he's like, look, guys, we're not going to be able to bridge that gap by just completely putting other people down and isolating ourselves from them. The only way to bridge that gap and bring people together is to actually come together. And I thought that's what I thought of when I thought of you and the Critical Drinker. Just because some people don't like him doesn't mean they should just immediately shut him off and say, you're this and you're that for even hanging out with them. There's
it was amazing. I mean, the stuff I get every day. And it's frustrating because as everyone who knows this channel knows me understands that my entire raison d'etre is to converse with people that don't necessarily agree. This entire channel, my entire philosophy is that I say this at the end of every stream. Every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. All you have to do is listen. I honestly believe that. And, on John's show, on Campia's show, we do movie news, entertainment news, which is great. I think we do it great, But
I watch it.
I'm so proud to be there. But I would say this. We have a really interesting group of people, whether it's Chris Carr, whether it's Taylor Gonzalez, whether it's Ray Ora, whether it's Jonathan Voico. I mean, I feel like, wow, we could be doing something really interesting. And John, to be fair, he has a great structure and understands what that structure is, and it's great. But it would be nice if we could opine more. And but then again, it might be we'd get too weird, and it would be strange. But whatever.
Yeah, I think obviously the structure is a big part of what makes that show successful.
Yeah, I do absolutely. I love doing it. I mean, we have so much fun doing that show, and what I love about it is the structure. Like John's made it a very structured show. It's like we're gonna do entertainment news, and here's what we're gonna do. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
which
Yeah,
is
there's
great.
always a laid out plan. It's pretty much the same thing. You
Yeah.
know, every once in a while, you guys have
Yep.
to go off rails or whatever. Somebody can't come in or whatever. But I mean, for the most part, it's very structured. And that's one of the reasons I love it is because I know it's going to be on every day at whatever. I watch it when I'm doing home installs. So we're in the install van and we're listening to it on podcast or whatever. So, but we know
I
it's
love
going to
that.
be there.
I
you know?
love hearing that.
Yeah, I mean, and on top of that, John, I think one of the reasons why John doesn't let you guys like kind of go into a lot of that stuff a lot more is because, and we've seen it a few times on super duper controversial issues, he chooses to only speak about the issue himself because he doesn't want you guys to get caught in any crossfire and a bunch of flack. And I think it's out of protection of you guys that he
Also,
does that.
it's out of protection of the show too. Like he doesn't want people to say something that some sponsors canceled.
Well, no, and no, and you know what? You guys are not wrong. I mean, look, John has spent a decade and a half building up his brand. I have the utmost respect for John Campia. I really do. I mean, what he's done and how he knows YouTube, it's really impressive. And I mean, you know, it's funny. I've been streaming with him for 8 years. In April, it'll be in April of 2015. I was on my first Collider, or pardon me, AMC Heroes with John Campia and John Schnepp. I didn't know John Campia, and now I've known him for 8 years. And here's the thing, John Campia, if I had a problem in my life, he would help. He would absolutely help. And if I was like kicked out of my house and I'm living on the streets and I'm like, John, can I sleep one night at your house? He would help me. John Campia is that kind of guy. He really is. However, that said, I would also say that John also exists in the YouTube world where all these other people, like John has an incredible team of people. Chris, Jonathan, Taylor, Ray. You know, and John, you know, maybe perhaps in his desire to create a great show, it's hard because and I can attest to this, you know, when you start doing a YouTube show, human beings cease to matter. And it's like, what are you going to do? How are you going to project this? What are you going to shoot on? How is it going to happen? It's you know, it's difficult. But John Campia he's been doing this for almost 20 years. And he's created a great show and I have to say that, I mean, I say this because I'm on the show, but John Campia has created one of the most entertaining and awesome teams on YouTube. And I say that because I love Chris Carr, I love Taylor, I love Ray Ora, I love Jonathan Voico, I love John.
I will add though, Rob, the show did suffer for that time that you weren't on it. It wasn't as good when you weren't there.
Well, I thank you. That was back in I want to say 2020. But John wanted, and by the way, John was not wrong. Like John's like, I need to have you all in the studio. I get it, and he's not wrong because I've been in the studio with everyone. It is so much fun, and when we laugh our asses off, it's genuine. You can't fake that shit.
Yeah, for sure.
And for me, I couldn't drive 120 miles a day.
Right. I'm not blaming you.
No, but you're right, and I couldn't. And John, you know, made me an offer, and which was great, and I could come. But here's the thing about John. John has a great talent of putting great people together.
Yep.
He really does. He finds people he understands. But you know what John doesn't know? He doesn't know his own worth. Because he's always just had to deal with life on his own terms. But John doesn't understand how much that his interaction with his team matters.
Well, maybe you should tell him.
Well, I will. John, he never watches my channel, but
I mean,
but
you tell him in person. It'd mean more.
I try. I do. I try. But it's true because John does hire great people.
I mean, one of the biggest testaments to that is every time he adds someone new to the show, my immediate position is, why did you do that, John? Stop. Because the show always gets to the point where I love it so much in the current dynamic that I don't want him to put someone in that'll ruin that. But then he always ends up picking the right person.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the great things about John is working for him. I mean, I've worked for him. It's funny because people always ask me in the YouTube space, he hired me to work for him in 2018. You know, here's the funny thing about me. I'm like, this is so weird. Like, I got canceled. I got destroyed by the very people I loved working with. And I'm like, so for those of you who don't know, during the Black Lives Matter riots, there was an ex-police captain, Captain David Dorn, father of 5, grandfather of 10. And he was defending his friend's pawn shop, and during these riots, and he was killed. He was shot down on the sidewalk defending and when I saw, so I had a video, there was a video, and I watched the video. I was so angry, and I retweeted. I didn't retweet. I was like, oh, you want outrage, motherfuckers? You know, I'm like, and I said, where's the Second Amendment advocate right now? And it was with the video, and I was so upset with what happened to David Dorn. So I thought, like on Twitter, the rules of Twitter, if you tag yourself in a video or retweet a video, the video is part of your tweet. It's part of your tweet. And so people I worked with, and I was playing a part. I was playing a braggadocio, that wasn't me. But whatever. The young people I work with, one of them saw this tweet and took it out of context and took it out of the video, and retweeted it, and insinuated that I was advocating killing looters during the Black Lives riot. And I'm like, and what was funny about it was John Campy who called me like 20 minutes after I tweeted. He goes, John said, Rob, I don't want to tell you what to do, but maybe you should apologize for that tweet. Maybe you should. It was John who called me. And I looked at my tweet half an hour in. I'm like, okay, people don't understand. I'm not saying kill looters. And I apologized. After I did that, people I worked with, younger people, said Rob Burnett is advocating killing looters. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what I was saying is David Dorn, ex-police captain David Dorn, in his 70s, was trying to defend his friend's pawn shop. He was gunned down. And in my apology, I'm like, I didn't understand. Okay, I was so angry that but still to this day, people still want to cancel me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All because, wow, I mean, It's like David Dorn, the guy, he got fucking gunned. He got murdered by a bunch of people that wanted to loot the pawn shop to get the guns.
Mm-hmm.
And I was upset about that. And my tweet had nothing to do with anyone else. And it was removed from, and it was, and still today people are like, you're a racist. I'm like, oh, right, really? Have you watched the last 40 episodes of Midnight Musings? I'm a racist. I hate everybody of a different color than me. God damn it. You know what? Let me just flat out say it. Everyone I know that doesn't look exactly like me, like exactly like, you have to measure my pigmentation. If it's not exactly like me, you're inferior. You're not cool. It's so bizarre. It's so weird. I'm like, whatever.
I mean, you know what they say about trust. It takes years to build it up, but then you can destroy all of it in a moment. I mean, that happened to me in 2020 as well, with a lot of my friends.
Okay, what happened? Tell us the tale.
Well, we talked about it a little last week when I talked about my history with politics. Today we went over religion. Last week we went over politics. Y'all are learning a lot about me, Burnettwork.
Well, you are putting a show on my channel. I am vouching for you, and I would say that you have done a great job. Got to say, by the way, Israel, to be fair, you really did a great job on the show. It's really good.
I appreciate it.
And I am very proud to have your show on this channel. Really well done, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But it was, like I said, Texas is a red state. And so at the time, like I said, I was only consuming, Republican or conservative leaning news stuff. And so a lot of my opinions, whether they were wrong or not, that's up for debate, but they were definitely skewed to one perception.
Sure.
Right? And so I posted something, it had to do with the BLM riots as well. And I made a joke, because it was COVID, it was the lockdown, everybody was in. I made a joke about how, like, oh, what happened to social distancing? I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, but a joke that is also based in practicality.
Exactly. And I just thought it was funny. Everybody was sick of COVID. I was just trying to lighten the mood of everybody was in a bad mood in 2020. And then my ex-girlfriend started first. She started getting mad at me. Then some of my friends started ganging up on me. Friends that I had known for years, and been allies with, people who were LGBT, who I'd been allies with, suddenly thought I was a homophobe. Some people suddenly thought I was like an Uncle Tom, and
a lot of it too is that pressure cooker situation that COVID created.
And I got ganged up on. I couldn't even apologize. I had to delete my Twitter because people were adding me and pinging me and tweeting about me indirectly on their Twitters, and that messed me up. That was to see people I thought were friends, like not even try to reach out, like, hey, what did you mean exactly by this? This can be like seen wrong, kind of like how John did to you. I didn't have that. No one did that to me. And so I just had to delete everything and shut off Twitter for like 2 years. And there's people I still haven't even attempted to follow back unless they were one of my close best friends who I'm still friends to today. Well, just because I don't want them to gang up on me again.
What I would say is how horrible is that? And what you have to ask yourself as a religious man, as a Christian man, you have to ask, like, these people that, by the way, think they're righteous, they think they're, spreading the goods. They're not. And they want to destroy you because, let's face it, that's what they wanted to do.
Yep.
And the question is, I would ask this: did they want to make sure you never made money anymore? Did they make sure you wanted to go to an internment camp for re-education? What did they want you to do?
They weren't even trying to refute anything. They didn't try to
No,
hit me back
what
with
they
arguments.
want
They just insulted me.
Yeah, I mean,
Beca-
social media pariah. That's what they wanted.
Yeah.
yeah, but what they really want to do is destroy you. Now, they might have been your friends or whatever. You painted yourself as a target, and they were able to. And here's the real. Here's what I'm scared of. These people that did what they did to you. You're a good man. You're an ally. You're somebody that they need on their side. They came after you.
Mhm.
Like they would come after me. And at the end of the day, we're the guys that can anchor their defense. And yet they're so quick to go in and destroy us because they really don't know us. They don't know what we've done. And I'll tell you something. Our civilization has been co-opted by a small minority of people that represent half a percentage point or whatever. It's really weird. And all I can say is that I'm a big fan of people. I like all kinds of people, all shapes, size, colors, creeds, genders, whatever. Call yourself what you want. I will be there to be your friend. I'm there. I have no problem. But you know what? Don't turn your own status into a place where you're going to destroy other people, because then you destroy your own point of view because you tell me you're lying. And then you also say that how you got this power or whatever is also a lie. At the end of the day, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, I'm a big fan of the South Park motto is you should be able to make a joke about anything. You know, like I know they got flack for that Prophet Muhammad one or whatever, but they will joke about anything because that's their motto, is that you should be able to if you want to make a joke about pedophiles, that is allowed. You should be able to make a joke about anything. And
every joke is at someone's expense.
That's right. And once you start, like, it's a slippery slope once you start going down to what you can't joke about.
All right, Paul, 100%. That is absolutely crucial. And if you don't believe that, this is a problem with our society.
There's a lot of people that don't believe that. There's a lot of people that don't believe that.
I know,
But
and they're
I'm
wrong.
a big fan of the South Park guys, and they've stuck to their guns. And even them, they've gotten so much flack for sticking to their guns. But I'm a belief of that system.
Well, and you're right. I mean, you have to be. And at the end of the day, I mean, what does one person want? I mean, what does anybody want? To be recognized. And if you're the butt of a joke, that's good too. And my God, it sucks that we live in a world where that humor and look, I understand. I can be the butt of many jokes. I can be, because I can. Yeah. I mean, and the idea that, oh my God, you're gonna make fun of me? Well, yeah, because you're a fucking clown. And let's make fun of you. And then if you agree with it, let's talk about it. Anyway.
Man, if Eddie Murphy made a joke about how ugly I was and how I like to do this and that, I'd be thrilled that Eddie Murphy knew my name.
Yep. You mean I can make jokes about Robert? I've been living in fear that I would never come back on the show if I would just get eradicated from existence if I
make a joke. I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, I'm so happy to have you, Israel, on the show. You've done such a good job. It's so great. And but at the same time, we live in a really weird place, you know, and it's so strange to me. Like, let's just make cool shit. My philosophy of life in the 90s or late 80s was like, let's make some cool shit. That's what I would say. Let's make cool shit. And that what that was a clarion call, if you want to do that. All the people I knew, the cinematographers, the lighting people, they would come in and like, okay, we're here to make cool shit. I mean, they would do it. That was what it was. Nowadays, not so much. But that's what we would do.
Yeah.
So, anyway, gentlemen, ladies, everyone, I need to end this stream.
They're asking you to read super chats before you fall asleep on stream.
There are actually. My God. Okay, boys and girls. T. Kane says, this is great. Hey, Rob and company. With James Gunn in charge, do you think he could do a Dark Knight's metal? It suits Gunn's style. Now, okay, for those of you who don't know, they did a massive crossover event, Dark Knight, Batman metal. I did buy those graphic novels. The problem is, to me, you have to create a realism. I think Dark Knight Metal goes in the opposite direction. It works great as a comic book, but not as a movie.
Man, you don't have to create a realism with Dark Knight's Metal. That's the opposite of realism.
Yeah,
You
totally.
just go like
If
full-blown craziness. 80s rock hair, soundtrack. Oh, man.
If they did it,
so great.
If they did it, it's not going to be anytime soon. It'll be a few years away.
Yeah. Jason Love says, I like what Stephen Colbert's take on this. God is love and hell is the absence of God's love. To be alone and without that love. Yeah, I mean, again, that's a very literary notion of what hell is. And I think, I mean, as a Bible scholar, who might say that's not right? Could be right.
Yeah.
Could be right.
I mean, that's another way of saying it. I'm thinking about actually, Rob, coming to do the John Williams concert again this year. If so, we'll meet up. I'll be 21 then. We'll just go to a bar and we'll just talk about this stuff all night long.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I don't want you to think I'm going to get you hammered.
Well, no. I have a limit on myself. I don't do that.
But yeah, I'm in. Count me in. I'm there. I'll be there. Sujith says, Rob, the universe makes little sense if you understand the standard model of elementary particle physics. Read it up. It's uplifting. Well, I have to say, Sujith, I mean, obviously, here's my big problem with human existence. We have a finite existence in the world, which is, let's call it 83 years old. All right? As a man, as a guy, I will never be free of lust and of erotic fantasies or whatever. And what you, man, I don't even know what you want me to say. I can't even, let me just finish what I'm saying. I can't even, I'm like, what? I don't even know. I'm like looking,
I haven't read that one myself, but I'm guessing what they're talking about is there's a whole bunch of little nuances where, say, like a gravitational force was like 0.5% this way or 0.5% that way, then the world wouldn't exist. I mean, there is a lot of things like that, which I think that's what they're talking about, but maybe they're talking about quarks.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I'm looking at this going, I can't look, to be honest, I have something to drink. It's late at night. I'm like, I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard to be respectful. And sometimes I read stuff and I'm like, what did I read? I can't even, I don't know.
Are they talking about the fine tuning? Is that what you're?
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it is. That's the fine tuning. Okay, let me just hang on. Sujith goes on to say, Sujith, with your philosophical, I hope, please understand, you've thrown me into an existential crisis. But Sujith says, and yeah, we're four-dimensional beings. We experience the universe in 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. People tend to forget that. Okay, Sujith isn't wrong. And here's the thing, and here's what I stress out over. All right, so we all live in, let's just say we live in Hollywood. And there are various, if somebody says to me like, okay, Rob, there's on the 101 freeway at the Santa Monica off-ramp, there's things you have to go find. I'm like, okay, I'll go find them and get them. And at the end of the day, I just want to be part of a group of people that makes good stuff. And that's it. That's it. That's all I want to do. Please.
Good answer.
Man.
Good answer.
I'm sorry. No, I know, but some of these are like deep things.
I know.
I
Dude, I'm like, I read them. I'm like, God damn.
we should have gone through them as they came in, like throughout. Would have been able to answer them. We're all fried.
What? Yeah, it's only 3 o'clock in the morning Pacific
It's
time.
5 over here.
Oh,
5
well.
here. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I mean, I'll leave it. I mean, okay, Sujith, who, by the way, has done a very good job. Let me reiterate. Sujith says, Rob, the universe makes a little sense if you understand the, quote, standard model of elementary particle physics, unquote.
You already read that one.
Read it up. It's uplifting. And yeah, we're 4-dimensional beings. We experience the universe in 3 special dimensions or spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. People tend to forget that. Okay, that's Sujith. Now, let me just say, guys, how do we experience the universe? I mean, what do you want me to say?
Come on. Bring out your Neil deGrasse Tyson, Stephen Hawking.
Come on, bring back the dog argument.
Look, man, I'm just saying that dogs are smart.
What would Gilbert say to this?
Yeah.
You guys don't make fun of me. Come on now.
You just said we could. Oh, now it's
Yeah,
free reign. Now they're
but
just
no,
popping off.
you can make fun of me all you want. It's fine. But the idea is Sujith's questions are interesting. I mean, all I'm saying about dogs is like make all the fun you want, but my dogs, they have an understanding of their own existence. That's all I'm saying. And I think that we don't get that, and we don't get the fact that dogs know more than we think they do.
All right. More super chats?
No, we're good.
Oh, that's good.
Oh.
No.
Israel, I got something to tell you, though. At the beginning of the show, you came on. You said something about you're going to have 10 segments on your show.
Well, that was kind of like the original idea. We'll see what happens in the second episode. Why?
I would say if you did 8 segments, you could call it the Otaku Octave.
Oh my God. Okay. Wow.
In the stream.
Now let me just say that the Otaku experience and Israel makes all those. He did a fantastic job creating a show. Amazing.
There's a lot to talk about this next week. We got Star Wars Vision Season 2 news. Sword Art Online just dropped in theaters. We're gonna be talking about a lot of crazy.
Okay,
things next
stop that shit. Put it on the show. Don't tell
That's right.
anyone. Make it good. Make it
I
live.
just wrapped it up. Gosh. I'm sorry.
In a
Well,
world.
what's the progress on the 50,000?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Let's look, shall we? Let me look at my YouTube partner channel, whatever.
I think you were getting 1 an hour, so I bet we're 20 away.
No, well, well, hang on, hold on, just a second. Oh my God. By the way, we're at 49,983. We are 17 subscribers away from 50,000 subscribers. let me ask you right now. Hang on, let me look. Just let me check out. Right now, there is 267 people
Oh, still.
watching this show right now.
Yeah.
I would implore you. I don't usually say this. Like, subscribe, but like and subscribe. 17 of you, take me over 50,000 right now. Please, right now. By God. Am I wrong, gentlemen?
Ring that bell.
Yeah.
Ring that bell.
Yes, Rob. I don't want to disappoint you, but someone's saying that there's more super chats. Did you refresh? Did you want to just make sure?
Oh, well, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there are indeed more super
All right.
chats. Okay.
All right. I got you, chat. I'm the voice of the chat.
Perfect.
What the people want. No, most of the chat's been stop talking about this stuff. Talk about Star Trek. Yeah, they don't.
Oh,
they don't like us
wow.
talking about the universe.
Is someone like dissing my Star Trek love?
No. They were saying they wanted us to talk about Star Trek rather than like God and the universe. And everything.
Yeah, well, I know it's terrible. I thought we had a great conversation, by the way. Okay, so superhero movies are the best movies. Says thoughts on Travis Walton's encounter with beings. Okay, that, my friends, is a great question.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, so here's the thing. There was a movie called A Fire in the Sky, and it recounted Travis Walton's experience with aliens or extraterrestrials or creatures. And by the way, A Fire in the Sky has one of the great terror moments in any movie ever. When the aliens take him, and it's great. It's really great if you like that sort of thing. Do I believe it? Did Travis Walton have an experience with aliens? Far be it for me to say yay or nay. I don't know. My default position is whenever I hear someone says, "Oh my God, I had an alien encounter," my default position is yes. Fuck yeah. Alien encounter. Yes. Love it. Tell me about it. Because I really want to believe that aliens are real and they're everywhere. I just love the idea that aliens are here. And if they're not, that makes the world less interesting. So,
I agree.
Thank you for your super chat, and I did read it from. By the way, I went underworld into the control panel, so yes,
we got them all. Okay.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
We got them all.
Well, no, I mean, I was like, here's where the machines. I'm like looking for machines that didn't exist. Going, something will be here. Yeah, okay.
You went underworld.
In a world where,
oh
my God.
Wait, Rob,
yes.
did you get my super chat I sent in earlier in the stream? I don't know if you read it because I was in and out.
Oh my God, dude, you're telling me things I
No.
Okay,
It's way back. It's way you were.
I mean, you could
no,
just say it.
hang on, no. Just
I got you in person. I can just say it here.
Yeah.
Hang on, wait. Let me just look.
Oh gosh.
Okay, go ahead. Say the super chat. What was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I first I said thank you for all the kind words you said in the member chat earlier today because
Oh yes,
my timer got cut off, so I didn't get to say thank you for those kind words.
No,
needed to hear that.
We said that, but go ahead and say it again.
Say it. I was in and out, so I didn't know if you had seen it. That's what I was saying. But I don't know if you saw, but I'm currently working on a script, and I'm 100% sending it to you.
Oh yeah, send me your scripts.
Send Rob your script. Wait. Will you read my script since we're like this?
Fuck no. No. Of course. Here's the thing. Let me explain to everybody about screenplays.
Oh no.
I will read your screenplay. I will. But here's the thing. Any reader, story analyst. Here's the thing about Hollywood. You can tell in the first page whether or not you will read it further. And I'm not talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. The first page. And how you know is the actual writing, the actual crafting of the language. You can't go fade in a man. He has blonde hair and blue pants, and he's mad. You can't say that. You can't say that. That's not like here's Rob Burnett's lesson of writing a script. So say what you want to do is a man coming into a room, and there's some shenanigans going on. Here's Rob Burnett's script writing 101.
101.
Here it is. Here it goes. A 27-year-old broken down nerd walks into a room. Saunters into a room. We don't know where this room is. He looks around. He takes stock of his surroundings. And he notices. Wait, hang on, I have to think. You're writing it, right?
I get it.
I'm making it up.
Going for.
It's like you're watching a movie with a descriptive audio on.
I mean,
I can't. So here's the thing. To be clear, someone doesn't just walk into a room. You saunter into a room. You bound into a room. It doesn't matter who you are. You can't just so-and-so walks into a room. You can't do that. What you need to do when you are writing a screenplay is you are painting images, not like Chat GPT or AI. You, by your words, need to tell us, you have to paint the movie that we're seeing. So no one walks into a room. They saunter or they bound or they...
Does Johnny Cash saunter the line?
Well, I mean, yeah, depending on how you want to write it. And that's how you write a script.
I mean, my script currently, unless I rewrite it, or I'll probably go back and do different drafts, but I'm on like the third draft now. The opening, like half of the opening page is all dialogue before you see anything.
Okay, what's your dialogue?
Would that be an immediate turnoff? I can't
Yes.
tell you, Rob. You have to read it in context.
No, but it would be.
Here's the
thing. Here's the thing. Your script might be the greatest script in the world. The problem is screenplays have a format that people want to see.
Yeah.
And if you defy that format, it becomes a problem. Especially now, here's the thing. No one who matters is going to read your script. No one. They all have people that read screenplays for them. The entire Hollywood system is based on people that will read scripts for the people that can actually say yay or nay. And most people have no idea what's good or bad. And that's why, when you have somebody that knows what they're doing, it's amazing. Amazing.
Once you read all the scripts there, you can have a YouTube show called Tales from the Script Keeper.
Well, I oh my God. I mean, that was 25 years ago. You have no idea. I mean, it was, oh man.
I've never read a script. The only thing I have read I think there's a couple comic books where they lay out like the script of the panels or whatever. Like, they kind of tell you.
The Marvel way. Script. Let me tell you.
That's all I've ever read.
Oh my God. Reading screenplays is the worst thing ever. Because 99 of 100 of them are terrible. And you know that from the first page or two, and you have to still read them and write comments and submit them. It's a horrible, horrible life, and it's just not good. Well, listen, kids, I must go to bed. I must leave.
Get to bed. Oh,
you did it, Rob. And there are 2 new super chats, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know. But congratulations!
What? What does that mean?
50K.
You got 50K.
What do you mean?
Really?
You couldn't read it?
Well, I haven't. Hang on. Let's go back down.
Yeah, you got. I don't know if you can.
Wait, there's more than 2 super chats. There's a lot of super chats.
I only see 2 that came in. You said you got them all, Rob.
No. There's been a lot that have come in.
Rob, you scamp.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I don't want to like. There's a lot of super chats that have come in. Oh my god.
I only see 2.
Oh my god. This is low. No, there's a whole. Okay, we're gonna get to the. Hang on. We're gonna get to these super chats. There's a lot of them. A lot. I need to go drain the main vein.
Yeah.
I need to feel water coursing through my urethra. Might
That's
you
what your
guys?
screenplay would say.
Okay, hey, say what you want. What if I'll let you guys speak. Can I turn this channel over to you for a moment?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't want me to.
I mean, I already host my own show on here. I got this, Rob.
There you go.
I got this.
Summarize
Well,
some of your
look,
thoughts.
yeah, okay.
Little teaser.
Go,
All
Rob,
right,
go.
so I just want to make sure. Don't say anything. Look, don't be racist or sexist.
Rob
Just-
didn't
I just
mean the
wanna know.
apology.
Because if you guys do this, I could get canceled.
You be
Oh
all right.
my god! In a world, so I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna come back.
All right, we're gonna hear you.
Are you
Be
sure?
loudly.
No,
Yeah, be loudly.
no,
All right.
you're not going to. No. Really? Hang on. Just wait. What happened? Where'd you go?
Hits 50,000. The first thing he does is
Okay.
leave.
Oh,
What
yeah,
the
no,
heck?
I'm just kidding.
He's like,
Just kidding.
finally, I can retire.
No. It's all good. Here's what's gonna happen.
Mm.
I'm gonna leave, and that's fine. You guys go. I'm gonna get
Yeah.
up.
Okay,
Very
Rob.
good.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Now, Paul, let's talk about the real subject matter.
No, don't.
Transformers.
Transformers? I'm
Yeah.
actually a huge Transformers fan.
Guys, we won.
Yeah.
This is the best stream. Okay, bro.
I do. I'm not like. Well, I shouldn't say. I bought all the toys when I was a little kid or whatever. So that the new one that like actually transforms is insane.
But are you a fan though? Like a fan?
Oh yeah, I'm
Okay.
a fan.
Or what's your favorite series?
Oh no, I'm not this much of a fan. I have
Oh.
no idea.
So you're not a fan.
I would say.
You only have the toys.
Well, no, I don't even have that. Well, I do have the Comic-Con exclusive 2011 Optimus Prime and 2018 Comic-Con exclusive Bumblebee.
Bring me Prime.
You want to see Prime? It's still in the
Yes.
box. I'll go grab it.
Yeah. All right. So for the rest of you guys, I mean, this is common sense, but Transformers: Age of Extinction is easily the greatest film of all time. Bill Barkley is saying Transformers Prime is his favorite show. What's all of y'all's favorite Transformers show or movie? Let me know what you guys think about those. For me personally, as you guys know, my favorite Transformers movie is Transformers: Age of Extinction, and I get a lot of flack for that, but it's great. Oh my gosh. He's glorious. Wow. I've seen reviews of that, but bro, how much was that?
Not too. I think it's like 200 or something like that. Nothing crazy.
Do you know how expensive that is now?
No idea.
Dude, if it was 200 then, dude, there are Transformers animated figures that went on sale for like when the show was airing, they were on sale for like, 20, at most like $40 if you got like a multiple character pack, and you could get that at like Walmart or Target. Now they'll sell like Voyager class Optimus Prime for like $150.
Oh yeah.
These things skyrocket in value once they stop selling them.
One of the guys that went.
Keep that. And you've never opened it?
No.
Bro, keep that.
One of the guys I went to Comic-Con with, he like does all the eBay. Like he didn't sell anything on eBay, but he's like, oh, I should have bought this because he checked afterwards like how much things went up and stuff like that. And I'm just not that kind of guy.
Yeah.
I just love Transformers as a kid, so I wanted one.
We got some of the chat going. John Gonzalez says Transformers Armada. Nice. We got some Beast Wars. We got the Bumblebee movie. We got more Beast Wars. We got Dark of the Moon. Awesome. Rob loves Dark of the Moon. Don't tell him I said that. We got G1. We got Age of Extinction is the real reason you got canceled. No, it's so good.
Oh my god. No, it's not.
The original
What the
animated
fuck?
movie.
Man, I use Dark of the Moon. I sell TVs and home theater systems. I use Dark of the Moon. Like the beginning of Dark of the Moon is great for like 11 channel audio.
How about the entire Battle of Chicago?
How about all of Age of Extinction?
Well, I mean, I just like that one because you hit the movie and it's going. You don't have to fast forward for 20 minutes in front of the customer. You know, first scene, great.
But people keep bringing this up in the chat. I have watched the first few episodes of Transformers Earthspark. I didn't really mesh with it, so I haven't gone.
By the way, are you guys reading super chats or
no? I had people in the chat tell us what their favorite Transformers.
Oh, okay, because we have super chats here that I would love to get to.
Get through, yeah.
Wow. Batsy41 says, guys, I love you. Well, thank you, Batsy. Wraith7 says, I think making the animated projects and video games part of the DCU canon is a huge mistake and will be too convoluted. Well, what do you guys think? They're not wrong.
It really depends. It depends on how crucial it is to the overall timeline.
Yeah,
like if we're getting like WandaVision levels of canon where you need to watch it before you watch Doctor Strange, that's a problem. But as long as it's like fun stuff, it adds on to your experience, but isn't necessary for your experience. I think that's key.
Also, like the animated stuff is going to be a heck of a lot cheaper. There's some things, like Warner Brothers is not flush for cash right now, and this animated stuff will be a lot cheaper. I don't think, and honestly, I don't think they're going to stick with the video games being in universe. Like they might have obviously the same characters, but I honestly don't think the video games are going to follow the same universe.
I think you're right.
Hasn't the studio that made the Arkham games, haven't they been trying for years to crack a Superman game? Is James Gunn now going to force them to make that Superman game fit into the DCU?
I don't. Look, I think the idea is they want to make it canonical. I mean, here's what we like. What you guys are just saying. We're all gamers. We think like I buy action figures from Hot Toys about the Arkham Knights or Arkham whatever game. I put my Arkham Batman Beyond fighting my Arkham Deathstroke. The real question is, like most people are like, what the game designers are like, we don't even know they released those figures. They don't know fuck all. And what it comes down to is that they're trying to make a great Batman game. And the Arkham games, for the most part, people love those games.
Great.
And they're non-canonical, but then you ask yourself, what is Batman canon? Is there Batman canon? I mean, I loved Justice League International in the mid-'80s. Batman was a punk, and he was very funny, and he punched out Guy Gardner, one punch. Is that the same Batman?
Yeah, like, in all honesty, obviously it can't be the same Batman because, like, even if you were to, like, take one caper as a day, like, how old would he be? Like, it's
I know, and that's my point. I'm like, say what you want about Batman, and the to me, Batman is at this point is a state of mind.
And even like right now, today, you've got Batman, you've got White Knight, you've got DC versus Vampires, you've got Deceased. There's a whole lot of different Batman running around.
Oh my God! Yeah. So who's Batman? Who is Batman?
Yeah. And
what is Batman?
Superhero movies are the best movies. Brought up that they are doing Elseworlds, so I guess that kind of negates that they can make those games and some of those shows.
Yeah, of course. Well. I mean, I would love to see like Red Sun with Henry Cavill. Maybe it'll happen. I don't know.
Like, I think it's part of the thing too. It's where like I don't think like maybe the movie people realize how much of a lead time and how much goes into a video game that it's just not possible.
Well, a movie too. I mean, it's like you look at what they've got. It's like even a movie. even if James Gunn's already finished the script, it's 2 years before it's done.
Right.
And the, it's all good. What I hate about all this is that their announcement is like, well, here's DC, which means better than Marvel or different than Marvel, and why create that? Just be like, here's our slate, here's what we want to do, and never mention Marvel. Just do the slate, just introduce it. It's all good. But
What
anyway,
else you got, Rob?
well, in a world, well, do I have to have more?
Oh, I thought you had lots. You said.
Oh, I do. I
okay.
have lots of. Hang on.
Okay.
Well,
Dr.
we might have
J.
to start limiting our commentary because we don't want to keep Rob up too late. He's got another show.
No, it's whatever. Dr. J says, Rob, Lael, last year the Predator franchise was resuscitated by the movie Prey. This year, Picard will be resuscitated or rescued by season 3. Is there a struggling franchise or series that you'd love to see revived in 2024? What a great question. I mean, I would say, Dr. J, that is a great... So guys, gentlemen, kind soul, gentle beings, you guys can revive any franchise you want. Doesn't matter what it is. What would that franchise be?
Okay, I'll go. 2 Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place. Give me Ryan Reynolds back. Sitcom.
Wow. Okay. That's legit. All right. But why? Why? Because he's...
Man. Ryan Reynolds running a pizza joint now, today? Oh, man, that'd be comedy gold.
All right. Good. I don't doubt that. All right. So, what else?
I don't really have. It's not like a franchise, but I brought this up a few months ago on the John Campea show in a super chat. I brought up the idea of kind of like westerns, the big biblical epics. They don't exist anymore.
No, the robe. Spartacus. I'm with you. So you want to have a big...
I loved Westworld.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, people don't. They're not making the same money. Like Passion of the Christ comes out today. I don't think that makes as much money as it did then. And that movie made almost $700 million back in the day.
I think
I
there's
don't know
a
if it
couple of
doesn't
religious movies out today, though. I think there's The Chosen and Left Behind or something.
I almost went and saw Left Behind, Rise of the Antichrist.
Yeah.
By the way, I mean, let me just say that Mel Gibson's going to make another Passion of the Christ movie.
And I'm scared it might underperform. I'm scared.
Why?
Also, I could do with another Underworld movie.
Never been against Mel Gibson. Never.
We'll see. I mean, are they going to use de-aging? How expensive is this movie going to be? And they said it's going to, like, a lot of it's going to be in hell. A lot of it's going to be in the spiritual realm. Like,
what?
Like, because they're doing like the resurrection, like kind of what happened in between his death and his resurrection, like where he went in the spiritual realm.
All right.
And it's going to like deal with him being in hell a lot of the movie. So kind of like Jesus' 3 days in hell, which sounds really cool, but I'm like, how expensive is this?
That's the better title right there.
It's going to be like, am I going to see practical demons or is this CGI? How much de-aging is there?
Well, here's the thing. Do demons look like anything that exists on our Earth?
Exactly. Are they going to look like orcs from Lord of the Rings? Like, how are they going to look?
Well, I mean, the real question is, I mean, to be honest, if you dig deep into scripture.
Well, yeah.
You have to ask yourself, like, okay, so here we're at, and how, and all of it is humanocentric. It's all based on human perception. What I mean is, like, give me some kind of person that doesn't resemble a human being at all,
mm-hmm.
and have them fight me, or not.
Yeah, and I mean, people talk about the designs of like the cherubims and the seraphims in the Bible, you know, with all the eyes or the rings spinning around.
Yeah, I think we just watched something where they had
faces
like
and all the wings. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that?
What do you mean?
there was like literally just a TV show where they had like a biblically accurate depiction of like with the wings and the eyes, and I'm trying to remember. I literally just watched something that had that in it.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. So
Okay,
if you do figure it out,
Yeah.
I would love to know about that.
Yeah.
What's next, Rob?
Well, I know what you're saying. I was right there.
Yeah. What was that? I was just watching it.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I think we're almost done. I mean, I think we are done. Hang on.
I thought
Just
there was
restarted
a lot.
your new snacks.
Oh, this is a good one. Dr. J says, Rob, Lael, last year, the Predator franchise was resuscitated by the movie Prey. This year, Picard will be rescued by season 3. Is there a struggling franchise or series that you would love to see revived in 2024?
I'm going to say
Gents?
2 guys, a girl, and a pizza place.
Biblical epics.
By the way, I don't think you're wrong, to be honest.
All right.
Israel, 2 guys. What do you think?
I don't know what that is.
It's an old
Well-
Canadian TV show.
Well, if you could revive a show, what would it be?
Oh, a TV show.
Yeah.
Revive one. I mean, they're
No
already,
wrong answers.
They're already doing it with Avatar, The Last Airbender. That's my favorite TV show of all time. They're already bringing it back. They're already expanding everything. So, I mean, like 2 years ago, I would have said Avatar, but
Well,
they're doing
that's
it now.
fair. That's
so.
good. I think that's a very legit answer.
Good stuff.
Michael Nemo says, do you think that the cancellation of the Swamp Thing series 3 years ago was a red flag to the DC universe tanking and leading to the Gunverse?
No.
Well, okay. Here's my interpretation of that question. The idea is that the Swamp Thing show that James Gunn was producing was canceled way early. And does that cancellation have any sway into why there might be a new Swamp Thing movie in the new DC universe? My answer to that is no. No one gives a fuck. The only reason that it doesn't matter.
I thought that show was great, and I think didn't it get canceled because of like a tax reason mess up? Like someone messed up on the tax exempt status?
No, hang on. The show's great, but if anyone thinks that they can't be in it, that's all bullshit. The show is fantastic. The reason they're not in it is not because the show wasn't great. It's because, well, they just weren't in it.
No, I'm pretty sure the show got I think I read that the show got canceled because they thought they were getting some sort of tax credit from the state. Turns out they weren't, and then they had no money after that tax credit went away.
Yep, that's exactly right. They got fucked.
Yeah, someone messed up.
Huh.
But the show is great, and honestly, that was so long ago. That was James Wan doing it, and nothing to do with James Gunn at all. James Gunn was hired so many years after. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I see absolutely no correlation between the two. It was a show that wasn't even connected to the main franchise at all.
Right.
100%.
Great show though. Loved it.
I mean, that's like asking, does the Arrowverse dying on the CW mean that the new DC universe is gonna die?
Exactly.
Fuck yeah, it does.
I see. I see absolutely no correlation. I do think that there is I'm scared I'm excited for the new DCU, but with some of the projects, I'm scared that maybe they might be too little known. Like to us, we're like, finally, an Authority movie, bro.
Man.
Like Damien's coming in, like we're like that. But the audience is gonna be like, the Authority.
I've got
I
so
think-
much to say on that, but we'll leave it, I guess.
I would have just
Hey,
mimicked what
gents.
Marvel did, where you sandwich it in with the more known stuff.
Yeah. I'm not down. That's fine. That's what you believe. Okay. How about this, Yisrael? I think this is Wraith X7. I think making the animated projects and video games of the DCU canon is a huge mistake, and
Are you going backwards here?
and will be convoluted.
Yeah, did we already go through that one?
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh well,
So,
the reason I said that is because the next one's "Guys, I Love You."
Awesome.
I
think
think
we're going backwards,
I think we're going up.
Time is a fourth dimension here.
I think we.
Alan Ling then says, "Hey guys, I've never been married
Okay.
to DC's cast for their characters. I do like Henry Cavill and Gal Gadot, but I'm excited to see what James Gunn does."
I'm sad to see Henry go. I'm sad to see Gal go. I'm sad to see Ben go, even though that was years ago that happened. I don't see. I mean, I get. Oh, they're gonna reboot it with Flash, so some people can say the same and some people can't. To me, it's like it's gonna be weird seeing unless they recast him as Lobo. It's gonna be weird seeing Jason Momoa as Aquaman interact with a totally new Superman. Is he gonna bring up his Henry Cavill one, or are they gonna act like that doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Like it just seems weird to me.
I agree. I think they obviously they know better than us, but I think they should have done hard reboot, but they know better.
Well, I'm still excited.
Yeah.
I'm stoked to see what they have in store, but
Booster Gold, Swamp Thing, Supergirl, excited.
I'm cautiously optimistic, but there are some things that I'm like, James, I'm trusting you.
Hey,
'cause you
I
have yet
just
to
love
prove
the
me
fact
wrong.
that you guys are so optimistic. Thank God.
I mean,
By the way, I'm just gonna rifle through super chats.
Go for it.
okay.
Jason Soto with a $20 super chat says, "Rob, you're my favorite entertainment pundit. I'm a Puerto Rican right-wing American, but I always agree with you with your point of view, and when it comes to movies and shows, stay sweaty, my friend." First of all, I mean, can I just say, Jason, thank you for saying stay sweaty, because that was a John Schnepp thing, and I miss the guy every day. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And, you say you are a Puerto Rican right-wing American, but I always agree with you. Here's the thing. Here's what I'd like to tell all of you out there. This channel is for everybody. If you have right-wing views or left-wing views or whatever views you have, the whole point of the Post-Geek Singularity is to share those views. But here's the thing. If you want to share them in a public forum, you have to understand why you believe in the views you believe in. And all I ask, everybody is welcome here. All I want is, if you want to come in here with a certain point of view, please understand your point of view. And if you want to debate it, know it backwards, forwards, upside down, and next week. I don't care. Just understand what it is you believe. That's all I want. And come into this space and let's share it, because, man, these motherfuckers know what's up. We have a very smart group of people. That's
a good camera and a good mic.
Well, yes, have a good camera. Have a good camera and a good mic. Yes, that's good. Yeah.
Which is why I can defend Transformers: Age of Extinction, because
God damn, no, I'm out. I'm done. No, I'm out.
It's
Okay.
so good. Rob.
I'm out. Okay. It's
One
not good. And
one day,
okay.
one day you'll understand.
I love the fact that Israel, who does a show on this channel, really loves the Transformers Dark Side of the Moon. That shit is whack. Okay,
I'm actually with them. I love all the Transformers
oh my
movies.
God. Here's the thing. Transformers 1, 3, and Bumblebee. Great. Everything else, fuck them.
Bumblebee doesn't even come
I think-
close.
You know what happened? Like, at my theater in Saskatoon, the first Transformers movie got a standing ovation. And it's like one of the only movies I've ever been to that it's ever got a standing ovation. And I think a lot of people shit on like the sequels just because the first one was so good, but once you see the same thing the second time, it's not as cool. But if those movies would have been the first one out, people would be like, "Oh man, this is great. This is mind blowing."
Okay, look, Paul, I really respect you, and I respect Israel. Here's how it's gonna go. We're ending everything. After that conversation, I'm done. I love you both, and I just want you to know that this.
On the limit.
Hang on, I can't say it because we have super chats still.
Ask about Age of Extinction in your super chats, please.
Deadpool Chinese says, "Hi Rob, have you seen The Wandering Earth 2? I would like. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, okay. So China has made a big thing to make science fiction films. The Wandering Earth 2 is the second film in the Wandering Earth franchise that was written. The original was written by the guy who wrote The Three Body Problem. No, I haven't seen it. My God, I'm gonna go see it tomorrow. I feel terrible. I'm sorry.
Is it in theaters?
Yes, my God.
Wait, no. Because I was on my Cinemark app and my AMC app the other day and I didn't see it.
Well, you should.
Is it in select or is
it
wide?
It's totally select. I mean, it's a Chinese movie. If you have a Chinese community, look at that theater. It's great. It's great. It's fantastic. Michael Nemo says, "I think we can actively pre-hate something we hear Kurtzman is making." Hey, I don't pre-hate anything.
We're going back in time far now.
If Kurtzman's making it, hate it because it'll suck. Oh no, far be it for me to say it. So, you know what? Rob, I want everything to be good. Can it be good?
I mean, yeah.
Rob, you read that super chat like 4 hours ago, just so you know.
No, I didn't. I think we can actively. No. The next one is, "I love your rants, Rob. Keep them going." I didn't read that.
You read the Kurtzman one.
I don't think I did. There was one exactly like it earlier.
Okay.
And now here's another one from our friend Throg. "The unrated cut of the Wolverine with the restored ninja fight scenes toward the end of the film is one of the greatest comic book scenes put to film. That is not. I read this earlier. I know I read this. Throg. You're right. I mean, I don't know if they've. You know what? Wow, these are very early. You know what? I can't even begin to.
I think you got them all. I think you did.
I think you worked your way.
No,
backwards.
I didn't. There's so many here. Eli Gray says, "Rob, is there a way I can get the Midnight Musings crew to cover all of Terry's 12 Monkeys?" Terry, okay. So Terry Metalis did the 12 Monkeys show. We're not going to cover that. He did 4. No, we can't do that.
Old news, anyways.
And I still need a free enterprise poster. I'm working for that. Al Renshaw says, "How excited are you guys for Cocaine Bear?"
Yeah.
Not very excited.
Look, I just want cocaine without fentanyl. It's great. Give me some pure coke. It'd be great. Paul Mammer says,
"That's me.
James Gunn hired." Oh, wait. Sasha. What?
Sasha Grey.
I think
I did that. I did that already. What?
Rob, I think you got them all. I think we're good.
We're going back in time.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, Retro Nerd Girl says, "Congratulations on 50,000 subscribers, Rob."
That's a new one.
Okay, there you go. Vixer. By the way, Vixer, so cute. Vixer says, "How are y'all still awake?"
I'm usually up till about 4 anyways. So
I didn't get up until 12 yesterday.
Okay, I'm going to go backwards. Okay. So superhero movies are the best movies, says thoughts on Travis Walton's encounter with... Okay, that's where we were. Beings.
Yeah. All
right, we're done.
Thanks, everybody.
How many viewers do we still have?
Yeah, how many people are still here?
Do you want to know? 261.
Yeah.
Guys, go to... Why are y'all here?
I wonder if people are waking up and
Rob,
watching.
these are true fans.
Yeah. for the 50,000. They all stayed up for the 50K.
Wait, do we really have 50K? I mean, I don't even know.
Yeah, I showed you.
But hang on, you showed me. But let me just hang on.
This is
Oh my
favorite
God.
stream.
We have 50,006.
Boom.
Okay,
favorite
guys,
stream.
guys, girls, guys, gentle beings, kind souls. Let me just say, I've been doing this for 4 years. I started, Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell bought me this microphone in 2018. And she said, start your own YouTube channel. I'm like, really? Should I? 50,000 subscribers. I just want to say thank you all. My God, 50,000. I mean, I know. I mean, other like Paul Chatto jumps into YouTube and gets 100,000 subscribers in 6 months. I've been out here busting my ass.
Hey,
I
I
want
grew
to
up in a
thank.
town with 5,000 people. You got 10 times my hometown.
Well, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate that, and all of you. What can I say? I am so touched, and I can't believe privileged that we have 50,000 subscribers. My God, thank you so much.
50,000 likes on this stream, or we're canceling the Burnettwork.
Yeah, well, and pardon me, Israel. Please tell the folks at home, where can they find you?
Okay, you can find me on the Otaku Experience on the Burnettwork weekly show on Tuesdays at 2 p.m. PST. Is it PST? Is that what your time zone is?
Sure.
Pacific
Why
time?
not?
All right, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. It's pre-recorded, and I go talk about the latest anime, manga news. We have a big week this next week coming up. We got Star Wars Vision news and new Sword Art Online movie to talk about. So we got some big stuff to talk about. You can also find me on Twitter at Kingtanic Israel. You can find me on my own YouTube channel at Kingtanic, where I talk about anime. It's a lot more animated in terms of my personality. It's a lot more edited, and those videos take a lot longer to come out because they're of how much effort goes into it. I'm currently working on the Kingtanic Anime Awards, and that'll be coming out sometime next week, probably Tuesday. So yeah, and you can also find me on Instagram at Kingtanic. Basically, Kingtanic everywhere. If you search for it, I'll come up.
Well, thank you, King Tanic. Now, Paul,
Yep.
where can people find you in Saskatoon?
Yeah, you can find me in Saskatoon. I'm one of the rare people. I don't have social media. So you'll find me lurking this channel or come to Saskatoon.
Which is fantastic. So, listen, I want to thank everybody, all the supporters of the channel. Thank you guys both for being here. Paul, King Tanic, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, fantastic. I'm going to sign off, and my God, I can't believe, the entire last year, I felt, look, if you want to get responsive YouTube, you have to stream, but I was like, I couldn't get to 50,000. So I want to thank you all who liked, subscribed, and by the way, become members, because we had a great member chat today. So thank you all. I will let everyone go. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Paul, you know where to find me on